million ways to mob, choose one.
Riff on rock.
My last album took care of my grandchildren. You try to win, cut your head on the glass ceiling. What it is, sick with it is. The way this money look, I be signing Sony for years. Michael Dawson shoes and I might just go pop a this. They see that black Rory, they know that this one it is. Realest in the wrong, could fill a pool with all the alcohol that I consume. I'm coming this summer, yeah, safe to assume. I'm finna clean up using Golden State's broom. West Coast, real town business. Puma check just got clear. Merry Christmas. More sales, you catching more L's. I drove here in a scraper playing this on 412. And it's never been. Blueface, baby. Yeah, it's the face of the West Coast. Ben Mackin, I got more bitches than Petco. VVS is breaking and bust, I like the Metro. West Side Yankees, Midtown business. Yeah, schoolyards to the children. Used to be broke, cash money got me healing. You can't tell me how to make a meal till you make a meal. Welcome to the West Coast. This the best coast. You can find the best hoes in the best row. Doing the dash and the action up and down. Frico. My pants tack till I'm me show. Yeah, welcome to the me show. 2 dicks. Big picture and a glico. Yeah, I like my money in blue faces. Baby, I like fucking. All my bitches call me fucker. We can't fuck if you can't take the rug burn.
All black.
Is it Lake Merritt on Sunday or a game at the Oracle? Is it them two-short type Jerry Payton players from the Big O? Is it that Thomas Tycho style like Shakur and Mac Dre? That's what they asking when they hear all black in their stereo. Cornerstone white season and fifth of that dog water to go. Slopping Saturday love going dumb about the window. I got dirty hair and no L's, I ain't stopping for 5-0. Kiss the shit through Oakland, San Jose, Vallejo, and Frisco. Book your flight to this motherfucker and come feel the love. Gang bang, South Shore, Song, home of the blood and cuz. I be with rich white boys, you could've swore was bugs. Spread the game, feed your people and come fuck with the thugs. Can't that nigga take the credit for the plays I run. Lending my wicked face tatted like Jacob Nugs. Ain't hella tall, but I still bop on shit like Spud. That black pepper slash dog with the pitch for the dubs.
West. The beating on my back got 100 racks on my chest. She was now rocking with the bullets, they instant flex. My socks like a Cholo on my shoes like Nike J's. Gotta keep this shit red. They like damn how IG and Blueface could be. Compton ain't playing with you, Anywhere ain't playing with you. Long Beach ain't playing with you. Them gang ties staying with you. This game don't stop, nigga. You can't blow no damn whistle. This shit forever, so I forever walk around with my pistol. I'm the type that pull up on your bitch on her lunch break. I'm the type she see I wanna fuck, I got a fuck face. I'm somewhere big booling on a Sunday. Then it's white socks and hard bottoms that brandy girls on Monday. Oh.
Where?
Hey, come on. Hey. Yes. What's good with it? Yeah, that goes out to my cousin, Sid, bro, and his woman, who's so. What's good with it? What's good? Yes, I'm coming around under in the front. Just a minute. Just the other kid up. Got a few dedications going on today, Jack, because you never know about my black ass. Hold on. Yeah, so if y'all heard that song, Let me make sure you can hear me. If you can hear me, give them thumbs up. We'll go through something like that. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. What's good? What's good? Now, if I don't know if you're going to get Angie all day, but this going to be alone. I had to continue to the description box. Or if you're going to get some half dead. I don't know. I got a funny feeling. Because, see, half dead was knocking on the door. But I won't let her in. I won't let her in. Okay? Just now. We got to take care of the business of the people and the people of the business. So make sure, listen, y'all like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you like me up. No telling my ass will be on here. I'll be back. You know how this works out. Let me do my own self-check. Because you niggas don't know how to act. When somebody asks you quite simply, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up in the chat so I can know. So let me do my own self-check. Can't rely on. Yeah, I can't hear me. Yep. I heard me. So I guess you heard me. What's good with it? Let me go and get this chat call out the way and cut on the neighborhood fan because it's hot. Let's see who's in the building first. What's good with it, Sonya Davis? You made it first. Woo! Woo! Hey, Love Spare. Well, hey, Starra. Oh, what's in the building? Hey, Angela Jackson. Hey, Tanya the Hammer Hicks. What's good with it? Cuzzo Sidbo, what it do? The hell. Hey, Purple. Hey, Lady Tech. Yes. Yeah, hey, Felicia. Everybody that's looking in the window. Everybody's looking in the window. Honey, the goddamn description was so long. I mean, the topics were so long, child. I had to continue it in the description. You got to check out all of that. Yeah, I'm probably going to tack the fuck shit on to the end. Yeah, because that way I can, I don't like talking about nobody, having nobody likeness in my mouth, being indirect or direct with a motherfucker, and don't let them give them a chance to come out here and tell me about my ass. You know what I'm saying? I think I was one of the few ones that started that. But most of the motherfuckers, they tell you about your ass, and you come in the chat to get their ass, the motherfucker and put a wrench in your back. Like, goddamn, you talking about me. I can't come up there and say, because I ain't no bitch ass. Ain't no bitch assness and all this ass, and I ain't no bitch assness in it. Yeah, y'all, let me tell you what happened to me. I had, and this ain't the reason I've been out. I just been chilling because, I'm busy. I'm busy. I was so busy I couldn't even go to see by myself. I had an allergic reaction, y'all. Swole me up something stupid. And I had to, my eyes damn near shut. My nose turned into two. My jaw, my chin, all that dropped. My head swelled up in the back. Yes, I had to run my ass on somewhere and get some help. So I had been on some meth, and child, baby, them places I run to, them cafe ass doctor places and them cafe ass hospitals and shit like that. Now, you don't ask me no questions, but y'all know I still got some of my military. So not I wasn't in the military, but I got my first husband was, and I still got for some reason I'm still getting in and around on about whatever. So don't turn my black ass in. But that's what's going on. No, I'm getting through that legal, but I'm just saying. So I went there and baby, they gave me a shot that when I tell you it started working immediately. My eyes I started being able to see. And I stopped itching, as much. Because, those reactions that make you itch. And, honey, let me tell you something. I'm telling you what it was. I was allergic to that goddamn black damn dye. I want to show y'all on my exit pictures and shit. They're looking, not only, I got some jet black motherfucking hair. Compliments to what cover girl. But look, I can't even, I got to bend it over and stretch my arm out so I can get in the picture, right? But listen, next time that motherfucker will be died and laid to the side will be that when that girl get out of goddamn COVID scaredness. She can do people hair and but you know she do so much. I call it boutique hair because she do like you know she do regular people, but she do you know upscale people whatever. And I told her she don't do no. She'll stick a little weave, some little weave clips in there. She just not started doing that. But she usually didn't do no weaves, no braids, no updos, and really no short hairs. I know nobody came in there with no short hair. She do long hair. Get your ass on the body there. But she won't have her ass. I don't know when her ass coming back to work. Like I said, she got a husband that make plenty of money so she can take off for damn near 2 years. Yes. Hey, peace and love. Yes, that shit told my Cafe goddamn where they see the, you know, mainly the military. But I want them to took my black ass on up there in there. Quick. And you can, you know, go online and stuff like that and register. Yes, so they gave me the meds. Man, baby, I'm good. I'm good in the hood. I'm good. So I hope y'all been blessed and all of that, child. Y'all had a good week, good day. We're in the post conviction phase of this R. Kelly situation, number 2. We got to do a recap. You know, I like some type of finality and resolve and closure. Don't know if we're going to get it here. But be prepared to be here a minute. I still know I got 3 videos that went, you know, automatically on private by YouTube. I just got to edit out what they tell me to edit out. And so I'll try to get to them. I don't know when that will. You know, I know it's one on there with the Bolsky. I'm going to get that. I forgot what is it. I don't know if it was music or something. I don't know what it is, but I got to go and get the timestamps and edit all that stuff that, you know, they want out the shit. But, you know, I don't have no videos over here. I replay them live while y'all here. And just, you know, that's when I do the live and the live. So I try to do that overnight so I just don't run into nobody else's traffic that really have some commentary and stuff like that. You know, I'm a good co-worker. Everybody else ain't good co-workers. So I strive to be. And I hope that the people that I probably going to eventually, because wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's half dead. Half dead. Hold on. She's knocking at the door. So hopefully some of the people that I choose to talk about directly, indirectly, I have their likeness in my mouth or whatever. Hopefully they're part of the people that's looking in the window. So, no, I ain't said behind your back. Because I'm trying to tell you, if you ever catch me on recording, I said it. And I said it to the person I said it to without fear of retribution. Because I meant it. Now, if I was wrong about something, I'll come back and say, okay, I was wrong about that. But other than that, I said it. And I stand behind it. That's what real motherfuckers do. Understand that? I ain't talking about nobody that don't or whatever. That's why I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? Get to that part. That part, what you gonna do to me because you caught me on recording is more intriguing to me than you just mad that, you know, what you gonna do what you gonna do about that? So anyway, that's what I be wanting to know. What you gonna do about you saw what I said in the text message about your ass? What you gonna do? You see I said something in an email about your ass. What you gonna do? Get that part. That's when I'm interested. The other bullshit, I ain't interested in that shit. So listen. We are in the post phase of this R. Kelly Illinois trial, right? Federal trial. In my honest opinion, and I'll explain some things out. And shout out to the people that come out here and give their personal perspective as well as their legal perspective. it is well received and is also appreciated, right? As a person that has to listen to that from lay people, but mainly from people in the areas of the law, right? So it always intrigues me when lay people take a stab at it. And true, and whether you believe it or not, that's how a lot of laws and stuff like that get created. Remember, I told you it's based on natural law, natural rights, and human rights, right? And that way you get your legal rights. So, and that's in my opinion. So, so shouts out to those people that try to do that. They try to keep us in the know, in the know. What's good with it, Karen? What's good with it? Whoever you coming in as today. Miss Frugal, Miss Gas Station, Miss all of that shit. What's good with it? Another whisper in the building. So, in my opinion, I think the prosecution proved all there with 13 counts. I think. Because I went through the jury instructions, the one that we tried to put them together as best we can. Because we know they sorry as hell. Oh shit, I forgot to check pace and see what I haven't read for pace. I'll do that while I'm talking. We tried to put the jury instructions together as best we can, but we got a gist of them to see what they need to convict by. And to my opinion, they did, they proved it because it's not that much. It's not that hard, right? Yeah, but again, it's up to the judge to deliver the jury instructions. It's ultimately up to the jury to decide whether or not they did or not, right? Because what happened was reasonable doubt. We gotta check all these defendants, child. Whew, this R. Kelly is so much trouble, honey. I don't even know him. Baby, he done, boy. I'm trying to. If I had the billable hours for this shit with R. Kelly at my rate, baby, honey, I'll be coming to your ass from some kind of motherfucking resort that I just left the goddamn Japanese steakhouse, sitting there eating me a hibachi dinner. What? Every day full. Sleep on this live, burping and belching and shit. Snoring. We finally got the goddamn jury instruction. You gotta be out of your mind. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna put that up. So I got to read that. We finally got the damn jury instructions. You got to be kidding me. You sorry? Are you serious? Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Lord, I hate dealing with people with bad memory. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so we have the final jury instructions, which ain't number 30 pages, but and you know, with the jury instructions, it's not much to them. Let me see if I can get to the part where I mean, if we hear, if y'all just wanna see what the fuck, how he got convicted, that would be something interesting. And it's for you people that just really, really interested and you want to continue the fight, whether for or against, you know what happened, how it happened. You just get a good idea. As best as I can read this to you, and as best as I can transfer, well, this is how it happened. But yeah. Boy, I'm trying to this old ass mother, he need to get his ass from up out of there. Yes, he need to get out from out of there. Got all this last minute ass shit coming on through. The man already been goddamn convicted. Shit. We needed this to see what your old ass was gonna say and do. Let me throw this on the wall right quick. So a lot of this y'all can read this off the wall. Sorry that y'all, honey. You know I have to cover all bases because you don't never know when I'm gonna pop up. I was gonna pop up again. His old ass. Hold on, let me throw this on the wall. Fucking up my life. I had this all structured. Hold on. Y'all can keep up with the time there. This is the I'm posting this up here because this is the information with the dates, how you know what he was convicted of. And let me read this real quick to you. So it says, order as to Robert Sylvester Kelly, deliberations concluded, trial ends. Jury asked the defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly. The jury returns the verdict as follows. Defendant RSK has been found guilty as to count 1, 2, 3. That ain't right. Oh, 9, 10, and 13. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, and 13. Them Roman numerals, baby. And not and of the indictment, and not guilty as to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. And 13. So guilty of 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, and 12. Not guilty of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 13. Ugh, they wrote this crazy. Of the indictment. Judgment of the guilty entered on verdict. Cause is referred to probation department for preparation of pre-sentencing investigating report, either PSI, PSR, and the probation office shall disclose the sentencing recommendation to the parties. Post-trial motions shall be filed by 11/1/22. Responses by 11/15/22. The court will rule by mail. No problem there. Sentencing set for 2/23/23 at 10 a.m. Signed by old ass judge. Okay. So we got that out the way. Let me check here. Mr. Kelly. I thought I saw something come through for New York. For Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Let me see. Nope. I don't have to worry about Daryl and them, whatever. They out having a good time. They enjoying their life right now. So I ain't going to check on them. Okay, let me get back to you people. You people. Okay. So, did I think that the prosecution proved all their charges? I believe they did. Based on my legal knowledge. I think they did. All right. Based on what I told you, I thought was going to happen. They were going to have problems with that conspiracy charge. That obstruction charge, I thought that would be in a conviction, but apparently not. Because here's the thing, and I can tell you why that obstruction charge went away too. Because as part of that conspiracy, the same players were involved, right? Except Milton. And it could go through a jury's mind as if we're going to believe him with the conspiracy, then we're going to have to believe him with the obstruction. And the conspiracy, the conspiracy and the obstruction all were intertwined. That's another thing. All had some of the same evidence, which are those shady ass people. So it's easy to see why the obstruction. I just thought that the lies, the alleged lies to the grand jury and the alleged lies in the trial of 2008 would have said that's enough for obstruction, given the elements, right? But no. Something I said almost initially in the beginning, this is just my opinion, is that a defendant, to me, the system is set up for a defendant to win. You might say, how is that? One, quite simply, they got more chances to win. And, a trial is a trial, but the case is the entire thing from pre through post. That means all up the chain to the appellate division, right? So if that being the case, chance favors chances. You get more than one chance at it, maybe something will happen at some point. And that's why you see appeals go out for years and years and years and years and years. They got chances. And a lot of times when appeals are granted, they have to do a retrial. Sometimes it come out favorable to the defendant. So they just got chances after chances after chances. Plus they got stuff that's preset in the law, like double jeopardy, statute of limitations, all types of objections that can be raised before, during, and after. All kinds of stuff that will allow more chances for a defendant. Pretty much with a prosecution, you only got about one good shot. All right? About one good shot. That's your ass. Excuse me. So that is the gist on that. That's just my personal perspective on that. That's something I do tell my class. Also, let's get into what he's facing, right? So with Illinois, he's facing 10 to 90. Let me tell you how to get that number. Excuse me. It's as low as 10 if the judge with this case takes all the charges he's been convicted with and run them concurrently. His minimum will be 10. All right, for this particular case. Now the judge has their discretion, and they use the sentencing guidelines as a advisory. They don't have to guarantee the minimum. They don't have to do that. They don't have to do that even with the downward departure. It's just a advisory now. If you have a downward departure, that will help you or what have you to get it lower than the 10. But now all sentencing guidelines are advisory. If you have an upward departure, that means they want him to sentence outside the guidelines. He has discretion to do that anyway without it, but it's better if you have some kind of something on the floor, right? If he gets 90 years, that means the judge has taken every count, the maximum for every count, which is 20 for the first 3, 10 for the last 3. That will give you a maximum of 90 years if he ran them consecutively in this particular case. I'm not talking about with New York. I'm talking about consecutive. I'm just talking about what he can do in this case. I have to take life off the table now, since I thought it'd be out of 30 to life or life. But I take life off the table now. If he's being generous, I think he'll do match to 30 and maybe run it concurrently. Although that is his second option because he's supposed to run it consecutive first. Consider Bennett running it consecutive first, but he can run it concurrently. Judge has a lot of discretion, right? I can see 60. The reason why I can see 60, he can run those first 3 most serious as boom, 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 consecutive. Tack the other 3 onto that, run those concurrently with that, give him 60. Now, I believe if you give him 60, I just thought about that he'll probably do concurrently or consecutively on that. I'm thinking concurrent first, consecutive second. I'm thinking. So that's how we get the 10 to the 90. Hey, Passionately Fine. So let's talk about if R. Kelly would have taken a stand. And I was listening to some of Larry's video, and when the one where he disagreed with Shabazz, and I disagree with all of them in some areas. I disagree with all of them in some areas. If R. Kelly would have taken that stand, everybody, including me, would have been convicted. Not saying that he would have dropped a dime or none of that. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying that because he is the big fish. He's at the top. When he takes the stand, they're not just asking about those 6 charges that he was found guilty on. They're asking him about all of it. He could have quite possibly kept them all tied together, which miraculously they stayed tied together and still didn't get convicted. That is miraculous. But he could have kept them tied together because I mean, he might be I don't know if he's in a cool, calm state. I don't think so. That franticness and all that could have came out on that stand, honey. But I'm telling you, he would have took that stand. The prosecutor would say, "Hey, judge, we need about 15 minutes." All they was gonna be out there is being in the hallway doing flips and splits and shit, and crip walking. R. Kelly finna take the stand. R. Kelly finna take the stand. Taking off their suit coats and shit. Already, yeah, this may be some shit. So, he could have got out there. Only thing he could have done, if he would have got there and said, "It's my word against their word," it's their word. It's not my word against one person's word. It's my word against a whole bunch of motherfuckers' word. And I'm the bad guy on the stand. So my word is definitely going to be the last word they take. He could have got here. I mean, he could have got there and said it wasn't me on the tape. The only thing he could have possibly done is created a teeny weeny bit of reasonable doubt. Other than that, Bon Jean would have tripped his ass on the way to the stand. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you, if he was out there talking about getting something, I bet you took them glasses. I bet she took them glasses off her face and got in his chest in that motherfucking holding room. Are you on crack? Shut the fuck up. See, it's easier to try to do a post conviction on 6 and appeal on 6 than on 13. Shut your ass up. Let this white boy put it down. The white boy came through. White boy can save the day. That's why I hate when y'all come off on good white people. We need good white people in this world. Do you want to be back there picking motherfucking cotton and shit? Huh? Not working when you want to, working when you're told to. I'm trying to tell you, if you get me put back on the cotton field and when motherfuckers got to wake me up by strap at 3 o'clock, I swear for God, y'all will get half dead the rest of this YouTube shit until the master and them take YouTube from us. I promise you. I'm going to cuss y'all ass out. Y'all will just have that ticker on for the word motherfucker. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But we're going to get to the shit. Yes. Get your tickers. As a matter of fact, y'all might need to, if Half Dead come, wait a minute. No Half Dead. I'm about an hour so out. Just calm down. If Half Dead come, I'm telling y'all gonna need a ticker. Get all y'all tickers out. Get all. If you ain't got no ticker, if you ain't fancy, get your piece of paper and a pen. And okay, go ahead, write down the word motherfucker. That will be used over and over multiple times during this broadcast. Fuck you. That would be another one. Bitch. That would be used heavily in rotation. Let me see what else. Kiss my ass. Yeah, that'll be used some because I really don't like white people in my ass. Go to hell is another one. That's it, motherfucker. We already know that. Put that down. Yeah. So might as well get all that out. Get ready. Get ready. What's good with it? Marshall with the solutions and always starting shit. Yes. So yeah, get ready. Yeah, get ready with all of that. You will hear that heavily in rotation today. So, he would have gotten everybody convicted. Okay. He would have done, and also on top of that, the most important part, he would have probably done damage with regards to his post-conviction motions, because that's still coming up, and his appeal. You have to watch what you say and do, because you don't want nothing to contradict the post-conviction phase. So he did right by sitting his ass there, and shit, he should have acted like, I don't know, R. Kelly, shit, he should have had goddamn amnesia or something, like that lady be catching. Oh, she got it now, but she can find it on YouTube. So, and here's the thing, right? I don't expect nobody to pick that up unless certain things has happened. You set your ass with law school. You are in that courtroom while this trial is going on as a lawyer, or as somebody that's a legal analyst, or somebody that have been covering court cases forever. But what happens is that you develop legal instinct, and you know when it would be a disaster. When somebody take that stand, you know when a disaster is coming on either side. You got to be in there to observe everybody and everything. Because you got to develop that legal instinct in order also to find out what line of question to pull off next, where to go next, and then what my opponent is thinking. Because they know too. It's something I developed. I ain't been in courtroom as much. I told you that. I had to develop that by teaching tactics and strategies and shit like that. And by sitting down and observing students coming in, like I wasn't the first chair, but I still worked on the case, that type of thing. And you sit in the courtroom. But yeah, he would have got all us convicted. You too, Lavelle. You've been in there giving recommendations, solutions about air conditioners and how to control your volumes and shit on your computer and shit in jail. Yeah, you took that stand. And fucked up. I swear I've been a girl fighting y'all as a windmill and all in the cell. Like, what's going on? Every 2 or 3 minutes, I think about having a flashback. I done got locked up with y'all niggas. I'm in windmilling in the cell with some of y'all. Child, what's good with it? Hey, Dynamite, what's good with it? We talking about good old white folks. Like the one you got on that picture. Good old white folks. So, yeah. His word against their word. His word against the prosecution word, the word of all them people that's sitting up there. Honey wasn't gonna do shit but get all our asses convicted. Yes. We didn't know who the true friends are. It wouldn't be no doubt then. Yeah, because we'd all be down there trying to goddamn we'd be co-defendants. The fuck? No. Now, they set sentencing along away again, like last time I heard all kind of wild stories. Oh, they set it, away for this, that, and third, whatever. I try to explain. It's not because of none of that. Simply because, one, is that they wasn't trying to see what was going to happen in other trials, and I heard all that shit. And I try to explain, but, the people don't listen. I don't give a fuck. They set it far away because he has to go through the post-conviction phase. All right? Not only that, and I'm not talking about all the way through it, just certain parts of it has to be done in a timely fashion. Then you also have your pre-sentencing submissions and shit. You got to get that in. You got to do all of that. You got to allow time for them to do this, that, and third, whatever. Extensions, blah, 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 blah. And always, it's the calendar. What's the earliest possible date? So you got to do all of that. And so this live is also, I forgot, I call it a recap, but I wanted to also tie it some housekeeping shit so we can take it with us when we get off this live, right? Now, talking about the post-conviction phase of it, we now are in the appeals process of it. The post-conviction. Let me say when it gets to appeals process. Appeals, only thing they're going to do is uphold or affirm the lower court, reverse it, and reverse it and either order new trial or whatever, or send it back to the lower court to correct it. All right. And when they go to the appeal, again, I did a whole appellate breakdown on the first case. I'll go through it briefly on the second. Right now, it's going to be for the issues of the law, like the interpretation of the law. How was it applied? Was it constitutional? Is the law itself constitutional? Meaning, is it substantial? Is it a substantive law, that deals with somebody's constitutional rights? Or was it applied right? Was it interpreted right? Remember, because we'll have you know, the case laws and all that type of stuff. That's an interpretation. Was it applied right? And all of that. Speaking of substantive laws, a constitution law, right? We have a substantial right, meaning that you have a constitutional right. And that's one of the top reasons people get appeals. So you know I'm going with this. And reversal can be just as easy as if that constitution law was applied right. Or does it substantially affects the goddamn defendant? You know what I'm saying? Did it sway the jury? All of that. So when you talk about appeals, just like we follow the paper trail, right? I always tell you they're going to list the errors, the objections, the errors, and is there a remedy? That when you get to the appellate process, it's getting down to the errors and the remedies. Grammatical errors like the use of and I heard everybody was going crazy about they put and at the last minute it changes. No, and the does not change the indictment. And the does not change the jury instructions. They are administrative errors. They are grammatical errors. That's what the higher courts call them, grammatical errors. So there's not going to be, somebody could put in a motion because of that, but they're going to be put out of court. So, because that doesn't affect or change the outcome. Or would it, without it being there, did it change anything? Did it cause him to be prejudiced? Did it cause him to be found guilty? No. So you have all those things to deal with. So I'm just going through the shit I heard, the stuff I heard. I'm just trying to knock that out. Now, I hear a lot of bashing of J-Bo. I don't understand why. We knew it was going to happen. I told you it was. It's always rah, yeah, lawyer. Then when the shit goes south, motherfucker, fuck you, And that's totally unfair. I told you that these cases are damn near impossible to win. It's just what it is. And you get a few glimmers of hope, you get a few openings of light, and a few things to go your way, whether it be via emotion or whatever the outcome, in an impossible situation, that's a win. In some instances, that's a win. I know a lot of people be looking for a complete vindication. Everybody with the degree, most legal analysts told you, it is hard to overcome somebody sitting in the tape talking about they 14, the person on the stand said they was 14, all that bullshit. That's just hard to overcome. I don't give a damn if it's the original tape, the clip of it, whatever. I told you that. It's hard to overcome. So get off that lady tits. The good thing about it is one of the appellate issues is the issue of the law, right? She is a constitutional attorney as well. That means that she's going to know this shit through and through. She don't need a whole lot of startup and all of that. She already knows this shit. So leave that goddamn lady alone. Especially if your ass ain't went to nobody's law school, tried one case, nothing. You're just on here talking shit. And to some point, I don't know why them lawyers don't turn around and embarrass y'all ass. I would. You hit on my motherfucking Twitter with that bullshit. I'm a lot different in my professional capacity when I have to be. I'm a lot different. I'm sound like this. I become the most studious white person you've ever heard. Listen, even when I call you motherfucker, it doesn't sound like I'm calling you motherfucker of the old. Right? Listen, motherfucker. Okay? Listen, honey. But anyway, so Bonjean specializes in those areas. And you think about this, appeal is one hard to get heard, and even harder to get granted. And I believe she got at least one under her belt. So you cooking with gas. Shit. Leave that goddamn lady alone. Then another reason for an appeal is the issues of fact, right? The evidentiary ruling. In other words, like the evidence. The evidence, the rulings by the judge. Was there a factual error by the judge? Of the facts, you know what I'm saying? Of the evidence relating to the facts. It's another reason. All right, so you got your ineffective accounts and all that type of stuff is stuck in there, right? Then you got your procedural matters or judicial discretion. It's another reason for appeals. Like, did they abuse their power? Did they not? And this is what Judge Donnelly was trying to explain to you motherfuckers. When she answered that long ass thing the day of her sentencing. And she covered herself. When she said evidence that's admissible, she had to, I'm paraphrasing it, she had to admit inadmissible evidence she could not allow. And that she probably kind of closed the door on her being, an appeal being granted on her on her discretions and shit like that, on her rulings and things. Did she follow mandatory law, primary law, secondary law, like that? So she probably closed the law on that. It closed the door on that shit for New York. And then you could do better. Nothing you can do about that. Let me see. Now we go to the state case, right? Half dead, I'm about 45 minutes out. Damn, calm down. Oh, Lord. So we have the state case, right? And I went ahead and, did a little pre-work with the state case. State case, we got RL, JP, and HW. All are charges with regards to having sex with a minor. LC is unwanted sex, I believe, or unlawful sex because of that, the jacking off shit, whatever she said. I don't know. But the t-shirt and shit. So in the state case, you got RL, JP, and HW, right? So here again, the tapes may be shown again, but probably as evidence now, just to show that it's some sex happened while they were. It's some sex happened that made it illegal under that Illinois law. Remember, the 17 but 5 years his or her senior or whatever, right? So that's where that's the law. And to me, again, if when we get we got the elements because it's an indictment. The element is pretty much kind of straightforward to prove. Only thing about it is you need the evidence to prove it. Will they have it? I don't know. I don't know what all they have. This is where I see more of the Avenatti name. I don't recall it being too much called in New York and Illinois federal, but I believe we may see an Avenatti sighting. This might be the Avenatti sighting. I don't know. Is it the 100 devices sighting? I don't hear no more about them devices. It's gonna show up in Illinois. I ain't seen shit. It's over in New York. I told you I wasn't gonna be there. I don't talk about that no more. But it might come. And here's another thing. We're gonna talk about, because Lord have mercy, I got to get this thing right with Levi. Oh my God, he about to drive me crazy. Got to get this thing pinned down, nailed to the head on investigation. The stages of it, how they start, and all of that. Wow. And let me explain this. Just say if he takes a plea. He takes a plea on, and just say he works it out where he takes a plea on past, current, and future charges. He takes a plea on it. That don't mean they'll stop investigating him. They ain't stopping investigating him now. It's always going to be something open until they may holler investigation is, when they say investigation is closed, that means on that particular case. That don't mean on the person. That don't mean on the person. That means in the case. But it can always be reopened. And it just, unless there's some finality, like in this case, and it'd be like reopened for, something else. That something completely new that wasn't discovered at that time, that type of shit. But anyway. Other than that, it's hard I don't understand what's the problem. As far as when we talk about these goddamn investigations and how they work, how they get started, whatever. When money is thrown into, when dedicated teams are assigned to, and I don't expect nobody to know if you never was involved in one. If you don't hear nothing going, let me explain something to you. There's nobody, when you get an inquiry or complaint in your office, right? Whatever level you're on. You do a little, some person, get it signed out to somebody. They might do some light work calling. They might call your ass, ask you for, what goes on, just to get your side of the story. They're talking to you or whatever. Now, you might not know it yet, but that's the first indication that something is opened up and a number has been assigned to it with your ass on it. All right. So that goes on. You got all these parents coming in. You got all these civil cases coming in, whatever. You're doing your homework. That's why on my wall, I included a pretty good, well, you don't have to read it. It was a verbal timeline that was done by, I think it was Fox and Phoenix. And it covered, all the allegations and then after the New York verdict. But and And I hope y'all and let me know if y'all understand this, because I don't know why I can't get Levi to understand. And he definitely don't understand that I am agreeing to his assertions with surviving R. Kelly, but I'm just giving him the actual steps. So now listen, there's nobody that works and they don't have to tell you all the shit they do. They're not going to come out here and tell you, well, we started. Let me tell you how the investigations work. Or let me tell you how when a file is open that leads to investigation work. Let me tell you how that process works. Because here's the thing. You don't want nobody you've alerted just by calling. Because even when you call somebody, the casually talk to them, even when you go visit, you casually talking to them. Not to alert them that actually your motherfucking ass is in trouble. And we got to get the evidence. But we just want your story on it first. We just want to get, first we're trying to get you in some lies, trying to get a story, or whatever, so we can know what to do. But the worst thing we would want to do is tip your ass off. Because some of them smart and can tell that they in trouble. And your ass go to a motherfucking country with non-extradition. Then your ass be on America's Most Wanted. Motherfuckers looking all over there, and you on some kind of beach and shit. That's where you mostly take your stupid ass on a beach and be on the jet skis and shit, living your best life, drinking a goddamn drink with a little umbrella and lettuce on the top of it, and a little what is it, Tahiti or tiki, whatever shit, tiki bar. Your ignorant ass, tanner than a motherfucker. Hat on, if you're black, your hat on locked up because ain't nobody on the island doing relaxers. Your ignorant ass. Meanwhile, everybody over here in America looking for your bitch ass. Like, come on. Are y'all all out there fishing and shit on a catamaran and shit? What's good with it, Jennifer? Joyce Lynn, what's good with it? Yes. So you out there doing all that. Nobody's gonna tip you off. You know, it's just not gonna happen. Right? That's stupid. So of course nobody's gonna come out there and tell you all the this, that, this is how we get here. No. I'm gonna tell you a little bit. So you can get it in your head. We're gonna keep digging. Keep, okay, we're gonna, well, we got this lead coming in. Well, let me check out what happened in civil cases. Let me check out what happened here. Let me check out what happened there. Check out what happened here. Here. And I think at one point, and I know one of his lawyers, I think it was Greenberg, said they know that this was coming because the motherfuckers had done goddamn got in touch with them. And if you are a lawyer, you know if somebody call on the phone calling about your client, you know it ain't about no motherfucking traffic, no goddamn traffic ticket. You can bet that. So you get this stuff, and I've sent in a many, and handle a many inquiries or complaints. Here we go. You're on the desk. That's what you do, and you get it in. Now, you got people staging press conferences. You got a parent out there with a bat. You got this. You got that. People all on television. You got a girl out there with Asante McGee with a bad braid job all to the side, lips white, like she was, she looked like hell. She actually looked like somebody had done escaped the struggle. Like she was thirsty, needs something to drink. Couldn't have to talk, so Mr. Tim had to talk for her. All that kind of shit. They watching because a file is open. So they watching for everything. A file is open that says R. Kelly, also known as Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as Mr. B, Mr. Toot, And answering the phone. No, I don't know the words. Is it Mr. Denisha? Hey, I'm rolling nobody. Hey, yeah. Got his Ellis's popping. By night and found out all about his tattoos. Got different photos of his ass just in case he want to hit the motherfucking goddamn plane and get over there and start fishing and shit in a non-extraditional goddamn country and shit. Got all different photos of how he looked over the years. Now they compiling all of that. But all you need is some evidence. And who is evidence? People. People that give what as evidence? Testimony. And also may have some physical evidence that's going to help your ass out on your case. They keep watching. And then all of a sudden, voila, surviving R. Kelly. Now, that person or those persons that's on that desk or whatever, working that little R. Kelly little leads and shit, voila. Now they're going to take it to somebody and say, hey, we got a hit. We got a hit like a hit. Surviving R. Kelly. There's a bunch of crime motherfuckers on here. Parents. People talking about penises and tapes and all this shit here. We know what happened with the thing with Aaliyah. We ain't sure, but we know something happened. Let's go get it. Now I'm going to say, somebody say, okay, y'all can get it. Now somebody does the administrative work. Sign a budget, sign teams, sign people, put money, put people on bodies and put investigators, get the people, hey, this is what y'all got up. Everybody get their team together. I don't know how people work it. I don't know if they work it from, here, everybody get involved. From the police on up to the state's attorney, everybody, they got a little team or something going on. Okay? We finna go out there, and I'm not saying we like me, but I'm just saying we like them. We finna go out there, and we finna see if we can get some people that will participate in making a case that way we can indict him. Once we get the information from them, we need the bodies. That's the only way you can create an indictment. We need the bodies. When the indictment comes out, they have the bodies. How do you think they got those bodies? From doing that leg work I'm trying to tell you about. That's how they got the indictment. When we saw the indictments, wasn't their names to them? Stop fucking with me. Wasn't their names on the motherfucker? How you think they got them? Doing leg work. Voila. We had allegations at first. We're doing the leg work. Voila, we got evidence. If nobody from there, if surviving R. Kelly would have said, nah, we don't want to do this, whatever, there wouldn't have been an indictment. So surviving R. Kelly or not, without surviving R. Kelly, it probably wouldn't have been an indictment. With surviving R. Kelly, without anybody saying, yeah, we'll work with you, it wouldn't have been an indictment. With surviving R. Kelly, people say, yeah, we'll work with you, it's an indictment. It's an indictment. And they didn't indict him, get an indictment with all the people. I don't know what for, a lot of people, Lizette and all them other people, they didn't, I don't know why, they weren't indicted. All them people claimed they was under the age. Yeah. So indictment or not, you got to factor that in. Indictment or not, what would happen? So then you get all this help, then you got the state doing her job. Well, depending on how you look at it. She does a press conference. Say, hey. And here's the thing. With state, the feds getting joined in one of two ways. One, by the state inviting the feds. Or two, if it's a jurisdiction in which the feds can bring a case. So the state, I kind of glossed over this. The state, she goes on, does a press conference. She's calling for people. Now, if Surviving R. Kelly was, and it is the callous, right? Don't get me wrong, one of them. But why would she have to call for more people if Surviving R. Kelly could stand alone? No, she needs evidence, which are people, that can turn over some physical evidence, some proof that they done been with the man, all to make their elements. You got to make those elements. That's why when we first got started, I drew, and Karen can tell you, I drilled elements. We did all kind of goddamn shit about the elements. They can probably tell you about the elements better. I can probably pick up anybody's indictment, go right there, let me find them elements, and probably tell you whether the case is strong or not. Look at them elements. Let me see that evidence. Look at them elements. Huh? We got it. We ain't got it. I don't know about this. Yeah. She wouldn't have had no need to do all that if Surviving R. Kelly was strong enough. Yeah, it is the callous that brought national attention, but it also signaled that, hey, we got some people that may work with us. All we need is one. Because I told you, with cases such as that, like domestic violence, they like to have the person, the accuser. It makes life so much easier. The case is much stronger. You can get other evidence out the motherfucker. You get corroborating witnesses, corroborating evidence. You get all a bunch of stuff to start with some people. So she came forth and she put that 1-800 number out there, whether it's poor taste or, within the scope of her job. It's within the scope of her job, whether it's in poor taste, you can decide. That's not my argument. She got the people to come forward. Got Avenatti out there with his crooked ass, stealing from Nike and shit, all on the tap. So so that's the development start. And I don't understand why I don't get this. But yeah, you wouldn't have needed no goddamn her coming out there with nothing. The Surviving R. Kelly was strong enough. If it was Surviving R. Kelly and nobody cooperating, it wouldn't have been no indictment. I'm 99 point. Only problem, well, I take it back because they probably still had Azrael in there, and we don't know if they would have at some point would have yanked that, because if she wasn't going to cooperate at some point, they could just get her, and then of course, and then with New York, then you had the RICO, that goes by certain circumstances. In order for it to be determined as a RICO, you got to have certain this in a timely manner, and this happened, and you got to have a crime that led to another crime, and all. You got to have it within a specific time frame. So the RICO goes out the door. So that, it just is what it is. What's good with it, Peter? What's good with it? Oh, really, Peter? Oh, let me highlight that. Said the Epstein prosecutors also had a press conference asking people to contact them with information if you were a victim. Right. So it's within the scope of their job. You could determine whether it's, and what people don't know is all the people call in, they're still going to investigate it for the truth and what they can use. And usually if they can get the truth or some proof, they're going to say, okay, we got evidence. Okay. I don't know what it is that Levi always got to fight me about that. See, Levi has a block where, and when he doesn't understand, it's because he don't agree with you because you don't agree with him exactly how it is. Keller has a block when he doesn't understand it because it defies his logic. He don't understand the logic. So therefore, he don't agree with you. And JoJo just has a block and doesn't understand because he just don't want to. And if it's a full moon, he want to show his ass. He just don't want to. He just don't want to. He don't want to agree with shit. He don't understand and he don't want to agree with it. Fuck off. Yeah. And if it's a full moon, he gonna show his ass. So, you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, y'all. That's just what it is. So does anybody get what I'm talking about when I'm talking about? Right. 800 numbers been around since Crime Stoppers, America's Most Wanted, all kinds of bullshit, you know. But people, I see how people's looking at it. Said it invites all kinds of people to come in and tell lies. But you got to know, and whether you may or may not trust the legal system. And I understand, you know, I don't trust the legal system like that. Because I know it's foul. I know it has been afflicted with wrongful prosecutions and shit like that. And it has been afflicted with, and when I say wrongful prosecution, I mean there's been some people that have been found guilty, but because their rights were violated, they shouldn't have been found guilty. So yeah, I know all about that. Let me tell you, a rightful mentor, a legal mentor, a teacher, your boss, will have a discussion with you or in a class session about wrongful prosecution. Because it leads into prosecutorial misconduct, all that type of shit. So yeah. Ain't nobody with all that. So yeah. So let me see about this jury instruction. Hold on real quick. So maybe we'll see the ones that he just do the ones that he was found not guilty. And what was that? 4 through 8. Okay. Let me put this up here real quick. Now this is the jury instructions. It came through. Man, this whole ass man. Better sit it down. All right. So we know he was found not guilty of counts 4. And it says sexual exploitation of Jane. And it says counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. But we're only looking at this jury instruction for 4. And I'll start here. It says counts 4 of the indictment charged defendant Robert Kelly with sexual exploitation of Jane. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the government must prove each of the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, at the time Jane was under the age of 18 years old. 2, the defendant, for purposes of producing a visual depiction of such conduct, employed, used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Jane to take part in sexually explicit conduct in the manner described in a particular count you are considering, and the visual depiction was mailed or actually transported across straight lines in foreign commerce. So right there we know 2 that the jury did not deal with. Okay, because 1, there was no visual depiction for them to see. to my understanding. They just heard about it. If you find from your consideration of the evidence the government has proved each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to the particular count you are considering, then you should find the defendant guilty of that count. If, on the other hand, you find from your consideration of all of the evidence that the government has failed to prove any of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to the particular count you are considering, then you should find that defendant not guilty of that count. Now, let me ask you something. They could have easily made this one count, right? But they were smart enough when they end to separate it. One, to get more convictions out the deal, and you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, because this could have been like a hit or miss. You know, you got this all combined in one count. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think this girl, was it Tracy or Brittany, or I don't know who the fuck it was. Don't let me say the wrong name. Brittany, I don't know. I think it's Brittany. I said Tracy, but Brittany. She ain't come, but I think she was supposed to be involved in some of these sexual tricks. I think she had sex with Jane, minor number one or whatever. I don't know. So it's definitely could combine because it's relevant and related to each other. And it says conspiracy counts general instructions. Count 5 and 6 of the indictment charge certain defendants with the offense of conspiracy. The following general instructions about conspiracy are applicable to both conspiracy counts. A conspiracy is an express implied agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. A conspiracy may be proven even if its goal were not accomplished. In deciding whether the charged conspiracy existed, you may consider all of the circumstances, including the words and the acts of each of the alleged participants. So probably right there, that's where they got the jury. He got up there. It says, you may consider all of the circumstances, including the words and the act of all of the alleged participants. You got the word of McDavid. He was with the I don't know, blaming on the dead man, and all of this right here. And he bigged up R. Kelly. He didn't even lead on that there was a conspiracy going on. He acted well, that's more of the obstruction thing, but still, he gave the testimony. He acted at the behest of all these people and all of that, right? So, and then the acts of the alleged participants, they had some shady ass people that took the stand. Big George, what the man name is, Chuck, Big Chuck up there. All these different people, Palladino, he did, but his actions weren't one of a noble person. Oh, you got a whole bunch of shit going on. So yeah. So to be a member of a conspiracy, a defendant does not need to join at the beginning, and he does not need to know all of the other members or all of the means by which the illegal goals of the conspiracy were to be accomplished. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant you are considering was aware of the illegal goals of the conspiracy and knowingly joined the conspiracy. A defendant is not a member of the conspiracy just because he knew and or associated with people who were involved in the conspiracy, knew there was a conspiracy, or was present during the conspiratorial discussions. In deciding whether a defendant joined the charged conspiracy, you must base your decision only on what the defendant did or said. To determine what that defendant did or said, you may consider the defendant's own words or acts. You may also use the words or acts of other persons to help you decide whether the defendant decide what the defendant did or said. A defendant's presence at some of the crime and knowledge that a crime is being committed is not sufficient by itself to establish the defendant's guilt. That's another part that freed his ass. It was some up and down whether he was there. McDavid was there, wasn't it? Was it there? Wasn't it? And so you look in the juror's head, if they buy some of his story, Did they buy it all about R. Kelly and the rest of the people, that's supposed to be alleged in this conspiracy and all of that, right? Meaning, did McDavid make the bad people look bad? Did he make the dead people dead and cannot speak? And did he make the defendants look good? Did he do all of that? And I say he did. It says, if a defendant performed acts that advanced the crime, but had no knowledge that the crime was being committed or was about to be committed, those acts are not sufficient by themselves to establish the defendant's guilt. A defendant association with persons involved in a crime or criminal scheme is not sufficient by itself to prove its participation in the crime or membership in the criminal scheme. You have heard testimony from Charles Freeman, Lisa Van Allen, Keith Murrow, Jane, and Susan, who were promised a benefit in return for their testimony in cooperation with the government. You may give these witnesses testimony whatever way you believe is appropriate, in keeping in mind that you must consider that testimony with caution and great care. All right, that's another thing that helped the defense hurt the process. You have heard evidence that before the trial, witnesses made statements that may be inconsistent with their testimony here in court. You may consider an inconsistent statement made before the trial only to help you decide how believable a witness testimony was here in court. Right? I told you, matters what they say here in court. If an earlier statement was made under oath, you can also consider that earlier statement as evidence of truth of whatever the witness said in the earlier statement. So remember, I told you, perjury, your statement made under the penalties of perjury, a statement made under oath. Okay. You have heard references to the term hearsay. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement, that is being offered to prove the truth of the fact or the facts asserted in that statement. Both oral and written statements can be considered hearsay. Also, there is symbolic too. If a statement or assertion is hearsay, it is not admissible in evidence at trial for the purpose of proving the fact asserted, right? So remember, I told you, if it's hearsay, but it's not offered to prove a fact asserted in a statement, then actually it's not hearsay and it may be admissible. The reason for this is that rule is that hearsay statements are generally understood to be less reliable and trustworthy than statements made in court and under oath, because the speaker is not available to be cross-examined and to have his demeanor and credibility assessed by the jury. Some out-of-court statements may be admitted into evidence because they do not assert facts, such as asking questions or for the limited purpose of showing what effect, if any, did the statement had on the state of mind of the person hearing or reading the statement, right? Therefore, it's just an out-of-court statement. It's not hearsay. It's not there to prove any facts asserted in the statements, and it may be admissible, okay? Such statements are not offered for the truth. Well, I just said that, but they couldn't tell me. Such statements are not offered for the truth of the matter contained within the statement, and you may consider such statements for the purpose of any facts or assertions contained in the statement. If you find that such statements were made, you may only consider those statements for the limited purpose assessing the effect of the statement, if any, on the state of mind of the person hearing or reading the statement. So they are talking right there about that limited instructions that was given, that Jeremy Davis' attorney wanted given, and I think, and J-Bo also wanted given. I know it was J-Bo, the last motion, wanted given only to speak to Daryl McDavid's mindset. That's what they're talking about, that limited instruction. That's the piece of evidence they're talking about in this particular part of the jury instruction. It says, you have heard the testimony regarding 1, allegations against the defendant Robert Kelly lodged by a person named Tiffany Hawkins, 2, allegations of sexual misconduct brought in various civil lawsuits, and 3, allegations that the defendant Robert Kelly was involved in a sex tape with a baseball player's wife, a backup dancer, and a man. Oh Lord, there is a legend it was a tape in there with a man. Okay, but they ain't say he was doing something in there with a man, but man. That evidence has been offered for the limited purpose of establishing Darren McDavid's state of mind. Oh, they use that for his state of mind. Damn. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. The reason you may not consider this evidence for any other purpose is the defendant, Robert Kelly, is not on trial for any other acts not alleged in the indictment. Meaning, don't use none of that about that tape, the backup dancer, the baseball wife, and some dude for this count. It was just evidence. The government has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the elements of the crime charged in the indictment. This burden cannot be, and I think this is supposed to be just for the, goes to the mindset of Darren McDavid. I think that evidence went there. It says this burden cannot be met with the inference that the defendant, Robert Kelton, is a person whose past acts suggest bad character or willingness or tendency to commit crimes. Meaning, can't use it for propensity evidence, right? Because propensity evidence is not allowed. It's a conspiracy to obstruct justice, count 5. Defendants Robert Kelly and Darren McDavid. Count 5 of the indictment charges defendant R. Kelly and Darren McDavid with conspiracy to commit a violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1519, conspiracy to obstruct justice. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the government must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the conspiracy as charged in count 5 existed. 2, the defendant knowingly became a member of the conspiracy with an intent to advance the conspiracy. And 3, one of the conspirators committed an overt act as described in the indictment in an effort to advance the goals of the conspiracy sometime on or after July 11, 2015. There go your statute of limitation time. Remember about the payments. I told you that was linked to that. They're trying to say that was an overt act. It was an issue how the payments were memoed, whether it was for rent, memo was for whatever it was. Okay, remember all of this was going on. So they had some issue with the overt acts there. So this is another reason why this charge wasn't proven, as far as the jury is concerned. The intent, you see the intent there. We know that they wanted to link the conspiracy with the intent with, which is the mindset, the mens rea, with Darren McDavid. All right, it says an overt act is any act done to carry out the goals of the conspiracy. The government is not required to prove all of the overt acts charged in the indictment. The overt act may itself be a lawful act. If you find from your consideration all of the evidence that the government has proved each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to the particular defendant you are considering, then you should find that defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you find from your consideration all of the evidence that the government has failed to prove these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to the particular defendant you are considering, then you should find that defendant not guilty. A defendant may not be convicted of a conspiracy that terminated more than 5 years before the indictment was returned on July 11, 2019. So remember, they had that 5 year. Remember, I just told you the statute of limitation. They had that. A conspiracy terminates when the charged purposes of the conspiracy is obtained or abandoned. Remember, there was an argument with regards to that. Did it stop when they said the conspiracy stopped? Or, as the government said, as the overt act continued? Remember the payments and shit. That was the back and forth with the statute of limitation. It says count 5 charges a conspiracy to commit the offense of obstruction of justice. The offense of obstruction of justice is committed when 1, a person knowingly alters, destroys, mutilates, conceals, cover-ups, falsifies, or make false entry in any record, document, or tangible object, and 2, a person acts with the intent or impede, obstruct, or influence a contemplated investigation or proper administration of any matter that is within the jurisdiction of an agency of the United States. For the purposes of count 5, a tangible object is an object that can be used to record or preserve information. We have count 6. It says, I'll just read the elements here. Hold on. What else? Okay. Conspiracy to receive child pornography, count 6. Defendants Robert Kelly, Derek McDavid, and Milton Brown. Count 6 of the indictment charges the defendants Robert Kelly, Derek McDavid, and Milton Brown with conspiracy to receive child pornography. In order for you to find a defendant guilty of this charge, the government must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the conspiracy as charged in count 6 of the indictment existed, and 2, the defendant knowingly became a member of the conspiracy with an intent to advance the conspiracy. If you find from your consideration all of the elements, the government has proved each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to the particular defendant you are considering, then you should find that the defendant is guilty. If, on the other hand, you find from your consideration that all the elements that the government has failed to prove any of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to a particular defendant you are considering, then you should find that defendant not guilty. Count 6 of the indictment charges defendants Robert Kelly, Derek McDavid, Milton Brown with the conspiracy to receive child pornography. The offense of the receiving child pornography is committed when 1, a person only receives certain material. Did it happen? We don't know. I say yeah, because that was a part of the getting the tapes back and whatever, if you believe how the story was laid out. And they had what amounted to be the evidence. Number 2, the material contains child pornography. Okay, that was pretty much proven. Number 3, the person knew both the material depicted one or more minors and that the minors were engaged in sexually explicit conduct. That was a challenge to that, right? Because they was in the I don't know. And the R. Kelly, he's also, he ain't say nothing, but he was the I ain't do it. So he was the I ain't do it factor. The other 2 guys was the I ain't know factor. So shit. That's a good challenge on that particular element. Number 4, the material was mail, shipped, or transported interstate or foreign commerce by any means. It means the phone, the computer, tape, we all saw it, or people that did see whatever. That's enough to substantiate that 4th element. Count 7 and 8, receipt of child pornography. After this, we got one more. It says defendants Robert Kelly and Derek McDavid. Count 7 and 8 charge the defendant Robert Kelly and Derek McDavid with the receipt of child pornography. In order for you to find a defendant guilty of this charge, the government must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant knowingly received a video or videos identified in the particular count you are considering. 2, the video or videos contain child pornography. 3, the defendant knew both the video or videos depicted a minor and that the minor was engaged in sexually explicit conduct. And 4, the video or videos were mailed, shipped, or transported in interstate or foreign commerce by any means. If you find from your consideration of all the evidence the government has proved each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to a particular defendant and count you are considering, then you should find that defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you find from your consideration of all the evidence that the government has failed to prove any of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to a particular defendant and count you are considering, then you should find that defendant not guilty. For the purposes of count 6, 7, and 8, the term minor means a person under the age of 18. Remember, government consent. For purposes of count 7 and 8, any person who knowingly aids, conceals, commands, induces, or procures the commission of any offense may be found guilty of that offense if he knowingly participated in the criminal activity and tried to make it succeed. So, right there, Derek McDavid did a good job getting all of them out of it, because that was a very good challenge to that. So we're glad we got these instructions so we really know what the hell happened, okay? So we got, he was found guilty of, he wasn't found guilty of 13, so. Well, okay, what he got? He got 1, 2, and 3. What did he get? 1, 2, and 3. 9, 10, and 12. Okay, so I'm reading this for enticement. I'm reading this for 9, 10, and 12. All right. Enticement of Jane, Neal, Pauline, Brittany. Counts 9, 10, 12, and 13. Defendant Robert Kelly. Counts 9, 10, 12, and 13. Charged defendant Robert Kelly with enticement of Jane, Neal, Pauline, and Brittany to engage in sexual activity. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the government must prove each of the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. See, okay, go ahead. The defendant used a facility or means of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, entice, or coerce Jane, Neal, Pauline, and Brittany to engage in sexual activity as charged in counts 9, 10, 12, and 13. 2. Jane, Neal, Pauline, and Brittany were at least 18 years of age. 3. The defendant believed that Jane, Neal, Pauline, and Brittany were less than the years of 18 years of age. So that goes to his intent and his knowledge and all of that, right? But plays in together. 4. If the sexual activity had occurred, the defendant would have committed the criminal offense of aggravated criminal sexual abuse as defined in the following instruction. If you find from your consideration of the evidence that the government has proved each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt as to a particular count you are considering, then you should find the defendant guilty of that count. If, on the other hand, you find from your consideration of the evidence that the government has failed to prove any of these elements beyond reasonable doubt as to the particular count you are considering, then you should find the defendant not guilty of that count. For purposes of count 9, 10, 12, and 13, a person commits aggravated criminal sexual abuse if that person commits an act of sexual penetration or sexual conduct with the victim who is at least 13 years of age but under 17 years of age, and the person is 5 years older than the victim. So right now, you know, they're using Illinois law as the binding authority. Remember, I told you it should show up in the indictments. It's showing up in the instruction. Okay. Sexual conduct is defined as any intentional or knowing touching or fondling by the victim or the accused, either directly or through clothing of the sex organs, anus, or breasts of the victim or the accused, or any transfer or transmission of semen by the accused upon any part of the clothed or unclothed body of the victim for the purpose of sexual gratification or arousal of the victim or the accused. Any facility or means of interstate or foreign commerce includes a landline or cellular phone, and we went over that. A person who makes or receives a telephone call or using a landline or cellular telephone uses a facility or means of interstate commerce. So right here, this must be doing with the induce. Okay, yeah, so I read it. So that's the induce, entice, coerce part, using the phone. And so I said, hold on. Oh, I can't remember. I said 9, 10, and 13. So, okay. All right. So, enough of that. That one long. We got through that. Woo, we got through that. We got through all of that, honey. Let me get a shout out to my boy Double R. That's what all I call everybody. I know Larry Double R, because that's what they double R's. Well, I highlight some of y'all comments.
Well, in just about 15 seconds from now, it'll be 1990. We're gathered down below as we say goodbye to 1989. The ball is moving, the crowd sees it, you can hear them. Okay. than you ever hear them. They know when it hits the bottom, it'll be 1990 goodbye to the 80s. Happy New Year!
Hey!
I just don't know why. Hating hoes ain't happy, and happy hoes ain't hate. Better check the situation. I can fix your situation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I cut them bitches off when the ball drop. New year, new money, then the call drop. New year, new money, let them guns drop. Cut them niggas off when the ball drop. Cause them real niggas ain't hate. And them hating niggas ain't real. And baby, I can help the situation. No time smoking medication. This the new year resolution. We gotta be the winners cause the rest is losing. I told them get money, that's the best solution. When you do, wear your rocket like you rest in Houston. When niggas stole my style, I ain't stressed the boost. It's time to make more money, less excuses. My old bitch on death row, it's time for execution. My new bitch is badass, she the best since boost. Like whoa, 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 I just don't know why. 12 o'clock, then the call drop. Cut them niggas off when the ball drop. Young boy, head in the song top. Young shots ain't ringing, you can't call shots. Mix of white and brown on the corner strap. Might be the next Mike Brown. We rolling that V, running on the lane. 3-quarter man, in the top off line. Niggas scared to play it like Jeff. Rich and Meth, hoping that the time hella die. Scramble like the dope fiend. Keep your head up like your nose bleed. My right hand got 30 on his left arm. On that left lane, nigga with a bitch form. And I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Whoa. When that hate don't work, they start telling lies. Baby, work, long, bust a wide. It's that new money that drugs drop. Call bitch off when the ball drops. I just don't know why. Hating hoes ain't happy, and happy hoes ain't hate. Better check the situation. I can fix your situation. Whoa. I cut them bitches off when the ball drop. New year, new money, then the call drop. New year, new money, let them guns drop. Cut them niggas off when the ball drop. Cause them real niggas ain't hate. And them hating niggas ain't real. And baby, I can help the situation. No time smoking medication. Cutting off hoes when the ball drop. Riding with my woes till the casket drop. Quiet for you suckers, head pin drop. I'll buy this motherfucker like the price drop. Shorty back it up, let the ass drop. Mommy killing them, tie the teardrop. Bitch, I'm on fire, need to stop, drop. Nigga, this the flow, they got your artist drop. Heard he was a rat, heard he gun drop. Hit him in the head, watch the body drop. Dollars coming down like raindrops. New year, new money, nigga, ball drop. Whoa.
Yes, what's good with it? Shouts out to Larry. Let me speak to some more people that came in this building. Hey, Samantha Nicole. I don't know if I got Miss Lady T. Hey, Miss Lady T, if you still in here. Miss Lady T Dixon, the notorious link hitter. She'll hit any link in the building. She don't give a damn where she at. She can be on the rockin' countryside. If there's a link, Miss Lady T gonna hit it. She's gonna hit the link. She's gonna hit it. Yeah, she's gonna hit the link. Mo, what's good with it? What's good with it? Hey, Elvira Ward, what's good? What's good? Mo must be new to half dead. Maybe coming up. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord, they got another piece of paper that came through. Let me see what this old ass man to put in. Hold on. I was so sick of his ass. Shit. What is this? Oh, damn. They work fast. Half dead. Hold on, half dead. Oh, we gonna get to the shit. Hold on. But business first. We're gonna take care of the shit that pays us. Yes, and we got shouts outs and all kinds of shit going on today. I'm building him up. Sure. Hold on, let me see this old ass. They done put something in. Hold on. Who was this? 341. Illinois. Why it ain't here yet? Okay. Why is it in here but it ain't in here? Okay, I see it on my phone, but I don't see it in here. Okay, one page. It says, okay, well, maybe, hold on. Maybe it ain't got to. Well, I got it. But let me tell you what it says. It's another minute entry about old ass. It says the government having no objection, motion filed by defendant Derek McDavid to exonerating the real property that was posted to secure his bond. Okay, so it's on Derek McDavid. So don't wonder. Okay, Derek McDavid just wanted his money back for posting his bond and shit. He want his money back. Okay. And they have no objection to giving it to him. So Derek McDavid should get his money back. That is what that was about. Derek McDavid wants his money. Hey. Girl, you know I'm preaching. So, oh boy. Okay, hold on. Yes, half dead. You may enter the building. All right. Half dead may enter the building, child. Yes, so half dead is here. Well, yeah, I can take the question mark off the name because, you know, ain't no question. She here today. She come to talk too. Yes. Hey, peace in the puzzle. Yeah, shalom and all of that. Yeah, baby. I don't know if this gonna be a shalom moment. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work out. Yes, honey. It was so much I had to cover today, honey. We done knocked out the legal part in 2011. So shouts out to everybody. Hope everybody get understanding with all the business before we get to the shit that don't pay us. We got to the business that pays us zero and the shit that pays us -0. Everybody got the business out the way. Y'all got air so y'all can be able to go. You know, I know some of y'all don't be wanting to get into it or whatever. I get that. But as long as you know that how it works, as long as you know all the shit, all the steps and whatever. Let me go ahead and before I get into the fuck shit, I will go ahead and drop the link just in case I come across anybody who have a problem of what I'm saying, or anybody have a question or whatever what I've already said. You know, we have the strong crew in here today. The strong crew, y'all know how I do. You know what? I sounded like I was getting into like the Tina Turner and Ike. This is how we do it. Creedence Clearwater, Proud Mary. The fuck? Yeah, Joyce, let me go and save your job because you in here going back and forth. Let me go and save your job real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go and save your job real quick. Oh, man. All right, peace and save your job. Baby, I had to blow them up with y'all going back and forth, baby. I know after a while it'd be a rent somewhere throwing somebody back. Lord have mercy. Save your job. Y'all crazy. That's why I'm getting the chat business, girl. I said, I'm gonna look on and see something like, oh, hell. Let me go talk about something else. But yeah, so say your job right here, baby. Get you in your ass on it around here. Ooh, they describe this as Middle East. Yeah, so you know, you have some people. We're gonna get to a lot of shit today, because even when I'm not him, motherfuckers fucking with me, whatever, talking about. My God damn. Like, what is the whole situation? I got to be the cause of. I got more surviving Angie, goddamn episodes than R. Kelly. I got a I hate Angie secretly, directly or indirectly channel that's rising. Oh shit. I'm like, well, goddamn. Oh, I'm like, ooh. Then then I got my share of the motherfucking nutcases right here. Lord have mercy. It's just, oh, Jesus. It's just, here come the man of the hour. He must be heard. I talked about his ass. I talked about your ass a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. I was listening.
You was listening. What's good with it?
Hey, how you doing? I don't really like to come in without my point, man. You know, I need backup when I come over here with all these, because this is our channel by Angie. That means terrorists at all are invited. So, no, hey. That's why I like to have JoJo, my point man. I like to have JoJo around now. If you hear JoJo, come on in.
Now, JoJo out riding and talking. But what I was going to say, yeah, he called. Yesterday he said, yeah, I'm name your shit Middle East. That's the Middle East over there. It's rough over there.
Fine. Yeah, so JoJo, you listening, come on in now. I need my point man. Just, when you running from one in war, you got to run from here to here. You say, yeah, cover me. Why you cover me? Why you break running now? Dealing with these people. But, I came on to say that I don't understand why my assessment as it pertains to the Lifetime docuseries, from my vantage point, prompting these investigations against my cousin, I don't understand why it's so controversial. Last night on Larry's show, when I made that statement once again, Miss Savage, with all due respect, Joycelyn Savage's mom says, well, we were in contact with, we were contacting, I don't want to lie on her. She basically said something to the effect that we were basically in contact with or filing complaints way before the Lifetime docuseries.
Right.
And that's fine. But, we cannot disagree with the chronological realities of what actually took place. And I think the reason why, I was listening to you, Ms. Walker, and this is why I refer to you as an idealist, because when it comes, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. When it comes to our Justice Department in America, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. The thought that they would actually go in and construct indictments, assemble grand juries against an American citizen, especially someone of note like Robert Kelly, based on a theatrical piece, a theatrical documentary that when you revisit that documentary, you find out like 80% of everything in there were outright lies, and you find that the black editing board, certain members of the editing board who were African Americans, they signed off at the end and said, no, they were in absolute disagreement with what those white folk at Lifetime was doing in them smoke-filled rooms up top, as they collected all of the interviews from the alleged accusers. And I would bet everything that I have that those editors, keep in mind, these are the editors. Their job is to go in after everything has been laid out, and to basically clip and cut, allowing those things that may have been contradictory, those statements that were contradictions, and the inconsistencies that those whom they interviewed, they would normally include some of those things in there, allowing the viewing audience and the public to say, wait a minute, but she said this earlier. However, when you craft a theatrical piece to the point where you're cutting out all contradictions, all inconsistencies, and you're taking words and you're clipping them and you're cutting them, and you're not challenging the people who are speaking to that you're speaking with, and even when you challenge them, they lie to you. But later on, because Sparkle said that they interviewed her for over 6 hours, but later on you discover that they're lying. Those black editors who should have been called to New York to testify, they said we cannot go along with this, and they all were made to sign NDAs. So I'm speculating right now, because they're not, they were paid the money by those white folk at Lifetime and said, go, keep your mouth shut, here's your money, get out of here, because we're about to lynch this nigga, period. That's what happened. So I would guarantee you, if those editors, those black editors, were called to testify under oath, they would say just that no, ethically and morally, we could not go along with that, with them fashioning this documentary in such a way where they cut out all of the lies and inconsistencies. And even when those who were giving statements were caught in their lies, they allowed them to stay on and for money and for shock value. So now I say all that to say that what makes this dangerous, Ms. Walker, as someone who is an officer of the court and someone who has faith in the United States system of jurisprudence, the justice system, and our Constitution, and that's fine. What makes it dangerous is that when you have a social political movement like Me Too, And now you have a media machine that is willing to serve as that social political movement's propaganda wing. And now they target, you have this LBGT based movement set up by white feminists using black women as their front, but their real objective and their real hatred is directed towards male female relationships, procreation, and the conventional way of our society engaging in relationships and sex. They're opposed to that, but they use these black women as a front, right? So you have that going on. Then you have some media conglomerate like Lifetime, who is able to say, "Hey, shit, we will do the commercial aspect of this." When I'm gonna give you an example, Ms. Walker, and excuse me for talking so long.
Oh, go ahead. You know, man.
When Public Enemy, NWA, when those rappers started bucking up against the system, saying "After police" and talking about white folks, you had Ice Cube. One of his songs, "No Vaseline," he says in the song, and we all rock to them songs, man. We all was drinking 40 ounces on Belle Isle and sitting on the porch. We loved, that was the best era of hip hop.
Yes.
And oh, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful time. It was a beautiful time. So here we are riding down the street, and in my city, we hitting 7 Mile to Belle Isle, and we're listening to revolutionary rap. We're listening to gangster rap, which has social commentary that is revolutionary. In other words, we're growing as we drink our 40s, as we hang out. So many black lives were saved because after listening to Public Enemy, after listening to NWA, after listening to Ice Cube, you feel me? A lot of black people, black guys were like, shit, I'm not going to find myself in this white man system. Ice Cube did that classic, beautiful album. I was listening to it the other day, the Death Certificate, the life side and the death side. And he gives both sides. Beautiful work of art. And I want to show y'all something. In the song "No Vaseline," Ice Cube goes off on Eazy-E, Dr. Dre, MC Yella, and Rand.
Here's what they think about you.
Oh, he goes off and he says, you can't be the nigga for life crew with a white Jew telling you what to do. Get rid of that devil real simple. Put a bullet in his temple. That's when rap music was the real shit. Ice Cube was telling niggas, y'all living with the whites, one big house. Y'all to move to the suburbs and shit, talking about y'all gangsters and all that. Man. So you fast forward. I'm riding, listening to the same song with my baby when she was about 12 years old. And I'm listening to the song. And that part of the song is, you can't be the nigga for life crew with a white, that part with a white Jew telling you what to do was cut out. And I'm saying to my baby, wow, they cut that part out. You can talk about killing niggas all day in these songs. Now with the advent of drill rap and all they talk about is killing each other. But you make one song talking about harming them, harming a gay person, a Jewish person, which I don't advocate. You make one song talking about harming them, and your career is over. Your songs are taken off the radio. They believe in pulling up the weed before it grows into a tree. They're gonna stop it at the front. So I say that to say that tells you the power. It tells you the power of the propagandists. It tells you the power of the media. It tells you how it's able to incite people. It tells you the influence that these songs and reality shows have on the American public. So, the Lifetime docuseries, without a doubt, if you look at it from a historical, chronological perspective, and you're honest, I'm not saying you're being dishonest, no one can deny that it was that docuseries, which was a wickedly great piece of work. It was masterful. I knew it was masterful when people would call me. I got 50 calls the next day. Some of the people would call me crying, saying, I didn't know your cousin was like that. A couple of females that I'm very close with called me in tears. I didn't know that. And I said to them, go back and look. What are you talking about? Go back and listen to the music that they played. Go back and look at how every time they showed him, he was in a menacing look, holding his crotch on stage and smoke coming from his nose. Go back and look at the theatrical propaganda style layout, and then come back to me and tell me he's a monster. These people can make anyone a monster. Anyone, because they understand marketing. They understand what JoJo talks about, the psychological machination, that which pulls at the heartstrings of an individual. These are masterful people. I'm a grown-ass man, a big black nigga. Let me say this. I'm a big black grown-ass man, raised, born, bred in the hood. Back when I was outside about that life, I took my girl to see Ghost with Patrick Swayze. Remember Ghost, Ms. Walker?
Yeah.
With Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, I remember.
When Patrick Swayze died and his ghost came back to Demi Moore and he was sitting there, they put that music on in the movie theater. I had my right arm around my girl watching it. And when when that damn music hit and Patrick Swayze was there crying, looking at the woman, I said, oh shit. I said, I know I'm not about to cry.
Oh no.
Listen to me. I said, oh shit. Because I was into the movie. And I tears started to roll down my face, right? So I'm sitting next to my girl, the movie theater quiet as hell. And they put that music on. And he looking at her. And I took my right arm. I remember I had the popcorn in my lap. I said, maybe if I move my right arm, like I'm going for the popcorn, I could wipe the tears off my face before she see me. I went to wipe my tears. She turned in the movie theater. She said, you crying? She said, oh shit, you crying? The whole movie theater started laughing because I was up in there crying because of the music, the theatrics. These people get paid millions of dollars that do these scores for these movies. These people, I guarantee each and every one of you, try this. Walk up in any funeral that you see. If you see a funeral, just go on up in there and go to the funeral. You don't know the people at the funeral. You don't know the deceased. You don't know nobody. Once you walk up in that church and there's a funeral and that choir starts singing, going to my Lord. They start playing them sad songs.
Yes.
I'm going home.
Yeah. When they sing my eyes on the prayer, I'm about done.
You about to start.
You know, like when you go to the funeral of like a somebody that you ain't even really work closely with, you just know them in passing. They done let y'all to go to their funeral. they saying that what is his eyes on the sparrow? Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm in that crying like I'm on them. They gotta console me. Like,
hey, Miss Walker. Miss
coming
Ward,
now.
they start singing about over yonder, right? Over yonder.
Yeah. You be jumping up and shaking and trembling. I ain't got
You'll
time for
be
that.
jumping up and it's sad. You don't even know the person like that.
You don't know them like that. Yeah. I don't say no sad songs. I don't like that.
It's music, and it's the power of music. And while we pay attention to the melodies and that part of the essence of music, these white folk study everything. They know the chords to hit. They know what notes to hit. You sit up in a movie theater doing the previews of another movie, and you'll see the flowery. You know, we've done it. You've been in a movie theater, there's a preview coming on from another movie, and a couple moves into a neighborhood. They be like, "Hey, welcome to the neighborhood." The music be dun, 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 dun. And then the people they move next door to are killers. And she's in the shower and they peeking through and you're you feel me? They might like, oh shit.
Mhm.
You feel me? It's emotion control. They know how to do it. So with our Kelly people, that music alone would have made each and every one of us, if you didn't know him personally, think he was the biggest monster. How they depicted it, oh man, they did an excellent wicked job. They did. So what's the problem? I said that documentary, Miss Walker, is what prompted. It was the catalyst. That documentary caused the Justice Department to bring forth these cases, these indictments. And in doing so, everything was brought due to public pressure. What the Fed's gonna do about this? What y'all gonna do about this? And I think in our heart of hearts, we know that is not the way it's supposed to go in America. And I'll be quiet and listen to you.
Okay. All right. I'll call you back. Bye. Yeah, my daughter called in. So, but listen. Okay. I don't understand what is the problem, Levi? Why we are not, because I'm saying what you say, but I'm just giving you the steps. And I'm agreeing with you when we get to your step. So what are we not getting?
The disconnect between you and I is this. You don't seem to recognize the danger of a justice system that is part and parcel.
I'm glad you said that. Go ahead.
That's right. That is part and parcel of the quote unquote greatest country that's ever dawned the planet. And America is that. It is wickedly great in some ways and great in some ways. So when you have a Justice Department that moves to the dictates of white folk in Hollywood and social political movements, and all of a sudden you'll see a movement surface saying it's all right to sleep with kids. I'm telling you, this is how they do it. And then us as black folk, we just following behind them. Shit, that we do. They can say anything they say is right. We say is right. So where you and I part ways in this conversation is that's a serious thing. Is it illegal? Not at all. But it's un-American and it's unconstitutional from my vantage point. That let me put it to you this way, Ms. Walker. Every prosecution in America, at its inception, from the time what you talked about earlier, from the time it starts to end, beginning to end, it is supposed to be a thorough process without any outside influences. Do you agree with that?
No.
Ooh. Explain that to me.
Yeah, we're gonna explain that. I'm gonna explain it to you. Hold on, because I'm with you. I gotta get my pen. And this ain't. I don't do this for everybody. I don't get no pen. Well, I gotta get a pen and a piece of paper. Got to get your ass, because we're gonna get to the bottom of this today. Tonight, we're gonna get this shit right tonight. And my
Yes,
goal there are Superfly boys.
let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, look
Jojo,
at
I
my
need your help. Jojo, come on in. I need the backup. Go
bad
ahead. Go ahead.
signal, the bad signal. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Got the document now. Okay. Now, reason why I don't believe what you say for when you say outside influences, and the reason why, because I have to ask you a question. When you say outside influence, are you saying that there should be nothing whatsoever that influence the justice system, from like something that may be illegal or something that is not tested on merits that influence the justice system? Or are you talking about the justice system should just start at a certain point, be sterile all the way through? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there should not be anything uh, uh, in an infectious sense that is able to infect the process. Listen, that has anything to do with a witch hunt or mob rule. You follow me?
Right. Okay, I got you. All right. Now, and with that, then yeah, I agree with you.
Thank
Because
you.
when you say the influences, because there's a lot of stuff that influence our legal, procedure and process and all that. So okay, yeah, we go through that. Yeah, in anything that isn't based on merit, anything that is based on some dirty dealings and what you say mob like pressure from the now. But here's the thing, like now, here's the problem. When you say mob pressure as societal pressure, I'll just name it like that. Because there's a lot of things in the society that pressured the law that turned out to be good. Okay. So I can't take that off the board. If you're saying something like, you know, just take this situation with R. Kelly off the mark, right? Just say we have somebody that's selling illegal guns that kids are getting hold to them. They selling them here, there, wherever, at this flea markets and stuff like that. Flea markets aren't being regulated. IDs aren't being checked, or background checks aren't being performed, or whatever. These kids know where to go get all these guns and things of that nature. Then the societal pressure kicks in, and then that's something that's positively should influence the law, in my opinion, because
Yeah.
that's a danger. So I'm saying anything that would be considered a danger, and it's influenced by societal pressure that makes the laws kick in, get Congress ears, everybody get to working, and yes, we see all the white people come together on the floor and do all that voting shit, whatever, then I think that is a positive thing. That is just my opinion. I think that's a positive thing. If it's a danger, it should go, because when community, some people often think that community only means community of blacks, community of where you live, and community of like that. Community could be this world. It's got to be safe for this world, this United States, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
if it got to be, if it's, to me, it's just safety over anything, over favoritism. I don't care if it's my child. If she out there being unsafe, she got to go.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it works. Now, I'm glad. Now, see, Levi, you call me an idealist, and I'm not. And I don't know if you ever. And then this is crazy, and this is why it really, you know, uh, burns the left side of my goddamn knee, because I said a long time ago, before I even had said a word to you, I said Levi's the type of person that I could tell my story to. Story that people won't in a book. I could tell my story to. I could tell how my family structure is on both sides. Tell him all these different things, whatever. And he'll understand me. Not even ever met me or whatever. He'll understand me, and he won't judge me wrong, and he'll just accept it. But okay, I get it. I get. Now I'm not crazy. No, I ain't definitely ain't no shit like that. But you'll understand, why just like how people move the way they move, it's a reason behind it. I move the way I move, is the reason behind it. And I said, and everybody have a story, is the reason why they move the way they move, have they, their ideals, the way they think, what they believe in, their principles, their character, and whatever. You don't understand that. I said Levi would be the only person, because it's kind of complicated, and you'll be like, huh? And of course they have to show you so you can believe it. I had to show JoJo, like I had to show him for him to believe it. I had to show him, like, what? Yes, it's like this. So yeah, so and where, let me tell you something. I'm so far from being idolist. What happened to Levi? Oh Lord, he got to hit the link. I pinned the link up there, Levi. I don't left him, but he done left. But I'm so far from being an idealist to it is unbelievable. I got you. I will. Know what? I click on some of these until, okay, there go Levi. Levi, get your phone together.
I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay. So, me myself, because I know that as far as the legal system, it's the best we got in the world. Does it work all the time? No. Does it work most of the time in the right way? Yeah. Does it work when they make a mistake and they go to correct it? Do they do it half of the time, in the correct way? Now, I believe that because I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of breaks my family has gotten that you could probably say it probably shouldn't have or whatever, but because of different things, because politics always plays part in the legal system. That's not a person that's an idealist that would say that. No, politics plays a part. So does other things. Part of politics is who you know. You know what I'm saying? I could tell you when I was going through my ordeal with Mr. Walker, whose family is deeply rooted in the police. I'm still in school, in law school. When we had our situations and stuff like that, cutting up, carrying on, or whatever, call the cops. He gets out there, name drop. Who they come now? At that point, he was 6'4", 175 pounds. I ain't no lightweight.
Right.
So I'm gonna get with you. So sometimes he might show. It might look like he got the worst end of the deal, or whatever, because I'm not playing with you. I'm coming with force, and I'm coming with force. You probably gonna leak. So, but if you show out there, come out there, show out there leaking, and you got black eyes and a bloody mouth, all that type of stuff, tell the part about what you did. Tell the whole story. That's why I be hating people to come out and tell half the story. Don't tell the part that you think gonna be conviction upon me. Tell what you did to get there. Tell the whole thing. It don't be me be one trying to run my mouth. But if you want to, okay, then tell the whole goddamn thing. Or don't say shit. Get your ass up. So he goes out there, name drop. This is what I'm thinking. That's because I'm looking. Like, what the hell? They always come in and immediately. I'm not always one getting threatened. Now you already know. Then he and I say he goes and tell my father's side of the family, oh my gosh, I immediately needs to be locked up or whatever. And it got to the point where I had the so happened I was intern at the state's attorney's office. So thank God I had those good white people. We're like, And so, and we always seem like to me we cut up on the 3 to 11 shift. I don't know how this works out. It was always 3 to 11 shift with these two niggas, cops. So already I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a not a disgruntled lawyer, but one that definitely didn't want to be one. I did everything else but, you know, do that. I used the paperwork for what I needed to use it for, but I went with all that. So anyway, you know, so in the last bouts, I told them to send me white cops. And then white cops came and, you know, and they handle business.
Right.
Thing about it is, I didn't want to, you know, I just didn't want to go through with it. And they took it up. The state took it up
Right.
without me. So all them niggas would come do is fix the door, the heat done kicked in,
Right.
all that shit. They wouldn't do nothing and threaten me. But I put your hand on one time, you're going on down there. You're going on down.
Right. Right. Right.
So no. So if you think I think the law work like believe, but I just know that is the best system we have. You have to
Yes.
navigate the best way you can to get the best results. You know, I do
Yes.
know that. I do know that I got favored when hell I'm shit. Well, I was 19 and then damn near killed that girl. I
Right.
got favored for that.
Right.
So I know how it works. My ass
Right.
should be just now getting out.
Right.
I should be just now getting out, you know.
Right.
But you know, and it was so crazy. All they asked her, you know, she said she declined to press charge. And I called one time. I ain't tell nobody exactly which one. I tell you, I ain't go over till I had the conversation with her on the phone about what happened between us. We ain't really never talked about it. But we cool, and you know, I called her one time online or whatever to say what's up, to check on her because she had lost her sister, whatever, and we cool. But you know, she declined to, and what they did, all they did was canvass the, you know, and of course my family had something to do, you know, they knew my family, but because the mayor used to be my father's attorney for the longest, the mayor. So they asked them to canvass the neighborhood. They got references on both of us. They found out that she was a bully. They found out that I wasn't, but we were both in gangs. And, you know, me being a good person, going to school, whatever doing I supposed to do, got me off. We went, and then actually we went down to the state's attorney's office in the same car together with both our parents.
Mm-hmm.
And she declined to press charges, and she had Medicaid, and because she had a baby in school, so she had Medicaid. So in Medicaid paid the bill. I ain't even had to pay no bill or nothing. And we rode the fuck back home. No fine or nothing. So yeah. So no, so trust me. Please don't think that I'm just straight about the law, whatever. But I have to be, I know that when it comes to a legal situation, that's what is keeping them. That's what they're being processed by the law. I can't abandon that.
Yes.
Because that's the same thing that's going to free them.
Yes.
The same legal procedures, the same legal principles. So the same, the techniques and the technical side of the law process, that's going to keep them there or free them. Well, it don't matter who it is, even if it's my black ass. Well, you know, and then of course you got the politics that kicks in. You know, I've been a victim of identity theft. 3 victims, 1 idiot. She was all over the place with our shit.
Right.
And I didn't get not 1 dime. She didn't do not 1 day in jail or none of that. And we were the one that had to get that stuff straight. I still got stuff all crossed up with that crazy ass woman coming up under my name, all that type of shit. You know, it's crazy. So no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is somebody that done work, did service for the community. You know what I'm saying? Service meaning in the legal profession and otherwise. So no, so please don't think that you know, I'll be looking at some of my family members. I'm like, y'all should still be in jail.
Exactly. I get it. And I know that you've been very fair in your analysis. And however, I will hit you with a quote from President Reagan that I live by. And that was, or is, trust but verify.
Yep.
That's in relationships, when it comes to law, whatever. Trust but verify, which sounds oxymoronic. It sounds like a contradiction, but is not. You can trust,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time verify. And let me say this: I wouldn't even listen. Chances are I would not have even started Levi for Cali to advocate for my cousin if Jane and her parents, one of them, woke up in the middle of the night and made their way to the police station and said, you know what, in 2008 we lied. I view that as a legitimate complaint. But when you're dealing with these people and you have a situation where what I call and will continue to refer to it as overzealous prosecution fueled by public pressure, I have a problem with that because it tells me because your approach initially was unethical, that you were basically marching to the beat of the Lifetime drum. It's like this, man. As a black man, we've all experienced racial profiling. And one thing for sure, in a black man's mind, shit, if you'll profile me and pull me over for no reason, but damn sure you'll plant a gun on me. What wouldn't you do? So I'm not totally blaming the Justice Department for sparking this because of Lifetime. I'm very skeptical concerning everything because it started out, I feel, the wrong way. I believe it was a rush to judgment. And when you look at that, verdict in Chicago, from my vantage point, you tell me what you think. It confirms to me that there was no RICO. Would you say that verdict in Chicago was indicative of the fact that the jury was saying that no, we can't fault them for what R. Kelly did. He's one entity. He's one individual. He's one citizen. So I'm not going to fault. What do you think about that?
Well, now, RICOs are predicated is based on certain things, right? Certain requirements and whatever, right?
Yes.
So to me, there couldn't have been a RICO in Illinois. So so when I've heard other people bring up like the RICO factor or whatever. There was a RICO in New York because there were a set of circumstances that fit the criteria to bring a RICO. You had to have a predicate act and all of that, and to create a RICO for New York, right? But for Illinois, it was something totally different. They went after sexual what was it, sexual abuse or whatever, sexual exploitation or whatever, which was totally different. Now, if you're talking about RICO with regards to McDavid and Milton Brown and all those people, if one could have been placed there, as I look at it, I mean, I guess if they had all the requirements for RICO, one could have been placed, but probably couldn't, because I don't think they would have met the criteria to bring a RICO. Was there a conspiracy as far as a whole bunch of people working together, which is like a overshadowing element of the RICO? But was there a conspiracy of people working together for R. Kelly to do this, that, and the third? Okay.
Yes.
So for Illinois, I thought just because of the elements itself, I thought that they proved that, right? Here's the thing. Because of the evidence, all right? Just because of the evidence. And you look at, that's why we go over the jury instructions, whatever, because I want to show people how easy it is to convict somebody. It's not going to be about what we overall think or whatever. But I knew, and I kept telling him, but I don't think I don't think they're going to get it. Here's why. And this was before he even took the stand. Here's why. Before McDavid took the stand. Because of those other people, they got up there, and right then, they started opening reasonable doubt. They got all these shady characters. And you got all these people. Well, maybe I was 17. Maybe I was 18. Maybe I wasn't. You got all you people, you listening to all the people listening to all of that. That reason, the human nature plays a big part in reasonable doubt. Because, and another thing about me with the law, I think you're guilty until proven innocent. I think that that's not with the law. That's with anybody. Any man, and you come with that bullshit, I think you're already guilty to listen, till I find you innocent. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just backwards that way. So,
most people think like that, really.
Yeah, I think your ass is guilty until I find out your ass is innocent.
Right.
But when the white guy before the white guy got on the stand, as well, I kept going with that Twitter, and every time I got to the conspiracy portion of it, I kept telling the people, if anybody was in here and anybody can verify, I said, I don't think they're gonna make that conspiracy charge. I don't think they're gonna make that stick, because it's too much of contradiction, too much of dirty players. Then you got the dead people. When I saw the dead man, I knew McDavid. I knew that was gonna be an extra one of his blaming on the dead man, because the dead man can't talk.
Right.
So it was advantageous for him to get on that stand and save all their ass, because that's what white man did. He got on there. They see a white man. Then he got two slick at the mouth ass attorneys.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That wasn't playing. One wasn't fucking the junk, okay? They wasn't playing. They wasn't janky or nothing. They came with it, do that paperwork and whatever. I was like, yes, this is what I'm talking about. See, I like that fight back,
Yes. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Yes, I like that fight back. Let's come on with it. And then you got Mary Judge, the black attorney. Even though she was a federal defender, aka public defender, let me tell you something. That girl knew when to talk and when to shut the fuck up. Let the white people handle it.
Yes.
Okay, let the white man handle it. I ain't finna get up here and mess it up. So, but it was a well orchestrated game plan, right?
Right.
But so he gets up there, then he just blow the lid off of the reasonable doubt, because like I told him, and I don't know who was up here. I said the night before, I said, now listen, tomorrow they better need to be start asking for some questions. That'll let me know right then what is going on. They done made a decision on the other counts. They got some questions about whatever. And sure enough, the next day they asked whatever. I said, okay, they done made a decision on the other counts. They just got to hang up. They got a question about whatever they asking about, and then shortly we got the verdict, which was how I thought it was gonna play out. So, but see, but you sometimes speak as an autonomous, right? Because you kind of separate from the law. You know what I'm saying? You kind of and it's based on your theory. Your theory in how you conceptualize the stuff that happened. And I'm glad that, and shouts out to Miss Savage coming on and reaffirming what I already thought. I don't know when or whatever happened, but I just know this is how I laid it out.
I understand.
I was talking about earlier. That's how it works in house. Now let me tell you, with regard to surviving R. Kelly, the cops know that those documents, even if it says based on a true story, the claims have been verified as true and accurate. This is somebody telling their story, so we should accept it. If law enforcement pulls from books, any type of theatrical presentation, any type of bullshit like that, you always, I don't care if somebody coming in and knocking on the door, I need to make a report or whatever, you always are going to investigate to get turn up evidence, investigate for the truthfulness. and do whatever examinations you have to do, studies you have to do on that person that's coming in and all of that to see. And you have to gather that before somebody say go. That means somebody gonna sign off for it. When you take it to your boss in there, they're gonna sign off for us. Okay, we finna get it going. They're not gonna just sit up there and just say, that's what I'm saying. So I'm glad she came in. She said if they had made those allegations
But
or surviving R. Kelly.
you cannot use her to add credence to your position because
Yes,
I'm gonna
I
tell you
told
why.
you that.
Let me tell you why you cannot. She only adds credence to my position because she said years before Lifetime they were complaining, but you don't see now mention of her daughter or them in any court filings. So that in and of itself shows that according to the measuring stick of the Justice Department, those and that which they were complaining about as it pertains to any criminal acts against their daughter from my cousin, they did not find any wrongdoing or acts.
Oh yes, baby.
No, come on now, let's be real.
Yes, I'm glad you here, baby. Cut that phone off, put it on the charger, and get that dog some little tricks and put that bike up, baby, because you're gonna be here in a minute. Oh my goodness, I like talking to Levi. No, listen, let me tell you. So here's another part of it. After a while, you're gonna be able to get your bag and just go on and figure out the internal processes. So this is what happens with regards to, what were they gonna charge him for Jocelyn for? She's already of age, and if they, talk to her or whatever, and it seemed like they couldn't do that. Was she gonna be able to say I've been abused or whatever? That's the only thing that they could have got her for. Got him for is abuse or whatever, and she would have had to cooperate. She would have damn near had to, unless they just went on a whim and added her in there for, but you got to see where was the abuse? Did she, have those the ailment? Was she being physically abused? Because you definitely could put physical abuse upon the sexual abuse, but not the other way around. You can so that at that point you start going down the line to see with charging. What can you be charged for that person for? What could you be charged with? So most likely there was nothing. What I'm saying is, anytime somebody keeps going on there and complaining and making complaints and inquiry, I'm telling you, opens up a file. Somebody is taking those leads. Somebody's out there working them here and there, whatever, working them in, whatever. And when I'm trying to tell you, with surviving, let me tell you something. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me say this. With surviving R. Kelly, if nobody would have cooperated, then the indictment, maybe it would have gone out. It would have just had Azrael on there for that one time, because and then you got Aaliyah if they went back to find that. So, and they went back, they had to go, I guarantee they had to go back and go find that to put her in it to make that RICO fit, right?
Exactly.
And also give it the sympathy element. Okay,
right.
Got that. Because that's a name known, and everybody still love her, right? And it's a tragedy. So nobody participates. You got an indictment with just Azrael on that, in the. We're gonna leave it in the indictment with RICO, but it definitely won't be no RICO, because the rest of it, you won't have the rest of the people to fill it out, like Faith and all of them. Then you have Azrael in the Mann Act. You got an indictment with 3 people on there, and it's very thin. And just say Azrael just on there, but she's not participating. Now it gets thinner. Aaliyah is dead. That would have been a 50-50 chance with that if that indictment would have went forward, even with surviving and every other surviving that came afterwards. Now you got surviving and some people that say, yeah, I cooperate without immunity. Only one idiot got immunity, and he wasn't one of the accused. He wasn't one of the victim witnesses. Yes, that's an indictment with evidence. And if we can get evidence at those people, yes. But you're gonna have surviving and not have participation, and the indictment wouldn't look nothing like that if it would have went forward at all. What you say about that,
Ms. Walker? You just see, that's why I like talking to you, because you strengthen my points, because you being a formidable opponent and a thinking woman, it sharpens. That's how all my life I've been like that. I talk to people that got some damn sense, because it sharpens my skills. I don't talk to them. Hey, Ms. Walker, I don't sit around talking to those damn fools now. Listen, you just made my point.
Okay, how?
When you look at how minimal and minuscule as it pertains to what that sentence carries, of what, if he were in fact found guilty of what he was charged with concerning Aaliyah, it only confirms what I'm saying. And that is, which I said 3.5 years ago, that if you look at, or 3 years ago, if you look at the indictments, the New York indictment, the RICO, it reads damn near identical to the script of the Lifetime docuseries. So my question to you was Aaliyah mentioned in the Lifetime docuseries, yes or no?
I don't remember.
She was.
She was, okay.
Okay. So they threw that in there as their own version of a indictment, which was also a theatrical piece. You're going to put Aaliyah in there, because once you put Aaliyah in there, what does it do? It reminds the public, we doing this for Aaliyah too. He slept with Aaliyah, even though there are no, there aren't any evidentiary pieces of proof to confirm he did. It is, listen, Ms. Walker. What they did as it pertains to what I say, the legal circumvention of double jeopardy, the legal circumvention in Chicago, what they did in establishing that RICO in New York, what they did, what those prosecutors did in the courtroom, and their dedication and seriousness as it pertains to their objective, which was to lock my cousin up for the rest of his life and ultimately kill him. What Lifetime did, what they all did, they did an excellent job. They were on their jobs. Listen, they were on point. You can't take nothing away from them. They were not, the prosecutors were not on social media. The prosecutors were not sitting with bloggers and talking to the grown man and Team Truth and Oak Cove. Okay? The prosecutors were not forming relationships with inappropriate relationships with people, nor were they on court TV and continuing to try to be seen and lending themselves to the public. What they did was they established the charges, and they went in, and while R. Kelly's attorneys were forming relationships with baby killers and goddamn homeless people, while R. Kelly's attorneys were meeting with the grease-faced woman in the Carolinas and speaking on the phone all goddamn day to that snake in D.C., while his attorneys were colluding, allegedly, and or forming close relationships with individuals, goddamn strangers, who were motivated by social media, who has no goddamn knowledge of the law, I could have defended him better in that New York case, because I have knowledge of the law. Them niggas don't know nothing about the law. I heard one of them say the other day, what's the federal age for consent? What the fuck you mean in Illinois? What is the federal age of consent in Illinois? When you say federal, that's across the whole goddamn country. What do you mean? I said, wow. You understand? So
I do one on that too. I'm like, Lord,
like what?
Please, oh Lord, we're not going nowhere as a people. I done put in all this time.
My goodness.
I will correct the people. Please tell me it's 18.
My God. Hey, smoking weed in these dispensaries, and the passing of those bills and laws allowing states to allow its citizens to smoke weed and purchase weed, that's state by state. But federally, it's all illegal. I heard one of the federal authorities say, if we chose to, we can shut down every goddamn dispensary. If we chose to, we can kick indoors anybody smoking weed and arrest them. But they said we're only going to limit that to people who are growing it illegally. They have those drones. They fly over lands. And if they see people growing it illegally, that's when you see the feds step in. But I'll say it again. What can I say as that man's cousin when I saw his opposition, his enemies on point? Listen, and I saw those who were supposed to be, who say they were protecting him. I will say this to the day I die, Ms. Walker, I really believe in my heart, if you look at those 25, 30,000 pages of his case file and what, everything, the discovery, and you look at all of it, I believe, it's my opinion, allegedly, I guarantee you that his attorneys in a New York case didn't read half that shit. I guarantee you that those text messages, when Miss Bonjean revealed them, was a surprise to even them because they never saw it. They never looked at it. They missed it because they were too busy meeting with these goddamn despots on social media. And this is why, people, y'all can make fun of Levi. You can talk all that shit y'all want to talk about. He thought about his where your 50 something page report at. Where they laugh and joke about it, but guess what, people? What I put out there, my 50, which is now 80 some pages, damn near 100, is the only game in town because I cannot wait for Ms. Walker to go live and read the reports from, or the responses from, those attorney grievance boards. And if they come back, if one of them come back and say this was gross malfeasance, what I have been able to construct by God's will, grace, and mercy will be the only thing that my cousin will be able to hang his legal hat on, and other things that I'm not talking about. I don't tell my business. But they said, when you heard me, Ms. Walker, screaming at the top of my lungs, even on a grown man show, you heard me 2 years ago saying what these attorneys are doing by being in close association with individuals who are out here engaging in goddamn federal crimes. It produced the anonymous, partially anonymous sequester, whatever you want to call it. It produced that. It's in the court files. They used what those terrorists were doing to go to the court and say, we have to have an anonymous jury, sequestered jury. We must protect the identities of these jurors and the backup jurors. We listen to what they said, Ms. Walker. The prosecutor said, we don't even want his attorneys to know their identities. So what does that mean? What does that mean, people? That means if his attorneys know who they are, the people that they're dealing with, is a great possibility they'll tell them who they are, and they'll be put out their homes, doxxed, attacked, family members' pictures put up on social media, their pictures put up on social media, motherfuckers talking about sodomizing them and they goddamn kids, excuse me for swearing. The reign of terror that occurred during the R. Kelly prosecutions is unprecedented. It has never happened. I researched this stuff. It has never happened in the history of prosecutions in America, especially federal prosecutions, considering the advent of social media. The OJ trial didn't have social media. The 2008 didn't have social media. But with social media let in a component, a factor that strongly influenced his cases. I ask you, I got to send it to Larry too, a little clip of Young Thug's attorneys when his fans, obsessed fans, started to attack witnesses and prosecutors. He gave a press conference and said, don't do that. You're making it hard for my client. What you're doing is jury tampering because these potential jurors are sitting at home watching y'all threaten prosecutors and do all this shit. And when it's time for him to go to trial, for Young Thug and Gunna and them to go to trial, those jurors are going to see Young Gunna, Thug, and all of them as being low-life thugs and their fans. So he nipped that shit in the bud. The prosecutor in Georgia nipped that shit in the bud. She said, we picking y'all asses up. You call in a death threat, you try to intimidate the witnesses in this case, or intimidate me or threaten my family, guess what? You better do it from the goddamn moon. You better go to another country and make that call, because we're going to track your ass down and bring you to swift justice. None of that took place in the case of R. Kelly. And I'm going to tell you, the terrorists, those who follow them, and anyone else, you all can try to make excuses and minimize what was done all you want. But that man's cousin was raised up top. I don't play around. I know what I saw. You ever seen something fly across the road, Miss Walker? You see what the fuck was that?
Mm-hmm.
Some people will say, I ain't seen nothing. I'm the kind of person to say that was a damn fox, or that was a goddamn rat.
That's an armadillo when I
That was an armadillo.
Damn.
Shit. You real? No, if I see it, it's real. And I know what I saw. And I know how many of you bastards committed crimes, federal crimes, as you sit and try to now pretend you're bloggers and try to pretend you didn't engage in what you engaged in. I saw you engaged in it, and I have a goddamn paper trail going all the way back 3 years confirming that I alerted the authorities to every single thing they were doing. But the authorities did not act because they knew it would jeopardize their case or cases against my cousin. I said it to them. I'm saying it on these airwaves. I don't give a fuck. I'm not afraid of none of them. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. Those, Ms. Walker, what these people were doing, I'm going to tell you straight up. Had Judge Ann Donnelly been made aware of his attorney's alleged involvement with these people, had they arrested those people, and Judge Ann Donnelly looked at that and said, wait, hold on. You have arrested these people for doxing, attempted bribery, making death threats against witnesses, potential witnesses, harassment, threats, coercion, all of this stuff. And you're trying to tell me, as I sit on this bench, that the same attorneys who stand in my courtroom have formed relationships with these motherfuckers? Judge Ann Donnelly would have taken that gavel and thrown it across the goddamn room, because she would have known I have to dismiss this case and start from scratch. So make fun of Levi all y'all want. Levi built a goddamn ark. While y'all were walking past laughing, look at him building the ark like they did Noah. But when that rain started pouring down on my cousin for 40 days and 40 goddamn nights, now he and you all will understand what I was building it for a reason. None of them are going to get away with it, because I've gone outside of that which falls upon the auspices of that construct of the Justice Department. I've gone to those who are charged with responsibility of critiquing and looking at what these people did and asking the question, why weren't these people prosecuted? Okay? I have to say that. The death threats that's come my way, man, look, the chat and people talking shit about Levi. Ms. Walker said it earlier when she came on here. She said, what you gonna do? She said, what you gonna do about it? See, it's academic. It's you know, if you're just talking shit, you talking shit. But the question is, what are you gonna do to Levi about it? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Get to that part.
Huh? But go into prison or go into the fucking hereafter fucking with me. I mean it from the bottom of my heart, because I love Robert. None of you have sat on the phone and cried with that man. None of you. I have. And to think that the very people that he depended on to defend him, while he sat in the blind endo in that goddamn New York court, and even in the Chicago court doing motions, and them saying repeatedly, no, we're not going to let you out. We're not going to grant you bond, because the conditions have not changed. They're still threats. There's still the prosecutor said it, that the people on the outside, these social media niggas, were doing the bidding of my cousin, which is not true. Check this out. Damn. Here's the prosecutors saying, no, we can't let him out, because the people on the outside are doing the bidding. There has been a excuse me, there's been a social media construct that is actually doing the bidding of the defendant. They're out there attempting to intimidate witnesses at the defendant's request. His attorney comes and says, and files the response and says, two attorneys, Greenberg and Leonard, this is factual, file responses saying that is absurd. You cannot blame our client for what people are doing on social media in the way of intimidation and threats and all of that, no more than you can blame, in so many words, the prosecutors for what Oakhoven and them are doing as far as advocating for the victims. We demand, Greenberg said, that you produce evidence showing that they are doing it at the behest and request of the defendant, Robert Kelly. He called their bluff, and the prosecutors folded. They could have easily said to those attorneys, not only do we call, we're going to put more chips on the goddamn table, because now we're going to inform the court of the connection between the defendant and them goddamn terrorists. I'm telling y'all good shit right now. But they knew had they done that, the whole case would have been thrown out. They were the conduit. They were the in-between, allegedly. They were the medium, and I would beg them to send me a goddamn cease and desist. I begged them. I would beg any of those attorneys to try to silence me, because when you send it to me, I'm sending it to CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and the whole goddamn media list that I have on my computer. You're not going to silence me. They should not have had any contact. Listen to me, man. No disrespect to Grown Man. I don't name the dude's name, but he was on Grown Man last night giving Grown Man inside information on my cousin's goddamn cases. Oh. That same individual said that he knew about the role, the African American attorney over a year before he was placed there as a goddamn Manchurian attorney. But Grown Man did not hold his feet to the fire. And I said this to Grown Man, I don't talk behind people's backs. Ask that man, how do you know so much information what was going on the inside of R. Kelly's cases? Ask him, how did you know that the African American attorney was going to be ushered in a year before he was ushered in? Huh? Is it true that one of R. Kelly's attorneys sat on your channel and said to you, I will give you information that the damn news media don't even have? The fuck, Ms. Walker? What the fuck, Ms. Walker? You gonna give a nigga with 100 people watching him information that the news media don't have? Emboldening these people?
What the hell going on? I mean, I always say I don't know what the hell going on. I would think that, as just like J-Bo said, ain't nobody willing to risk their license. No, they got them law license over a whole bunch of bullshit. So I would love to think that, they were operating maybe with the question of ethics, but ethics does not always equal illegal. You understand what I'm saying? And, to get a case thrown out.
I'm laughing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. True. I mean, Keith.
If somebody want to come out.
I will wait. I will wait till y'all finish until I make my comment.
Hey, let me tell you something, Keith. Let me tell you, Ms. Walker, I'm sorry. Let me tell you something. Man, listen.
Because I really wanted to get some closure. I want to get some closure with your ass. I'm tired of this.
Okay. We about to get it, but listen, JoJo said the other day, I was listening to JoJo. JoJo said it. He was talking about Keith. JoJo said, and keep coming in. He said, keep. He said, well, shit, first of all, slow your ass down. That shit was so funny. I almost crashed my ride. JoJo said, and keep. Yeah, she come in talking. First of all, slow your ass down. That shit was so funny. But keep, let me say that I want Miss Walker to finish what she was saying. But the problem I have with you, Keith, last night in the chat on Larry's channel, that was you. You said, Levi, you have had conversations with these terrorists. Listen, Keith, you cannot. Can I speak, please, Miss? You can never show one goddamn conversation I've ever had with that baby killer, that super fan in Bowling Brook.
He wasn't the only one, baby. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. Keep it cute. He wasn't the only one. Keep it cute. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one.
Can I finish,
please? Keep it cute. Keep it cute. Or do I have to tell Adrian to pull up clips? Keep it cute.
Oh, you can put the clips up. I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna find. You're gonna find a nigga from Detroit who listens and observes. You're gonna find, when I saw that this was a cabal that was formed and I saw that it had leaders, yes, you're gonna see me on the Snake and DC's channel talking. You never heard me have a conversation with the grease face woman. You're gonna see me with the harlot in Georgia talking. But Miss Walker tell you about us Virgos, and we find out you ain't right, we gone. Yeah. Like that's how we roll. Like, oh, word. You feel me? So Keith.
Angie, I want to speak on something. I'm not going to get into it with him because there was lots of people making comments about him in the chat. He decided to choose me out, so I don't even need to.
Because I like you. I like you. That's all I like.
Probably one of the most shrewdest and rudest. Go ahead.
I like her because I like
you. Thank you. But I said what I said. The person he was speaking that was on Larry's live last night was Trent, and that was not the only time he talked about what he did. And can't nobody really sit up there and say that. Can't nobody really sit up here and not understand how sloppy everything was. You can't sit up there and get on Trent for what he did. I mean, blame that on your cousin. He let some outside forces get in contact with these people, and that's why he did what he did. And this was the outcome.
Can I ask you a question, Keith? Can I ask you a serious question?
No, you cannot ask me a question.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, ask the question, Levi. How you gonna say? Go ahead, keep on the question you ask people. Go ahead, Levi. What kind of shit?
I didn't ask him a question.
She can't deal with it. But listen, if he were free, if he were in fact free, if he was at home seeing all this shit, would he have allowed his attorneys to even speak to them motherfuckers?
Probably not, but he could have did that while he was locked up.
Thank you. He was locked up. What could he do? What could he do?
He could have told his attorneys he did not want these people speaking on their behalf.
He was locked up. He did not know.
That don't mean nothing. He could have still spoke to his attorneys.
He did not know. I'm telling you what the man told. I'm telling you what he told me. He said when I brought it to him, he said to me, "Cuzzo, I am blind. I can't hear. I can't see. I can't walk. I can't touch. I can't feel." That's what he said to me.
But
okay, I'm telling you what the man told me now.
But the super fans said they got in contact with him, so I'm confused.
Say it again. Run that by me again.
The super fans said they wasn't contacting him, that they was writing him letters, he was writing them back, they was sending him pictures, he sent them pictures.
Where they at?
I mean, I'm just confused. The thing is, I'm just hearing two different sides of super fans. You said you spoke to him, you said he didn't know, but the other super fans said that they talked to him and write letters and warned him about you and Dana.
Sweetheart, listen. Let me clear it up so you won't be confused. Whatever I say, I can back up 1,000% for one. For two, if my cousin sneezed on a napkin and sent it to them obsessed fans, they would put the napkin on social media and say, "This is R. Kelly's snot. He sneezed on this napkin." So my question to you is, where's it at? Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? All of these bastards. Listen, Keith. You've heard it for almost 4 years. Levi's not his cousin. You saw the trick in the proof? No, hold on. You said, where's my proof?
Yes, where's your proof?
Listen to me, baby girl.
I'm
Are
not
you
baby girl. I'm a grown ass woman. Thank you.
okay, Keith? Listen to me very closely. Proof, I can say emphatically that no one corresponds with my cousin more than me. Proof is, if I'm telling the truth, why don't the terrorists disprove what I'm saying? It's just that what they want me to do is disclose conversations and disclose stuff. I'm from Detroit. When I drop my cards on the table, niggas, it's game over. But let's be clear on something. He had nothing to do with his attorneys allegedly forming relationships with individuals who are out here committing federal crimes.
So why don't you tell people, since you got a lot of intel, why your cousin is limping? Why is that?
Now I'm gonna sit up
You
here
don't
on
have
the
the
no.
answer?
I know I have. What are you talking about the insight, nigga? I knew he was. Excuse me, I ain't mean to call you a nigga. I knew that particular problem, 4 months ago. But you think I'm gonna sit up here and disclose certain things about that man's health and what? Listen, Keith, listen to me, Keith. Please let me.
Disclose
Keith,
because you
Keith,
don't.
Keith, Keith. Let
Okay.
me. Okay, that's fine, Keith. But listen to me very closely. One thing you're gonna realize very soon: I am not a blogger. I am not someone on here clout chasing, trying to get views, going live 5, 6 times a goddamn day. Look at my channel. I don't even go live like that. I didn't go live for 2.5 years. I'm not
That's
on
your
that.
choice. That's
Okay,
your
look,
choice. If you don't want to go live, that's your choice. If people want to go live 5
sweetheart,
to 6 times a day, that's their choice. Because
sweetheart,
at the end of the day, we don't gotta watch channels that we don't want.
sweetheart.
We don't have to watch channels. We can either watch it or we can just go and watch something else. It's plain and simple. No one is accusing you of being a clout. Well, some people are accused of being a clout chaser. But the thing is, it's what
I don't care about that.
it's what you're presenting is why people look at you sideways.
Tell me,
Do you
please,
understand why?
no, hold on. What am I presenting?
If you're gonna stand tall behind your cousin, right? Stand tall behind your
Back up.
cousin.
I'm sorry, back up because I had to sneeze. Go ahead, baby.
Okay, I might be sneezing too because I got a cold. Listen, if you standing tall behind your cousin, why just not focus on standing tall behind him? Every live you do, you go after the other super fans for doing rallies, for doing commentary, something that you don't even have to interfere with or even have to report on. At the end of the day, it's your video. So if you want to report, that's fine, but why be bothered by that?
Can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
You asked the question. I want you to listen. Your female cousin is arrested for trying to stab her boyfriend. Right? So she's facing attempted murder. She's facing 20, 30 years in prison. She's locked up. Your other people in the neighborhood are actually going to the boyfriend's family's houses, throwing bricks through their window while they're denying your female cousin that you love bond. They ain't letting her out because she said because of they're saying if you let her out, her family members and the people in the neighborhood she will direct them to blow up cars and kill people and this, that, and the third. And you say no, she will not. But you see people throwing bricks through people's windows, flattening their tires in your cousin's name. If you go after those people, aren't you standing up for your cousin? Aren't you saying, wait a minute, my cousin ain't doing this shit. These niggas is doing that. Don't keep her in there based on what these motherfucking niggas is doing. Does that make sense to you what I just said? Yes
First
or no?
of all,
Yes or no? Does it make sense?
yes.
See, okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, it is not that I
No,
come
it
on
makes sense that they will keep my cousin in there because of people doing stuff on her behalf.
Say it again.
It will make sense for whoever's quote unquote locking my cousin up because people out there threatening victims or witnesses. It will make sense because the people that's doing that are doing that on her behalf.
But they don't know your cousin.
Angie has explained this plenty of times. Angie has explained this plenty of times that he doesn't have to directly direct those people in doing what they do.
You're
You're
wrong,
not
baby
directly
girl.
doing it. But here's another problem, Levi. Didn't you see those other individuals conversing with Will Eady, Keith Calvert? Did you see that? Lee? Did you see that? The same people that go on their platforms and bash victims are also in contact with those people. Did you see that?
May I respond, please?
Hmm.
May I respond?
Mhm.
For one, I have to say this, that I don't speak on my cousin's friends. Listen, I'm talking about the real, the ones he's been knowing.
Oh
No.
wow.
Damn, can I respond without you huffing and
No, no,
puffing?
Keith, let him respond.
Damn, I don't do that. Now, we know anybody that said that they shine R. Kelly's shoes, those people ran at them and tried to embrace them and get them on their channels and this, that, and the third.
I agree.
Will Eady was not accessible like that. Okay, so let's leave him out of it. He wasn't accessible like that.
He wasn't at Davis protest back in 2019.
Excuse me, listen, please, dear.
Okay.
Was he at Dana's protest in 2019?
Was he there? Yes. So what you want to do? Hang him?
Okay.
You want to kill him? Shit, goddamn! What did he do? What did he do? Right, Ms. Walker? He showed up and prayed at the man's the jail cell. What do you want to do? But at the same time, if you notice, all of those people, damn near that you're naming, form relationships with the so-called documentarian or whatever. You didn't see Levi up in there talking to that man. I don't talk to strangers, Miss Keith, and it would have been best had all of his friends and immediate family members not talk to none of these strangers.
But why do you keep talking about these strangers? You every time you get on video, you have to mention the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists. You didn't go to their protest. We saw that. You don't go on their channels. We see that. But you continuously bring them up more. Do you bring it up standing tall for your cousin?
You don't seem to get it, Keith. I'll say it to you
I
again.
really don't.
I'm gonna tell you, you just said it, but you don't want to acknowledge it. You just said it. If what these people in the neighborhood are doing because your cousin is popular, your female cousin is popular, she don't know them. If what they're doing is a major contributing factor to them keeping her inside where she can't fight the attempted murder charges, I would never say to you, Keith, why do you keep talking about these people in the neighborhood that's attacking the family members of the alleged victim? And why I would understand exactly why you're talking about them, because they were the major contributing factor to him being denied bond. And they were the major contributing factor, which in turn caused him to be fucking convicted. Do you understand?
Angie,
What must I do? What
Angie,
must I
can I bring
do?
up something? Because I'm going to bring up Tim Norman case, and this is for a reason. When Miss Robbie, when it made headlines that she decided to stick by her son, she wasn't saying her son was not guilty. That was all about protecting her family's name. None of his family members came out bashing anybody or got fans bashing anybody. You know, she knew her son's guilty. And I'm bringing this up like this. That's why you never saw her in the media just spewing out just anything. You know, she got to protect herself as well as her family. And that's her son. And I bring this up to say about Levi is this. He could have been more focused on talking about the case with his cousin than to talk about the terrorists. That what I'm telling you is you spend more time talking about those individuals, calling them, you call the females bitches too. We could confirm that. You do the same thing.
You're sitting there right now. You're sitting on this channel outright lying.
Oh, I am. Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you why you're lying, because listen, let me explain this to you, sweetheart, about Levi. These people hate me so much. If I spit on the sidewalk, they have video footage of it, these terrorists. I have said on Angie's show, on Larry's show, and on my own show, I can count the times on one hand that I referred to a female as a bitch on Levi for Kelly. And that's when the woman in San Francisco talked about fuck your dead mama. And a couple other times I became irate. And from the time I spoke those words. I prayed to Allah for forgiveness because I don't carry myself like that, for one. For two, when you say you spend time on the terrorists, are you deaf? Did you listen?
No, I'm not.
No,
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
tell you where you're in error. Don't you know? Do you believe me when I say I left my home and for 5.5 long months I sat and crafted documentation, doing extensive research, detailing and noting. So listen, see, you can't have it both ways.
I'm just saying,
If I did that, listen, if I did that, don't you have enough common sense to know I was in close connection with my cousin, explaining and detailing and sitting, walking, pacing the floor, drinking some Hennessy, drinking some tea, sitting in my assistant's people's place, way away,
but he
doing
still got
work.
found
Listen,
guilty.
sweetheart, I'm not a talker. I have done
Yes,
work.
you are.
I have a body of work, sweetheart. Okay, you say yes, I am. Why is the nigga in Bolingbrook facing goddamn prison time, Keith? No,
Now,
don't say
you see my
I am.
point, everybody? Y'all see my point? Now, this is my point. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is
Hold on,
exactly what I'm talking about.
let me interject here real quick. Because service and work doesn't have a specific requirement to yield results, whether it's positive or negative. Someone could be sitting in Zimbabwe and somehow find a way to affect this case. I have come in contact with social media sleuths, right? Like that's when I said I ain't never encountered none like these, because the social media sleuths that we used to work with, those, I mean, one, we love them because one, their work is admissible. They know how to send it to you. They don't be causing problems. They stay out the fucking way. They know how to verify it and whatever. They know what to give you. Okay. Those people don't come in no courtroom. Those people aren't a part of no chain of custody. Those people write up, it's not, you got some that can write up a decent, brief because they have like professional writing skills and stuff like that. But those people those people be all over the place. And their interest is in justice or just solving cases. They ain't got nothing to do, all that type of stuff. It'd be moms, stay home mom, all kinds of people. They don't come to one court hearing, whatever, and their work is admissible and it has been effective time and time again. So much is like, it's like a, thank you to the budget. Because, with all cases and stuff like that, the budget matters. And they like, it's free help and all of that. So you don't really have to go down and be on the line and with the, free care, all that stuff like that. And we have seen that, we have seen that take place. And I'm not, definitely not calling nobody out. And of course, that was needed because you had to, make some kind of buzz in the world that a man is being held that you think is being held, for the wrong reasons, or it's being unfairly treated, but that didn't yield results of, that was positive, not all the time, other than it got some, some buzz. So it doesn't matter if you're there and who you kin to and what you do.
Exactly.
What matters is the results. Does it impact a negative way or a positive way?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And
I agree.
what I was saying to Keith is that I'm gonna tell you what's going on, Keith. 75% of the people on social media, when I read the comments on Larry and here, they hate me for no reason. You just said it yourself. You said you couldn't even really offer an explanation where you said people saw you as being suspect. And you can see anybody. Listen, Keith, understand me, sweetheart. I've done the work that I feel will be instrumental in assisting my cousin. Not sitting on social media, going back and forth, calling names. I've done the work. And I find that a lot of people on social media, they just never met a man like me. You don't understand how I do
Talk
it.
about the work you're doing. That's
You
what
know,
I'm just trying to convey
what
to you. Talk about the work you're doing.
did you just hear me say that oh, you don't be listening. You didn't hear me
No, I'll be
say
listening. I'll be listening. You only for a short time. You talk about how you send emails, documents, and how you do all this research.
what the. Listen, sweetheart, let me explain something to you, baby girl, or a grown woman.
That's you only spend a little bit
No,
of
no,
time
let
with
me
that,
let
but
me
your
let me let me
2 hour
explain.
lives is
Let
focused
me
on those
explain
parents.
something to. Let me explain something to you that most black people don't understand, and Miss Walker will bear
Oh
witness to this.
God.
You one day will understand dealing with me that the pen is so much more powerful than the sword. Everything that this country moves on is predicated on
Okay,
the
so what
pen.
has it accomplished, Levi?
What
Tell
do you mean
people
accomplished? Listen.
what has it accomplished?
What do you?
You've been doing this for
Hold,
3 years.
hold on, wait,
What
hold
has
on,
it
hold on,
accomplished?
hold on. He has 2 convictions looking at being in prison for the rest of his life. Did you just hear me say that
But what happened to your
oh
work
my
though?
God. You
I'm just
want to
asking.
disagree to disagree. You want to
No,
disagree to
what
disagree.
happened to your work? Where parts of your work came into fruition? That's what you know everybody want to know. The work that you did do, what did it accomplish? Because you say you're not like these terrorists. Fine. What did Levi accomplish? Talk about what you accomplished these past 3 years.
Listen to me, sweetheart.
You don't have an answer.
No.
You
I listen.
don't have an
What you listen. Listen to me very closely. When it comes to these processes, when you put in what you put in, you might not get no results for a year or 2. And Miss Walker will tell you that. You might not get no result. These people investigate people for years. So when you ask me what have I accomplished, you're asking me as if you're asking a man who is looking for some kind of validation from people on YouTube.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's
I'm asking
exactly
what did you accomplish? It's a
every
simple
listen,
question that requires a simple answer. What
everything
did you accomplish?
I have I have created and constructed the only legally sound body of work that will ultimately, I believe, either free my cousin or allow the legal minds of America to take a second look at how he was prosecuted and his
Where is
life.
it? Where is it? Is it on
Let me
paper?
finish.
I'm
Let
just
me
asking,
finish.
where is it?
And his
Is it on
lack.
Justice for RK? Is it on Justice
And,
for RK IG page?
say it again, miss.
Is it on Twitter? I'm just trying to figure out where this body
Oh,
of work
see,
that you're
what did I
speaking
just say?
of.
This is what I just said. You just confirmed what I just said. If it ain't on
What?
Twitter, listen, if it ain't on Twitter,
Uh-huh.
if it's not
Uh-huh.
out there in social media, black people
Oh,
don't think it's
I
real.
mentioned Pacer too, though. I mentioned Pacer. Before I mentioned the social media, I mentioned Pacer.
Okay, when you look at Pacer, you should punch up the man in Bolingbrook. Go on Pacer and look at that shit. Okay? Go on Pacer and look
Once
up
again,
the
you're
man in
proving my
Bolingbrook
point.
shit.
Going right back to people
See,
that
no, hold on. You want
really is
Pacer?
not relevant, but okay.
Listen, and I want you to turn on your computer, look at Pacer, and watch all these other names roll down that motherfucker. What are you talking about?
I am asking, what did you accomplish for R. Kelly,
And
not what you did in
when I
regards to the divorce
answer it,
situation.
listen, if I told you I walked to that goddamn prison, unlocked the gate, and walked him out, you still wouldn't believe me. Ain't nothing I can say to you that would make you say that I have acted in any way prudent to assist my cousin, because you have been tainted. You have been poisoned by the terrorists. You hate Levi for no reason. You hate a
I
man.
don't hate you.
No,
I
hold
don't
on,
know you,
hold
Levi.
on,
I don't hate you.
hold on. You hate a man that's never sat and attacked and called those women on your side dog head bitches and talked up under their clothes, never acted in an imprudent, disrespectful, unethical,
But you
immoral way.
disrespected
But
those
you
other
hate
women
me.
supporting your cousin. You disrespected the female supporters that support your cousin.
What the
Just
hell is
because
you
you
talking
did.
about?
You never call those people bitches and all.
What the hell is you
Listen,
talking about?
somebody in the chat, help keep out. I know I'm not the only one
What
that
the
has
hell
heard
is you?
Levi these
What the
past
hell is you?
few years.
What are you talking about? I disrespected the females who support
I
my
know I'm not the
cousin.
one.
Wait, hold on. Are you trying to tell me a female that would sit and put a man in a hotel room who's talking up under Azriel's Clary's clothes 24/7 and pay that man to talk up under a young lady's clothes, call her bitches and hoes, say she eats shit, fuck you, Azriel, Azri-lie. Are you trying to tell me when someone of my character steps up and says those are a bunch of low-life bitches that I'm wrong? What is you talking about?
And there we go. And there you have it. And there you have it.
So
There
I'm
you have
wrong?
it. You have it. There you have it. There you have
Are
it.
those no? Are those people? Are
And
those
that's
women?
after that.
Are those women? Yes or no? Are those women?
Oh shit.
Yes or no? Those are no
And
goddamn women.
this is why everybody look at him as suspect.
Fuck
Listen,
everybody. Fuck
okay, that's
everybody. I
very
do
nice.
what I
That's
do.
very nice.
Fuck you. I said, Ms. Walker. Fuck everybody. I'm not
Yes,
here for
ma'am.
everybody. I'm here for my cousin. Fuck everybody. Fuck you,
And
man.
that's the attitude you should have. That's what I'm saying. Fuck everybody. You're standing
Shit,
tall for your
what?
cousin. You're not dealing with these people. You're not protesting with these people. You're not putting money on their cash apps. This shouldn't even be in your vocabulary.
What do you
Why
mean?
don't you
You said I'm not crossing the lines at the MCC to get him
Levi,
beat to death? What the
Levi,
fuck
this
are
is
you
what I'm not
talking about?
understanding. This is what I'm not understanding with
Listen,
you. You
let me
don't have to go live
Keith,
in a hot minute and get 300 people in your chat. Is
let me
what I'm
explain
trying to
something
tell
to
you
you.
is you ain't got to engage in that. You engage
Ms.
in it
Walker.
and you provoke
Keith.
and
Let
you
me
start shit
Keith,
too.
let me explain something to you. When you have a national and international news media, you have these white folks in these high offices. You have the legal minds of America. You have those who work in the courts, those who work as law professors, and they may want to lend an ear to R. Kelly's plight when they hear a group of niggas say, one man ain't no enterprise. The fact that they're speaking that which is grammatically incorrect, sounding like niggas, sounding like some ghetto shit, they're going to turn away from it. When Levi speaks, he speaks that which is grammatically correct. I speak with a certain cadence that they listen to me.
Do you?
You goddamn right I do when I ain't mad.
Okay. Well, I want to get off this. I'll go back in the bushes.
I know you do. You hear me? I'm saying, Ms. Walker, I bet you do want to get off. Get the go.
Oh boy. Y'all have a good panel. Y'all take care.
Bye.
I'm back in the bushes. Bye. Peace.
Hey, Ms. Walker, bye. Shit, I ain't no damn fool.
Y'all are crazy.
But
Yes,
I
and these
like
people
Keith though.
want us to get to, okay, I'm trying to tell you, I don't know how this gonna work out, but when you and JoJo, Sky, Keith, and Danielle and girl Melanie be up here, that be some of the I said these people, I can go to the kitchen, cook, whatever. I don't know, y'all be up and killing each other. I don't know. And I come back like, what's going on? But yeah, these people here, that they want us to get to the bottom of this resolution. So back on, yes, thank you, Keith, for that goddamn intermission, honey. You and Levi, Lord. You and Levi going, 3-4 years strong with this. Lord have mercy with y'all.
Hey, Miss Walker. I tell women all the time, if I argue with you, they mean I love you. We don't argue with the holes in the street. You feel me? If you see me argue with a woman, I love her.
What now? You know what? I be thinking that's just a line of bullshit.
That's true. If some whore, you ain't arguing with no whore in the street. If she say after you, say bye, go on. But if you love that woman, you'll stand in the middle of the street and say, what the hell you saying to me? Yeah. But honestly, I do like with Atmos. I said some things about Atmos. He came on your show and apologized. Yeah. If I care, if I like you, I'm gonna express like I don't like the way you did that about. But I don't care the rest of them terrorists and these people that come at Levi. I don't respond to them people. I don't give a damn about them. But go ahead, Ms. Walker.
Exactly. That's me. Like you like it been some some shit back and forth, whatever. And some people I be. Yeah, and it also you got to consider the people, to consider the source, whatever. And trust me, I do my observation, my look, and I always am of caution and all this, that, and the third. And I may, because I feel like I can not like you, you can not like me, but I ain't got to go on every day and all about your ass and argue with back and forth with you, drag you every time I think about it. I'm not dedicated. That's not my life mission. I'm not crazy. I don't. That's not my life mission. Just to TMZ your damn life and talk about you every chance you get, even when you ain't talking about me and all that crazy shit. And I can like you and whatever. And I can say, hey, how you know, pass you by, hey, how you doing, whatever. And in my head, boy, I can't stand that motherfucker. And if you look at me wrong, then we ain't gonna be in no, hey, how you doing? Well, other than that, I don't have to do all that. I can go back and forth or whatever. You know, we could fall out, fall in, fall out, fall in, fall out. It don't matter to me. But I ain't gonna make no dedication of disliking your motherfucking ass. Well, if you do to me, that's on you. What you gonna do after that?
Yes.
And then there are some people that I've encountered that I found like that they have more characteristics that I like than I don't like. That I believe that's worth, you know, we talk to on a, you know, as a friend. But will it ever be the same? No.
Right.
You know, but that'll take some time, you know, but I know what I'm dealing with, and I know how you get down, you know how I get down, and it makes less likely there'll be issues in the future. There's some motherfuckers I just don't give a damn about. I'd be happy that you are gone out of my space because you were number trouble then. And I don't like, contrary to popular belief, I don't like drama. I'm very quiet. You know, I like to stay to myself. I don't like all this and shit, invasion of privacy and all that bullshit. I don't like all that or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. I don't like a bit all that. I don't like whiners and complainers and all this bullshit. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I don't have all that shit no more. Oh my God.
But and you know, Ms. Walker, you saw me and JoJo on shaky ground for a minute. But guess what? I'm the kind of person how I was raised. You know, we have East Side, West Side in Detroit, and being around niggas. I couldn't dislike JoJo if I wanted to. That's how I am. Like
he has that effect on you.
There you go. And I'm like, I'm not going to argue with this nigga. I like this nigga. You heard? And that's how I've always carried myself, where I tried to carry myself in such a way where even cats on the East Side that was beefing with West Side cats, they've always embraced me because I'm a fair person, and I consider myself to be a likable person. And when you're a likable person, you know when people come at you, there's no redeeming that. There's no redeeming someone that starts shit with you and you mind your business, Ms. Walker, and they jealous of you and after you. And then when they pull out a knife and you shoot at them, look what you did.
And then they go on a campaign. Look what happened. Look, did you come fucking with me? That's why I like you to get to the start of it. Don't get to your way you the victim.
Right.
Don't get to that point. Tell why you are the victim now. Tell why. Tell the whole story.
Right. You know, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But back to what we were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
So back to the docuseries, right? So this is what I'm gonna ask you. All right. Regarding the docuseries, okay. Do you think, and I'm talking about the docuseries, there was a well-publicized book by them Derogatas on this. There were other stuff, right? And do you and to my understanding, now that it has come out, that so I'm gonna ask you, do you think that the prosecutors, when they came knocking to all those people that was involved in those theatrical productions, those productions that was authorized, whatever, authorized and unauthorized, do you think that the authorities, do you think that they investigated, two took their word for whatever they said?
Not only do I think it, I have proof of it because, yes, they investigated, but they investigated with a slant. They investigated with a see when you know that investigations are supposed to be done objectively. Investigations are not supposed. You're not supposed to go into an investigation or trying to check boxes and appease the public based on a docuseries. So yes, they investigated. However, in their investigations, they saw the people that they were questioning and pulling into grand juries. I'm gonna give you some examples because they saw them make statements on the docuseries that were lies. They saw the parents of Jane Doe number 5, what they said on the docuseries, and their intel, their investigative gathering intel, showed that was not true. So they knew they were dealing with disingenuous people. So the only person I can point to that, to answer your question, that confirms what I'm saying is Dr. Phil. When that train, Lifetime train, took off, everybody jumped on it, but Dr. Phil. He said, I had it. I was going to do the show. He questioned him. He said, I interviewed them, but I have adopted over the years a way of telling if people are lying. And I just couldn't believe their stories on R. Kelly. So yes, they did investigate, but they had their spelled out objective was to tailor-made, they tailor-made indictments for him. They took a piece from here, they took a piece from there, and they did it. So that's to answer your question. Yes, did they do their due diligence? Yeah, but it was biased. So I'll be quiet and listen.
Okay, but check this out right here. All right. So even if they did their investigation, right? And of course, I think it just in the conscious mind, if you the law, you're going to look for, with shit that is, you're going to do the natural, what you're supposed to be doing, stuff to make a case, right? So of course, they, you could say their vision is going to be skewed. It's going to be pro whoever they talking to or whatever, if they seem to appear to be the victim or whatever, right? That's not either unethical or illegal, In your mind, you might put it in one or the other. I'm hearing that you put it in one or the other category, or both, but it's not. Especially if you turn up evidence, and evidence. And you know what I'm saying, testimony is evidence, also physical evidence, and all the stuff that cases are made of, right? To secure an indictment. So I had to ask you about that. So what do you say about this? And I'll string it all together instead of putting it in pieces. So you got the docuseries. The authorities come knocking, right? They do the investigation. They hear the stories. The stories produce evidence by the way of testimony and physical evidence and whatever else, okay? Digital evidence and all of that. So we're going to put the text messages in and all of that. Then it gets deliberated on. Then there's the results.
Yes.
And I'm not, so if the results confirm with, and not everybody participated in those books and in those docuseries and that docuseries and all of that, show up as a victim witness, right? Because then it could have been really bad, because everybody was expecting to see 50 victim witnesses. You understand what I'm saying? Not all of them participated, and I would say some probably didn't, and others because their stories didn't check out or didn't produce evidence that would secure an indictment. And for feds, it's always going to be a grand jury indictment. With some states, you have the choice. So that's what I'm saying is, I agree with you, with regards to the docuseries. I'm just telling you that while the docuseries was one of the catalysts that secured indictments, because they told them that, hey, we got some cooperation here.
Yes.
But you can't say that everything in the docuseries, or not everything, but almost everything in the docuseries was a fallacy. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about a fallacy as to what their stories proved out, because it ended up in some evidence. Now, listen, that's not saying that they couldn't have fabricated that evidence or whatever, and it just so happened to check out. They did a good job and they checked out. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying a fallacy as with regards to R. Kelly's guilt, but the evidence, whatever they supplied to those people, the stories, the autographs, the T-shirts, DNA, eyewitness identification, all of that, the digital evidence, whatever they had, it connected with the jury. And it said, hey, a crime happened. So,
I don't want to get away.
Go ahead.
Right, you got me. Okay. Their job is to not only look for evidence whenever they investigate anything, a corporation, whatever, Their job also is to look for criminality. Okay. So when they cast their net, if they want R. Kelly and they pull that net back, say they want salmon, we casted the net for salmon, but then we find orange roughy, we find other fishes, then their job and responsibility is to point out that criminality also. So when they I'm gonna give you an example. When they cast the net with Lisa Van Allen, they saw criminality. They saw a woman who had stolen jewelry. They saw a bad actor. They saw someone who was part of an extortion plot, but they turned a deaf ear and a blind eye to it, which means to me, you're being biased and you're not really concerned with criminality. You're only concerned with the big fish, which is R. Kelly. When they cast their nets, they saw, according to what is being alleged, because it never made it to court, text messages that confirmed that it was, in fact, one of the parents, at least one, who was the one that was doing the coercing and the enticing and the encouraging. So in an ideal prosecution, they would have said, okay, we're prosecuting R. Kelly, but at the same time, we're prosecuting this parent because this parent was basically encouraging it. This parent what was part and parcel of the crimes allegedly that he committed. So all I'm saying is that you're right, but at the same time, in all fairness, I expect for the Justice Department to look for criminality. Period. If drugs were involved or whatever, they go. You feel me? That's all I'm saying.
Right, but go ahead.
Go. That's all I was saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But see, but here's the thing, right? When you get something like the text messages, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get something like that, and the wording and all that was going on, whatever. They can easily just ask that parent, "Hey, would you encouraging this?" She says no. There's nothing really that can be done because it didn't say, "Hey, go have sex with him," even though it was, it's very suggestive. It just told me if something happened, you close to 18, we wouldn't mind. This could be a opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that that's what it was or whatever. I would like to think that no parent would think that way, even if your kid was 25. But so you can't see. They're not going to go. You got to understand. They're not just going to bring shit because we think it's morally, culpable or something like that. No, they're gonna bring something that shows a definite crime that they can fit in a law. They got to have a penal code. They can't write a penal code out for, it seemed like she did it. They don't have no code for that.
They do have a code for lying to federal investigators, though, right?
Okay, where was the lie? Yeah, what was the lie?
Okay, here we go. See, if you remember, when my cousin said, "Oh, here's Aaliyah. She's a protege, this, that, and the third." And he said, "I think she's 14, this, that, and the third." See, if my cousin says something outside when he's not under oath, they're going to build on that. They're going to say, "Well, he said it here." What they could have done, as opposed to saying, "You basically was giving the parent or parents a slap on the wrist, not intentionally, but you were giving them a slap on the wrist when you said, 'Well, you encouraging this?'" No, it was not. You said there's nothing they can do about that. But if they say, "We have you here giving details of XYZ, this is what you said on this show. This is what you said. Is that true?" "Yes, it is." "We have you here saying this. Is that true?" "Yes, it is." "You said he ran out the hotel and this, is that true?" "Yes, it is." "Okay, well, we have the evidentiary facts over here saying that was this you texting him or your daughter?" Now you have prosecutable, that which is prosecutable because you questioned them the right way, the same way they questioned. Would you agree?
No, because what you're just asking questions. Did you say what you said? Yeah, I said it. Did you say this here? Yeah, haven't you seen in instances where somebody said that, they got a text message, whatever, and somebody said, "You know what? I'll blow your goddamn head off. And they get there and say, did you say I'll blow your goddamn head off? Yeah, I said it. Then they give an explanation of why they said whatever, and nothing happens.
All right, let's get to it then. Okay, here's the deal.
Nothing happens. What you're talking about as far as those text messages can only be a play in reasonable doubt. But they got to get in, and they got to get in through a defense. And emotional, and they could, a good attorney, it depends on what their defense was, like I explained to you before, could maybe get that in, but it got to be relevant, relatable, and reliable to their defense. I don't know what the defense would be, but you got to have a penal code in order to prosecute somebody. Now, those people that got immunity, they committed a crime. They got let off the hook by cooperating with an immunity deal in place.
Because they wanted the big fish. They wanted the big fish.
Yeah. So other than that, but just because you got text messages or whatever, you got to have some kind of crime, a valid crime that you can write. You just can't, when you put on that code 832, what is 832.1? I forgot what that is. It's something. What is 832.1? I might be talking about some shit. Hold on. But no, but when you you got to understand that, just because we feel that, miscarriage of justice happened and morally this and everybody should go down and all, all of that. And I get it. But, airport security officer. That's why I knew about that airport security officer. I'm sorry, y'all. But, but if you don't have a code to put in there, like if you got some transactions where the parent sold a kid to R. Kelly, or she said, yeah, go have sex with him, and that tell him no LOL, don't laugh my ass off, or whatever. Even if she said go have sex with him and they asked her, did you really mean that? Like, no, or whatever. That's still whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
So wait. So if my cousin said, come have sex with me, and they asked him, did you mean that? No, I didn't mean that shit. You see, it goes both ways.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. And I get your point. And he had sex with her. and he had sex with her. Then you got inducement, enticement, blah, 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 blah. That's what you get, right?
Right.
Okay, but if a parent sit up there and says no, didn't know that, and then here's the rest of her story, because this is the true part of it. This is what they say it was true. Didn't know they had sex. Didn't really, didn't encourage it.
God,
wait a minute. I'm not lying. This is what was said. J-Bo said this too.
This man, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
This man is trying to fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tell a man or a woman tells your son, I'll put in another context. Dang, this coach can get you in this college. And you say a man or a woman says to their son, this coach is trying to have sex with you, to their son. If you allow your son to go anywhere near that coach, you're consenting to your son being molested by a man. When a parent says to a child, girl, this man's trying to fuck, anything that you do in the way of sending that child to that man, you are agreeing, coercing, enticing, inducing the act.
Tell the whole story. That's out of context. She said, man, this man is trying to F. She said, but you should be concentrating on your music and all this and the third. That's what she said. It still doesn't constitute that she knew that they had sex.
All right.
You leaving out parts, Levi. Y'all do this all the time to fit your narrative.
No, you just did it. You said but. So you try to tell me you look at your man's text message while he sleep, and he says to the woman, his secretary, that we have a deadline. We need to work on this paperwork. But to be honest with you, I'm trying to fuck. But I do want you to do this paperwork. You're gonna say, well, he did say, but he wanted to do the
No,
paperwork.
I
No,
ain't gonna say that.
it doesn't go
That's
past.
different.
It doesn't go past. You cannot say anything past. This man is trying to have sex. You can't anything after that. Now, I agree with you if everybody's 35 years old. I agree with that. Well,
No,
he's
but if
trying to
I'm
fuck.
saying, but somebody say, she said, man, he's trying to F. What she says before, what that mother says before and after that is critical. You making up shit.
It's not
You making
critical.
up
It's
shit. That's what it
irrelevant.
is
It's
critical.
irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, Levi.
It's absolutely
No, it's
irrelevant.
not. It goes
Listen,
to the intent. It goes, now we got the mother on the goddamn, on the indictment, a virtual indictment through YouTube. This is going crazy. Listen, it goes to her intent, her mens rea. What was her intentions when she said that? What followed it? What
followed, you send the
before and
daughter off with the
after?
man that you said was trying to screw. That's the intent. You send your daughter off with the man that you confirmed was trying to screw her. That's your intent.
She ain't in the okay. Then you got Levi. Then you got to take the story back to the beginning. Did the mother send her to the damn place to have some sex? Listen, you got to add the rest of the shit in. What about the calling of the cops? What about the sending of the son over there? What about looking for her at school? Does that look like parents that's consenting for somebody to have sex? No, Levi.
Did that happen? Did that happen? Well,
my computer went out. Hold on. Hold on, I'm back.
yes,
Can y'all hear me?
yes.
I'm back. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
I
Sorry
can
about
hear you.
that. You got to consider the whole story.
Miss.
You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, y'all can hear me. Yeah. You got to consider everything. You can't just get certain parts and we'll try to put it together. No, you got to consider everything. You're talking about intent. See, now she's on the mother's on indictment for willingly and knowingly. See, now that's her indictment. We done made her indictment up. That's going to go to her intent. Then it's her intent. Then it's going to go to her actus reus, the behavior, the acts, what she did to facilitate this shit.
What you just talked.
What she did to facilitate it. What she did to facilitate them having sex.
What you just talked
Not
about.
just going there driving her to the spot. Not just allowing her to be there to sing in front of R. Kelly. No. Did she say, here's the protection to use. Let me help you pick out the sexy lingerie.
Yes, ma'am. We don't have.
Go ahead.
You and I, the world doesn't have the benefit of knowing what you just pointed out, and that is what transpired at the hotel, what transpired after. Because I've heard several stories. I heard that Jane Doe number 5 left with her parents after the hotel, after the police or the hotel. We don't even know if it was the police or hotel security.
Yeah, we don't know. I'm so confused about that.
Yeah, you know why you confused?
I don't know.
You know why you're confused? Let me tell you something. Those jurors that found McDavid not guilty, the onlookers and those who are observing that trial, none of them can say they are confused about anything that transpired as relates to McDavid and that Chicago trial because his attorney was thorough. Whenever you walk away from a trial of this magnitude and you're confused, we don't know whether it's the damn hotel security or whether it's the actual police. If so, what police department did they come from? If so, why don't we have one of them here to testify? We don't know if she showed them fake ID or her ID. Was her ID horizontal? So all these things we'll never know because of his lack of proper representation in court. But I will say this much. That's fine. If you don't see that as encouraging the child to have sex. But I'll tell you one thing that they should not have done. You don't charge a man with enticing and coercing a minor to come have sex with him when you have in your possession text messages confirming that that child's parent was text messaging that man, and in those text messages there was a sexual uh, overtone or current running through the text message. You don't charge that man with enticing and encouraging when you have text messages confirming that the parent was basically encouraging the child to go with R. Kelly. That's something you don't do, and they were successful in doing it, but that was wrong. You know.
Well, actually, you would actually charge both.
That's right. Now we talking.
You would
Okay.
charge both.
Now
But Mo, I'm gonna get to you. But the more important part to me, again, and here's the thing with Government Exhibit 233, that part of those text messages, it's a host of other stuff that was in there, okay, that we don't know about. So that could have given some type of a deeper spotlight, a deeper introspect on what exactly was the whole thing about. What was that day about? Those couple of days, what led up to that, or whatever.
Yes.
It could have been more in there than that spot. Yes. To me, that text message didn't really do anything for me. You know what I'm saying? Not really said too much for me. The thing that really got me was the mother texting as her. That to me would have been something that I would have highlighted. I think the brothers Johnsons did. And then the fact that they were talking about she was 18. The parents were saying that she was 18. That to me was more of a I can do something with this more than this exchange. And I would have probably wrote that into it. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I don't know why that wasn't used, but it was in Discovery. It was in Discovery. Okay.
Yeah, because I told you they didn't read nothing.
Yeah, so they should have introduced. They should have maybe tried to get that in a different way, not maybe as J-Bo said, because as you see, the judge shot her down because you can't use that as evidence of an extortion or definitely evidence of consent, right? You can't use that, but you probably could have gotten it in as further evidence of your defense of another defense. Go ahead.
I'm going to let your guest. You have a guest waiting.
Yeah, she just want to talk about something. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get off of here, but I'll close by saying this: that somebody asked, I think it was Peter asked, I want to know, is the grievance pending, denied, or what, Levi? Definitely pending, and I want Peter to know that everything I do is a calculated step, and I move different. You feel me? So, when missiles, a lot of times, Peter, when I'm the kind of person, I'll say missiles have been sent out, so the people will be sitting there thinking that the missiles must have went into the ocean because they ain't hit. You feel me? And I might send the missiles out a damn 3 months later. You feel me? So I just move different. I move strategically, like it's war. Also, I want to say that my last question to you, and I'm gonna get off of here. Simple question: would McDavid's attorney had missed those text messages, not used those text messages? Yes or no, from your observation?
I don't know if they were missed. We'll just go with the word just it wasn't used, and I believe they would have used them, try to get them in for something.
McDavid's attorney was masterful.
Mm-hmm.
Masterful. Ain't letting nothing slide. So
nope. They didn't let nothing slide. You're right. Yeah. They didn't let nothing slide.
Nothing.
And whatever if they found the word boo, they tried to turn that into something.
You better believe
you know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's how you got to be.
Also, yeah, and also even last thing I want to say, even if the courts would have found out that the lawyers and stuff was dealing with outside entities, whatever, as I call them, you call them terrorists, that it is a high bar to get that get a case thrown out completely Oh, because of that. Because you got to see would it prejudice the defendant?
Yes.
Answer that question one. And then does it outweigh the evidence in the case? Does that little whatever's going on the side, does that outweigh the evidence in the case?
That's
And
right. And that's why I left.
she'll probably say no.
That's why I left my home. What you just said is that you being an attorney, a friend of a friend, an attorney friend of mine, his friend who was an attorney, I was sending him stuff, and he said the exact same thing to me. He said, "Let me explain something to you. When you're talking about trying to present something to the proper legal officials that is going to impact or possibly overturn anything, it must be extreme gross malfeasance. You have to show."
Mm-hmm.
He was explaining that to me, and I said, "Damn, I've been working for a couple of weeks." I said, "Shit, you know what? Let me go." And I just went to they ride. You feel me? I went to their timeshare, and I had writer's block for about 3 weeks. In between, I had writer's block. I couldn't do nothing but walk on the road. It was a very peaceful place, and so you're right. It has to rise to that level, and I understood that. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully now we don't have to go back and forth about this lifetime thing no more, right? So
Jesus Christ! Oh, we agree. Not agree, disagree. Oh, we agree that
there you go.
I'm picking up your point, but I'm giving you the stuff before that to say. But and then here's the thing: even with these cases being, the trial, I said being closed, whatever, and even when if it finally ever closes, he's always gonna have a file open. They're never
Right.
gonna not accept nothing, and he's never gonna be investigated.
Right. I got you.
Yeah, he's
All
never.
right.
So it's not gonna ever be over.
I don't want to hold your guest up.
Yeah, well,
And I actually have a question. My question is for Levi, if you have a second, but if you have to go, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am. I'm fine.
Okay. Well, it's kind of a two-part thing, but the only part that has been burning my gears more than anything, listening, and I think I had this conversation with you and Mr. JoJo a while back, and I've always enjoyed you two because you always come back to, the systemic oppression conversation. And what I worry about so much is your claims that there should be no cases whatsoever that come forward due to public outrage, or in this case it would have been the documentary. And I worry about that, and I say it again. And my reason for that is I understand that we might not like, and when I say we, I mean people who are in support of R. Kelly, not myself, but that we might not like the fact that in this case that's what prompted it. I don't personally like it because I feel like that the justice system frustrates me because it oftentimes moves way too slow. I don't think either that it should have taken all this many years and accusations, and I don't think that it should have taken a documentary. I think it should have been addressed when it was all these other cases were coming up. However, when you say that there should be no cases whatsoever that come forward due to public outcry, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, in my opinion, because the entire civil rights movement is a result of public outcry. The advances we've been able to make, which we need so many more, right? The reason why Rosa Parks is a big deal is not because she was the only person who sat on the back of the bus. It was her status and her, as a leader in our civil rights movement, the NAACP, is the reason why. There have been tons of people before that had sat on the back of the bus, sat at the Woolworths counters, so on and so forth. It was when it was her that there was this mobilization. You see what I'm saying? Towards the movement. And then the overall, all of these movements going on and on are what actually prompted the legislative changes. So I worry when you say, or maybe you can help me better understand which situations you're talking about, or if you are indeed talking about all of them. When you say there should be no cases that come or are sparked out of public outcry, that means civil rights movement, gone. That means Breonna Taylor, gone. George Floyd, gone. Trayvon Martin, gone. Because there are quite frankly, the Gaudis, the mob. I mean, if we want to go to other cases that are not impacting, Black people as much, or Black culture rather. So I just worry when you've said that now a couple of times, and I just think it bears a little bit more conversation,
And clarity.
a little bit more clarity as to where do we then draw this line. And if we do that, are we now going to get in muddy water where it's, oh, well, we're okay if it happens when there's XYZ situations, but when it's R. Kelly, it's not okay.
Yes.
Can you maybe either clarify that more, or maybe just speak to that, because I'm not willing to throw that out there like that. And I also think, even in this case, that I don't care how it comes about that justice is served. Justice just needs to be served. If there are ladies, young ladies, and at the time, some of them being girls, as it is alleged, and now, there's a conviction on some of these. If that's the case, I don't care when it comes about. And if anything, I frown on the justice system that they didn't prioritize it sooner. And I know that there's financial reasons for that and all kinds of other things. But I just worry quite a bit that we would ever go so far in our country to say, well, if it came out of public outcry, you can't have a case, or you shouldn't have a case, or that case is immediately corrupt because there was public outcry that helped prompt, quite frankly, the justice system to say, oh, let's cover our behinds because we were slacking for 30 years. Now we need to actually act like we're going to move on this because people are pissed off.
Yes, ma'am.
At the same time, that's civil rights in a nutshell in our country. And I don't think it should take all of that, but it oftentimes does. And I want justice to still continue to be served in every situation where it has not been. So can you maybe clarify it or speak to that? Because I mean, I don't think you can deny that is how so many of our civil rights things have pushed forward successfully. And without them, we would really, I would be terrified to think of where we would be right now.
Ma'am.
And we still are behind.
Yes, ma'am. Let me answer your question. And I could talk to you all day. Like, this is my field. I love speaking to people like yourself who are respectful, and you're putting forth honest points, and you want dialogue, honest dialogue, civilized dialogue. Now, let me dismantle what you're saying. For one, what I said specifically is that when there is a social political movement that has its tentacles wrapped around our justice system, the legislators, the Senate, the Congress, because of this particular movement, which is Me Too, which all movements come on the scene with benevolence. Most movements do. Okay? So what I said was that we must always proceed with caution when you have a organization that has that kind of influence, because it can produce situations where the Justice Department are now, those within it, are now marching to the beat of a drum of individuals and organizations that have a hidden agenda, is what I'm saying. Now, I have to say this also. Even the civil rights movement that you spoke about, Dr. King, sincere man, those who were involved in that movement, there was corruption in that movement. That movement, even though it started out right with benevolent individuals who were really concerned with the safety and welfare and quality of life of Black people, when you speak to someone like myself and you use that as an example, I must remind you that that movement, as it pertains to Black people in America, was designed to produce that which the Constitution grants all Americans. It was designed to produce and facilitate life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness for Black people in America, the so-called minorities. Now, if you look at that movement that you use an example of, and you ask yourself, are black people in a better position as it pertains to the mortality rates, as it pertains to our having a piece of the American pie? When you, and I've talked to academics like yourself, and we've had these conversations in colleges, and that is this: when you look at the data, black folk own less than 1% of the wealth of America after the Civil War. If you look at the dear brother Dr. King, when he started talking about the economic realities of black America and started pointing to how all of the social ills were connected to the fact that we don't own nothing, that we are workers, that we are not, we don't have access to wealth. And you look at that reality, that we own less than 1% of the wealth of the nation after the post-Civil War, and you go all the way up to 2022 as we approach 2023, and you discover that we still own less percent of the wealth of America in America. And then when you look at the mortality rates, are we dying now more than we were prior to the Civil Rights Initiative? We're dying more now at the hands of each other. We're dying, the quality of life for black people in the hood is shit. We might as well be in the South with the goddamn KKK chasing us, because back then it was white men with sheets lynching us, and now we're killing each other more at a wholesale rate. And that is part and parcel of that civil rights initiative that you talk about, because as someone, and I could tell you're college educated, I could tell that you enjoy the fruits of America, and I don't have a problem with that.
She is doctor.
I could tell that, and I don't have a problem with that. But when I speak to those who I refer to as black elitists, and I'm not saying you're an elitist, but I'm saying those who come from that slant, I must remind them that black people, yes, a lot of them were able to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, being allowed to go to white universities, sit in white restaurants, stay in white hotels, live in white neighborhoods. That's fine, but that's a very small percentage. And that small percentage is not what Dr. King was, and those who were sincere in the civil rights movement, that's not what they were shooting for. They were saying all or nothing. So what happened was, when we joined on to that initiative, that movement was hijacked by white philanthropists, and it was hijacked by those who control the system. They hijacked it. So when Dr. King started talking about the money and the economics and talking about Vietnam, he had to go. But never lose sight, dear sister, of the fact that we, in essence, in all honesty, when you look at how America has progressed, when you look at how white people in America, without a doubt, they have moved up. When you look at how white women were the #1 beneficiaries of the Civil Rights Initiative, when you look at those who benefited from it, you will find that black people didn't benefit really at all. All we can say is that we were able to drink out of a white water fountain, spend our money at a white hotel, and screw and smoke weed and drink and have a nice time while we buy their hats, buy their Gucci, buy their YSL, buy all of these shit, the things that they produce. And once we get sick, we got to go into their hospitals. Excuse me. We still live in communities where all of our children in the hood go to their schools that they left. Those schools were built for them. We still live in communities where, just like in the South, if a black man or a black woman mouthed off at a white man or a white woman, you had to worry about them coming, getting you in the middle of the night, dragging you out the house, lynching. Now, if you look at another black person hard, we live in communities where you might be gunned down in the street. The death rate, the carnage that exists in the black communities, respectfully, I will say to you that you can never sell me on the idea that the Civil Rights Initiative was beneficial to black people, when you had someone like Malcolm X telling black people, and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him, telling black people back then, do for yourself, love yourself, Love one another. Leave these white folks alone. If they don't want you to come in their restaurant, don't you go in their restaurant so they can spit and defecate and urinate in your food. Love, teach your children to love their neighbor, love their brothers and sisters, build up your own schools to the point where now the wealth of education with individuals like yourself who are very educated, who gained a wealth of knowledge from the institution that you attended, whether it was a black college or not, they're able to take that knowledge, whether you are a architect, whether you are a doctor, PhD in this and that, and now you're able to do what other groups in America do. The Indians where I live at, the Chaldeans where I live at, the white folks where I live at, and every other group where I live at, they take that knowledge and they build a reality and future for their children, for themselves, and for their people. So they're not living secondhand. They use what they are able to gather from white society and the world of academia, the universities, the higher halls of academia. They use that to enrich themselves and their communities. But please, never, never, never even suggest to an intelligent man like myself, no offense, that the Civil Rights Initiative did anything beneficial for us. All it did was induce a insidious poison that we call self-hate, that cause us to turn on each other, hate ourselves, throw trash in our communities, knock out windows in our communities, living in burnt down communities, peddle crack in our communities, producing crack babies, producing death. All of that is part and parcel of the Civil Rights Initiative that you speak about. And Dr. King, before he left here, even condemned that same ideology and philosophy that he had promoted. He said himself from his mouth, you know what? He said to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I think that I have led my people into a burning building. I think that I have led my people in such a way where I've taught them to love white folks, embrace white folks, run after white folks, sit next to white folks, eat with white folks. And after we went into their restaurants, if you look at the statistics, dear sister, you will find this is when we came down with all these goddamn diseases because we put our mouths in restaurants where the people told us we were not wanted. And I'll listen to your response.
Absolutely. I want to just say, when we first talked, one of the things you said to me months and months ago was you never concede on anything. And I told you I don't scratch unless I itch. But what I say is I agree with almost everything that you just said. And we're on the exact same plane there, much like you were with Angie before, right? The whole, and I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole, but I said multiple times during my initial question, there is still so much more to do. It still did not move the needle nearly as much as it needs to be moved. And I'm not going to, again, go down that rabbit hole more. Even after the civil rights movement, we got Jim Crow, Reconstruction, so on and so forth. So, and then and everything that has been built even after the civil rights movement has systemic racism ingrained within it. My dissertation is even part of that very same conversation. So I'm all there with you on that, right? So
yes,
I'm not, and also I'll just to give you a little bit of background about myself, because I mean y'all docs people do all that, and I'm not, y'all know
not
I'm
me.
not on that kind of time. But I'll say this: I grew up in a single wide trailer using kerosene heater. Okay, so I didn't grow up coming from that, and I also grew up with a grandfather who always told us that we never asked for integration, we asked for equal rights and equal funding for our schools and so on and so forth. He believed that integration was the punishment for asking, right? So
perfect.
That's my background. Now I will say that my views, I hear and understand them. My views are a little bit more complex, and don't necessarily full on agree with that, but I got that mentality and I understand it, right? So I want to just put that out there. But what I'm saying is, and that was really the crux of my initial conversation or question to you. Are we willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, however, with doing that? I'm not, in no way am I sitting here trying to advocate for the civil rights was the end all be all and whatever the case may be. But what you also stated in some of your response there is that there was an increase in access to certain things. It still isn't where it should have been. And then when with that access came other things, there's also all kinds of other systemic issues that are there. But it's still, the question at hand is, do we truly, especially in this situation, do we throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, since it's not perfect, we're not doing anything? Since the justice system is not perfect, and I will critique it more than probably anybody because I disagree with so many, and there's so many issues with our justice system, even though we'll turn around and say it's the greatest one in the world. So we clearly know it's not easy to just put together a government that works perfectly.
Yeah.
But my point is, do we throw out the things that are beneficial? For instance, if there are people who are harming children in our community, no, we might not care for the way that our justice system works, but do we then say, well, because we don't like the justice system and it's not perfect, everybody who harms children gets to go free? Or everybody who forces themselves onto another person, you get to go free because the system isn't perfect yet, or the system doesn't benefit us to the maximum amount in which it should. I argue that there has to be a middle ground here. And I can't stand in a space where I go, well, because it doesn't align 100% with my beliefs, and because I have data, you talk about you writing your 100 pages. I went well over 100 pages in that dissertation, and I could go some more, and I'm publishing right now.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I can't sit here and go, okay, well, because this component doesn't work, or there's several components here that aren't equitable, that I then go, you know what? Shut the whole situation down. All murder, do we go into a purge state because we don't like, and that was really what I'm talking about, is when it comes to this specific case, I get that the prosecutors who knew about things, we have documentation, and I think, Angie, I think you've mentioned before that you've even seen there's documentation that dates back long before a surviving R. Kelly was even on our minds. And if nothing else, I know for a fact, Aaliyah was my generation. So that came about before even social media and all of that was a big thing. That's why it was a big thing, because that was kind of the first thing we saw on MTV is, the man sitting there saying, here's the paperwork. And it came up on TV and everybody was sitting around our TVs waiting to see it again. Because you couldn't, it was no on demand back then. You had to wait till it came back around again.
That's right.
So you couldn't use the bathroom, anything. You had to sit in front of the TV waiting for it to roll back around.
That's right.
If you had cable, and I grew up too poor, as you can see, to have that. So I had to go over to my cousin's house.
Right. I remember.
and wait in front of her TV, right? Right. So
we was amongst the first to get cable.
Exactly. So is it because I kind of feel like some of what you're saying suggests that since the justice system didn't move quickly enough, and then this group of people came back around and brought light to it again, as well as new accusations to it, that it should be illegitimate or that it shouldn't be considered at all. And I just question, is that a fallacy in logic, or is that a fallacy in our approach or a way to correct this? I think there should be ways to correct it that does not include throwing the baby out with the bathwater, which to me, that's some of what we're doing when we make arguments like, well, if, anything that comes out of sensationalism, the media, all these other things, that they should just be tossed aside. And I question that. And it also goes counter to, quite frankly, some of, if I want to call it that, your terrorist movement, right? Because some people look at you and critique and say, you're sensationalizing what these people are doing. I'll be clear with you. I think you have plenty of validity in a lot of what you're talking about. And I also think that it does seem, I would not want any one of my lawyers whatsoever talking to anybody on YouTube, period. Okay, maybe they can talk to Angie because she might come up with some kind of defense for me or something like that, right? But I don't want them talking to those people. So I do think it's weird, right? There's a movement there that you have to say, what is happening here? Why is this okay? And I don't think that we should throw that out just because you've had your own movement and you get 300 people in your chat at the drop of a hat.
Yes. I think that, for one, let me say that I'll get to Aaliyah, but I apologized yesterday on Larry's show to all of the female accusers of my cousin and their families. I apologized and said that none of you deserve to be berated, attacked, threatened like you were. And I stand on that. I have my issues with Mr. Savage, and there's been times that I became a little irate and said some things, but at the same time, I try to remain civil. Now, as far as do we or should we throw the baby out with the bathwater? No, we should not. No, we should not. I would hope to think, I love my cousin, but I would hope to think back then, if I had confirmed that he was having sex with Aaliyah, I would love to think that I would have been the first one to sound an alarm and damn near probably put hands on him. Okay? Because I say I would hope to think, because we really don't know what we're going to do until we face with such a revelation, if it occurred, right? Okay.
I agree.
If it occurred. Now, check this out. If you just said it yourself, that they were talking about it. They showed the marriage certificate on the thing, like you said in the thing. They showed it. If he wasn't prosecuted then, I feel that it is not an act of throwing the baby out with the bathwater when you say, well, wait a minute. If her mother came forth and said, he was sleeping with my daughter, I have proof of it. If Jane's parents came forward and said we lied in 2008, I view all of that as legal prosecution. But what I'm saying to you, miss, is that when you have a movement that spearheads things like this, we must proceed with caution. No, we should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I am anti-abortion, but I'm pro-choice, but I'm anti-abortion. And I'm telling you the truth. There's an abortion clinic, maybe 5 miles, 6 miles, because we stay in a rural area, but like back towards the city, there's an abortion clinic. And I see white young ladies, mostly white young ladies, laying out in the grass with signs of fetuses. They be out there sleeping, stopping people before they go in there. That's beautiful to me. Those are some of the most noble people, that they would spend their time laying in the grass and trying to tell people, don't kill the child. Check this out, though. That beautiful movement, that beautiful pro-life movement, it has its zealots. It has those who are corrupt, just as the pro-choice movement we know was started by Margaret Sanger. Check it out. That abortion movement, on its face, was telling women they have the right over their own body if they want to abort children. But behind the scenes was a racist who was really trying to commit euthanasia on Black children, selling the Black community on abortion. We know that now. See, it's the same with the Me Too movement. You have to approach these movements with a slanted eye and look and say, okay, what's your real motive? And I believe that they're not properly motivated. I believe that they are corrupt. I believe that their ultimate aim is to castrate Black men. That's what I believe. That's my just own, you say it's conspiracy or whatever. But no, I've never been one who believes in throwing a baby out with the bathwater. No, I believe that all sexual predators don't even deserve to breathe air, especially for children, especially. I don't. But the problem I have with it, because you talked about Aaliyah and back then, I'm going to tell you the problem I have with it. If you remember, dear or miss, if you remember, we were in that era back then. You notice how TLC And the girls back then wore baggy clothes. The style was baggy. What am I saying? Y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
They wore baggy clothes, right? So that means the 14-year-old young lady wore baggy clothes. The 18-year-old lady, the 19, 20, 21-year-old lady back then, they had the dookie earring, or the big earrings and the hairstyle and the baggy clothes. I say that to say that doesn't justify any 25, 26, 27-year-old sleeping with a 14-year-old, 15-year-old. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the social acceptability in the hood back then was due to the fact, I believe, that I don't want to say something to make y'all say, wait a minute, you trying to justify it? No, I'm not trying to justify nothing. What I'm saying is that when my cousin, Robert, can sit on the couch on BET with Aaliyah and be asked, or Aaliyah is asked, people say y'all boyfriend, girlfriend. People say y'all cousins. People say y'all, what is it? What's y'all relationship? That should tell you the social climate in the black community back then. That would never happen today. You would never hear someone ask a 25, 26, 27-year-old rapper, what is your relationship with this 14, 15-year-old girl? Now, would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
There you go. So that tells you that it was commonplace for Big Les to ask that question. It wasn't frowned upon. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying let's put it in its proper social context. Let's not, listen, Miss, excuse me. Your grandfather is a very intelligent man. When that quote you just said he summed it up. But guess what? Right now, throughout America, there are white men that's 80 and 90 years old who, when they were in their 20s and mid 30s, early 20s, early 30s, mid 20s, early 20s, killed black people, hung them up in cells, hung them. When they were young, where we live and where if you live in the suburbs and where we live, if a black person walked through here in the 1940s and 50s, you would be lynched. You would be killed. It's recorded, the mob attacks. Go look at the mob attacks and the lynchings and how they would beat us and kill us if they found us in certain areas. So these movements, notice something, these civil rights movements, be it Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Dustin Soul, whatever, you've never heard for them to turn, you've never heard them make a call to turn the judicial time clock back and say, now, since we have a movement that is pro-black, that is pointing out the atrocious crimes that have been committed against our people, we demand that the federal Justice Department go through all of those records from the 40s and 50s and 60s. And if you find any of those white men who were complicit in killing black people, we demand that you go get them and bring them to justice. The Jews do it. The Jews did it in America and all over the world. If you were a guard at the concentration camp in the 1940s when Hitler had his reign, after the Third Reich was defeated, the Jews will find you anywhere on this planet and bring your ass to justice. I don't give a damn if you're 90 years old in a wheelchair. They're going to execute your ass, take you back to Israel. Those movements have never tried to turn the judicial clock back and make those people who were complicit in crimes punishable by law. But with the Me Too movement, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to go back to a time when, I'm going to just say it, most black guys in their 20s, not most, but a lot of black guys in their 20s, y'all saw it, was pulling up to the high schools, picking up high schoolers. I was dating a chick that was a senior in high school. She was 17 years old. I was an adult, not no 30 or nothing like that, but I was an adult. I was in my early 20s. I was picking her up, spending the night at her house. Her mama would leave town and call me and say, I'm gonna leave town. Can you stay here with her? I was taking that girl to school every damn day and picking her up. And she was 17 years of age. The principals be out there seeing niggas in nice new cars, most of them picking up the 17-year-olds. They didn't call the police. It was commonplace. It was commonplace. And if you think my cousin's the only celebrity that has slept with a 17-year-old, then you're sadly mistaken. That is commonplace in the entertainment industry. Everything goes on. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this. So let's use the reversal. So do you think that because nothing was done to him then, do you think that he benefited from that justice that you know, that our justice system that you're not too fond of? Would you say, you know, if that was the case then, just if that was the case, shouldn't have some have been done then?
Well, without a doubt, if he was sleeping with minors, back then, something should have been done then. Without a doubt. And even had it been done then, he wouldn't be in prison right now. You feel me? If he was doing that back then. Listen, had they investigated that marriage certificate, had they really pounced on him, did you marry her? If you haven't seen this and the third, he would have probably got 2 or 3 years in prison, maybe that, and we wouldn't be here now if it occurred. You feel me? So the Justice Department cannot shuck its responsibility 20, 30 years ago. And then the same Justice Department come back around, motivated by an organization like Me Too, and now you want to exact punishment on people, which is politically motivated. That's all. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. Angie, I love talking to you because you be reading my mind. That was exactly what I was gonna come with. Number one. So and Mr. Levi, what you said is absolutely accurate, and you talked about it before. Is the context, right? And Angie was talking about it. That saying, you got to give it both ways, though. And that was something I was talking about in the chat a little bit as well. You got to hand it out both ways. If you want to give context to other relationships or relationships with back, several decades ago and how that was different, you have to also give context to the text messages. If you're going to give context to one thing, you have to give context to the other. Right. Or if you're going to say that the jury did a great job of not guilty, you got to be able to say that they also had to do the same equal good job for the guilty. You see what I'm saying? And so there you gotta play it both ways, and that's where I live. I always try to live in that mentality of I can't apply it somewhere and can't apply it somewhere else. Now, I do want to make a couple of things because you always cover so much. So I'll just try to cover some of the big ones. One, if I remember correctly, because again, Aaliyah was my generation. Yeah. I remember, and if I'm wrong, anybody hit me and say, no, you were wrong on that. I remember the Big Les conversation happening when Aaliyah's age was still a mystery. A big part of Aaliyah's persona when she first came out was, how old is she? Is she 18? Is she 16? And quite frankly, it was a part of what me and all of my friends and even my sister, who was a few years older than me, we all connected to Aaliyah, because I looked at Aaliyah and I saw the 14, 15-year-old that was me. And my sister looked at Aaliyah and saw the 18, 19-year-old that was her, because she did have a bit of an ambiguous look about her. Now, it isn't until now that I look back and see that Mr. Kelly did interviews where he said, here's this girl, Aaliyah, she's 13 years old, or what. There were times where her age was told, and then later on, her age was told and confirmed. And quite frankly, that happened around the same time when the MTV came out and said she was 15 at the time. And then everybody started dating back, going, hold on. That meant she was, and that's when we started putting her age together. And also that's when she started to confirm it. So I will say that there has to be context given to that as well. That I don't know of any situation that I can recall where if we had been talking about hey, Aaliyah, who's 15, is being asked a question by Big Les, and also knowing at that time that R. Kelly was in his 30s or close to that, I believe, in his late
No,
20s or in his late 20s, excuse me,
mid, mid,
that
mid, mid, mid.
that would have been seen very differently. Hold on, and let me just, and I'll definitely let you speak on that. Also, again, that was my generation. Were there some times where, yeah, 21, 22 pulling up and you was dating a 17-year-old? Yeah, I saw that. I never saw older than that, like within a couple of years, meaning that we would have never been at school at the same time. Never did I see that without controversy, even if it was just within the community. Now, I will give you some credit in that is how all societies, and especially American society specifically, since that's what we're talking about, how it has always operated. As we have continued to live longer, there has not been as much of this, I guess, encouragement to be married or to start doing, romantic things at a younger age. At one point, that was done out of pure necessity because at one point, average death was happening in 30s and 40s because of illnesses and things. And as we've continued to develop modern medicine, that has moved on to the point that, of course, they wanted to have children as quickly as possible to continue life. But now, as that's moved on, it has certainly been taboo for many, many decades now, and would have been even within R. Kelly's lifetime, that it would have been inappropriate for someone who is in their late 20s or 30s to be dating someone who was 14 or 15 years old. That just, I am, and again, maybe that was just my backwoods single wide trailer country living. But in my neighborhood, where there's still a whole lot of things that are backward as all get out, we still haven't moved there. If I were to tell you some of where we are, with all due respect, in my lifetime, we had to walk out of school and protest for civil rights things, right? So that's how backwards the places that I come from. It was not an acceptable thing to have such a significant age difference and not to at least have people turn their eye. Now, did I know of some girls that their parents were okay with it and things like that, and we kind of let that go? Absolutely. But it was still a lot of frowned upon, and other parents looking at what's wrong with those parents and so on and so forth. So I know you had something to say, so I have more to say, but I'll go ahead and let you share your point so we don't lose it in
No,
and
no,
out.
no. I got you. I'm staying on tone. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay. So that I think is the biggest thing. Also, you said, yeah, you agree that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I think that's the real important part of this conversation. Is I do feel like the way that the R. Kelly overall, how the case was handled over all of these decades, I think it was inappropriate in a million different ways. From one, at the same time, I have to look at it in the same way that I do, again, other issues. Women are a marginalized population, right? They have been an oppressed population. People of color are an oppressed population, which means that over time, we know that they have been disenfranchised. With that being said, that means that we know that there were times that things happened to Black people and the justice system did not serve them. For instance, you talking about people being able to run up into your house and drag you out. The fact that Emmett Till was able to be killed and pretty much nothing happened. And just now in 2022, did they reopen that case to start looking at it again? I then can't say, well, back in that time, racism was normal. That was a normal part of society at that point. How can we hold this lady accountable for racism then when that was okay back then? You see what I'm saying? So again, we get into muddy water when we start saying, well, that was a normal thing back then. So okay, if I give it to you that it was a normal, acceptable thing, and I think Skylife has said it too. She's like, that was a thing that people did. That wasn't that big of a deal back then. And the same thing with Bill Cosby, right? Quaaludes was normal. Everybody was popping Quaaludes back then. does that then mean that a wrong was not committed? Now, do I think we need to do some work and some research, quite frankly, on how we can balance that? But it's the age-old saying, as well as what's in the Bible, when you know better, you do better. And that's what's happening and coming to bear in this case. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to say, well, let's just disregard that then, because that was normal back then. People were allowed to do that. It was still something that was inappropriate even back then. And since we know that now, since the research confirms that now, since we know so much more about trauma, X, Y, and Z, we still should be able to look back at that and say it's not okay. And I think that, quite frankly, for me at least, if it had stopped at Aaliyah, if it had stopped at Tiffany Hawkins, I would have said, to some degree, okay, lesson learned. My issue is that there seems to be a pattern, and there's evidence that continues to trickle on well beyond. And I'll even say, I would even take him as far out as 2008. If it had stopped in 2008, I would have at least, because if there wouldn't have been a case if in 2008 it was still normal, right? So if he would have stopped it then and acknowledged it then and said, okay, society is no longer cool with this, I understand and get that it's not cool even if I'm attracted to them. And you've told the story so many times about how somebody gave you their number, you found out they were underage, and then you circle back later on. Okay, that meant that you knew then too it wasn't cool. So I think that we cannot sit here and give, especially for certain things. And when I say that, I think abuses to children or to people who are underage or things that can cause trauma and harm to other people. We can't sit here and say, well, back in the day it was cool, so give a pass. I have a hard time with that because it wasn't that cool. And
Okay.
at least it wasn't that cool enough for him to have had multiple times where he had run-ins with the law where they told him it isn't cool anymore. And I think that the white men who did it, it wasn't cool for them. And I'm cool. That's why I'm cool with Harvey Weinstein going to jail. I'm cool with Epstein going to jail. I'm cool with Keith Raniere going to jail. I'm cool with everybody else who's being held accountable because they cause harm to people and our society allowed it. Our justice system allowed it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting for a black person. Pardon my language, but niggas in all the damn prisons now, federal prison, state prison. I'm waiting for a black person, somebody's family member, to come on social media and say they're in prison with Harvey Weinstein. I'm waiting for listen, sweetheart, please understand me when I tell you, American prisons were not made for wealthy white men. Okay? So, yeah, Harvey Weinstein may be in there, but trust me, he's living like a king. So, but I want to go back to something you said, because you have to put things in a proper context, as you said earlier. For one, let me touch on this real quick. When you said that you're not, is it all right to say it was all right back then and it has to be a balance? You're right. And I think that Barack Obama, if we revisit his speech on race when the pastor, what's his name again? Wright, Pastor Wright, when those comments came out of him saying "goddamn America" and white folks wasn't shit, and they said, basically everyone thought that Barack Obama's trail to the White House had been derailed. We all did, didn't we? That man was up there talking about "fuck America," fuck America. You heard?
I was like, everybody I know in my family almost died. Like, oh, Lord,
it's over.
Politics, we're on the floor. Where the hell did this come from?
It is over. So I researched that. I followed it closely, as I still do. I love Obama. I criticize him in a lot of ways, but I do. However, to answer what the sister was just saying, Obama, he got all of his speechwriters around, all of his people. And he said, how should I handle this? And he listened to each and every one of them. They wrote speeches, he read them. And when it was time to go before the public and address it, he said, thank you very much, but I'm going to address it myself. So he wrote his own speech. And in that speech, he said, I understand Reverend Wright. Just as I understood and understand my grandmother back then, who had a black grandson, but when she would see a black person walk past, she would clutch her purse.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about the transformation of America and how you must be a social surgeon you got to think like a surgeon in order to delicately go in and remove those things that were an impediment and obstruct to our society in America. It was so eloquently put, and I was very disappointed that even though he promised that he would expand and continue that conversation on race once he was elected, he didn't do so. He didn't. I was expecting him to call town hall meetings and really do that, but that's fine. That's politics. So to answer your question, he did it. He talked about how you really can't hold people responsible for back then because the society was as such. Now, when you say if it had stopped or been stopped back then, we wouldn't be here as it pertains to Tiffany Hawkins, you said, and Aaliyah. Well, in order to stop a predator or someone who's accused of violating children or committing crimes, period, if a person's robbing stores and the person gets caught, and like Angie talked about earlier, the person has connections with law enforcement in that community, and they go to the merchant and say, look, we'll pay you not to prosecute. And the merchant says, okay, this person's out there robbing places. Then the next place, they rob a gas station, they go to them and say, look, we'll give you $5,000, just don't prosecute. If we're going to talk about accountability, and if we're going to talk about playing the devil's advocate and lending myself to your position, according to you, you believe he did violate Tiffany Hawkins by your statement. You can not say if it had been stopped with in a prudent way, you can say it, but if you want to be prudent about it and fair, how can you stop anyone who a crime has been perpetrated against and they take money as an exchange to not prosecute or pursue charges? How can you stop anyone? So they bear a culpability. Those who signed NDAs, those who took the money, they bear a culpability. Because now it murkies the water where, shit, wait a minute now. Was it a play for money, or did he really do this to these young ladies? You feel me? Also, I wanted to speak on the inappropriateness of back then, that which was inappropriate. Now, I don't know what high school I don't want you to tell me because the terrorists are listening. I don't want just give me the terrorists be listening to everything. If you say I went to Wilson High, they'll be all through the goddamn graduation records trying to find your picture. Oh, I'm trying to tell you now. Am I right, man? Am I right, Ms. Walker?
Yes.
I went to Wilson High on Martin Luther King Drive. They'd be all in the damn graduating class. How old is she? Okay, that means she must have graduated. They'll pull your goddamn picture out. Your mama's picture and all that
shit. I thank God for the identity theft and me teaching school and me putting shit in the computer. I thank God for all of that, baby. They got it all, child. Just do it all, honey. What about you can find about 6 to 7 locations, time. Go right ahead.
That is so true. But I don't know what high school you went to. However, I think that most people in the hood that really, most high schools, you're right. I didn't see no 30-year-olds picking up high schoolers. No. But I always go back to the climate back then, and I talk about how it was hard to distinguish and differentiate between a 26-year-old man and with the 16-year-old girl. He's 26, she's 16. It was hard back then to say, is this nigga 26 or 22? Because if he's 22, picking up this 17-year-old from high school is not an infraction in Black society. That's not a big deal. Okay, he's 22, he picking up this 17-year-old. You got Bobby Brown making songs about tenderonis, miss. He made a whole song called Tenderoni. He wasn't talking about no goddamn 20-year-old, 22-year-old, a tenderoni. You feel me? Do I agree with it? No. But there's a song I want. Miss Walker might even know the song because she's into pop music. And I want the sister to Google this song. I gotta find. I'm sorry the name of the guy, but the song goes. Excuse me. The song says, and I heard the song at a mall about a month ago. Now keep in mind, my cousin's being prosecuted for life, and I'm walking through the mall or the supermarket, the grocery store, and I hear this song that I love. I've been listening to it for years, all my life down there. But the song is, Miss Walker, tell me if you ever heard of this song. She's just 16 years old. Leave her alone, they say. You ever heard that song, Miss Walker? If I could fly, if I could fly, I'll take you into the night and show you like you never seen.
Yeah.
Go Google that song.
Oh wow.
If I Can Fly.
That's
and
what
the
that
lyrics,
means? Oh Lord.
it starts off saying, she's just 16 years old. Leave her alone, they say. And in the music video, you see the white man who's about 30 years old walking up to the goddamn door of the 16-year-old's house. The father tells him to get off the porch. He's 30-something, about 30 years old.
Oh.
And he's there to date his 16-year-old daughter. All of the rock
1,000 miles. Okay.
artists. Yeah, you play the song. You can see the song, see the video. So you got Steven Tyler with the 15-year-old living with him. You have several members of the Rolling Stones who married 15, 16-year-olds, married them. You know, so I'm not justifying it. I'm saying when the sister says it should have stopped with Tiffany Hawkins, sister, I've heard these talking points for over 3 years, and I'm not disagreeing with you. If he did that, I don't agree with it. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that you can't say it should have stopped with Tiffany Hawkins if you were there with her spending the money. I want to hear from the people who was with these women at the goddamn malls and car dealerships spending the money. That's what I want to hear about. Because when they were spending the money, it was all good. But when the money ran out and the Lifetime train came, and they, not all of them, but those who felt that they could re-up, even the sister, and I'm not condemning her, Roshana, she has a nonprofit. Drea has a nonprofit. Go through the list and ask yourself how many of those have sought to monetize their alleged victimhood. There's money involved in this, and that causes me to look at it from a different light. Now, I'm not being disrespectful. I said to the dear sister Javante Cunningham, I said, she wasn't on Larry's show one day, and I was talking about how I said I would like to find some documentation where Javante Cunningham say that she witnessed that happen to Aaliyah prior to Lifetime. Can you show me that? Right? And I said, was she saying that because she knew they would put her on the show? Now, Javante Cunningham came in Larry's chat about 2 or 3 days later. And I said, hey, Javante, I said, you know I'm speaking legally and I'm not attacking you personally when I say that. And she said, what's up, Levi? And she was very polite because Miss Cunningham, Javante Cunningham, understood when I raised that question, it was just a legal, rational question. And it wasn't a personal indictment or an attack on her. This is how I try to carry myself. This is how we should talk about these things, you know? So if I answered your questions or if I in any way satisfied your position in the sense that you have a hip hop culture, you have young girls wearing young clothes. I could show you pictures back in the day when I was 26, 27. You know, I could show you pictures of the young ladies that I was with, even though they were 18. You would have thought they were 16. You said it yourself. You said Aaliyah had an appeal where even though I was 14, 15, she appealed to me and I saw myself in her. But then my sister, who was 19 or whatever, saw they self in her. So she had that appeal. That's how it was with most of the young girls back then. And I'll end it by saying this. All of these men who have condemned R. Kelly, who have sat talking about R. Kelly over there with Old Cole, a lot of them, sitting there talking about R. Kelly this, R. Kelly that, he ought to be ashamed of himself, this, that, the third. I would say to them, keep your ass out of the strip clubs. Never go to a strip club again. Because when you go there, you're going to see young ladies, some of them in some states 18, some 21, but they look 16. When these same niggas talk about R. Kelly, I would love to confiscate your phones and see what you're looking at on Pornhub. Let's see your porn profile and what you've accessed on porn. And I guarantee you, ain't none of y'all accessing no 40-year-old women, 35-year-old women. Most of these niggas go on porn. And when they go on there, they're not going on there to see women with sagging titties. Okay, y'all go on there to see perked up asses and perked up titties. Okay, so save that.
I'm so glad. I know y'all don't think this. I'm at damn near music driven store. Y'all gonna have my phone. Ain't nothing like that. Wait a minute, hold on. Y'all ain't nothing like that in there.
Yeah,
I gotta keep it real.
And you reserve the right to enjoy things that are allowable by the law. Okay.
Yeah.
This is gonna be my last thing. I swear we need to have a Mo and Levi day. I enjoy my conversation so much.
Yes,
I gotta go because my man is here. So this is the last couple of things I'm gonna say.
Yes, ma'am.
One. So much of what you said, Mr. Levi, and that's a whole nother conversation. And Angie, we can schedule it or something. I don't know, but so much of what you just said is concerning and problematic and goes against everything that we now know. Okay, one of the things is I don't believe that anyone, regardless of what the crime is, that we have any right, responsibility, or that it changes the validity of their trauma or whatever happened to them because of how long it may have taken them to be able to process through it enough to be able to speak, especially when we live in a society where we choose the voices that we're willing to hear. Okay, so that's and that goes back to the greater conversation that we were having before, right? Is that we said, okay, there were things that it wasn't wrong. It was that nobody was listening to those voices or they weren't listening to them in the same way. So I don't think that it is fair, nor is it, quite frankly, applicable in any way, shape, or form for us to sit here and say, okay, well, because you took so long, or Javante, you stayed silent for so long, because Barry Hankerson stayed silent for so long as well. He just went on Dr. Oz, of all places, here within the last couple of years or so. So, and on top of that, I don't think that when someone has wronged you or you have dealt with the level of trauma that we're talking about, that some of these young ladies may have endured, it can take sometimes years and decades. And quite frankly, some people will attempt to work through it throughout their entire lives, and they never, ever get to the place that they're able to process and speak about or share. So I don't agree with that idea at all. I know a lot of people do. I know I see it a lot in the comments. I see it all the time. And throughout this whole entire saga, people say that what I know for my background, what I know as a person, what I know in general, and how I feel, I don't feel that we get a right to discredit someone just because they didn't work off of our timeline, especially when we're talking trauma. Moreover, in the Black community, it's just now becoming more acceptable to even go and get counseling and therapy. We didn't trust those resources, and quite frankly, people like me got into the business for that very reason, because I feel like I want other people to be able to have that healing without this fear of, I don't want to have to explain my Blackness on top of everything else and my trauma to a person who still isn't going to quite be able to get it. So if I can help break those barriers, I do, and I will. So I do think that is totally inappropriate of us as a people to question or to dictate why or when people should be validated because they did or did not do certain things. Also, what we know about trauma 100% says that the brain and the body does what it can to self-preserve. Okay, so the brain, when it experiences trauma, you'll have all different type of mechanisms that the brain will put into place to try to say, hey, protect yourself so that you're able to still function in life, so that you're not walking around blubbering, crying, scared, afraid, depressed, all of that 24/7, because you can't sustain that way. So there are often times that the brain will do all kinds of things. It'll block memories for periods of time until there's a certain specific trigger. It will also just kind of cause you to go into freeze, fight, or flight, and you literally will be frozen. You can't even possibly process through it. So all of those things there, just biologically and psychologically that occur, I can't rock with the idea that just because somebody didn't respond in the way that I feel that a victim should respond, or that you feel the victim should respond, that they should be then discredited. It actually, for me, and that was a big part of when I saw the documentary, the very first time I saw it, I looked at it as a clinician. I had a very different lens, a very different experience of what I was looking at. And I was looking at it to say, do the symptoms of trauma present in these people? That's how I looked at it. And I would love to have that conversation at another time as well. Or I can go through it and look at certain people's things and show you various things that happen. And these are things that cannot be tricked, right? Body language cues, facial cues, reactions, responses, or lack thereof, different things, they cannot be tricked. You can't trick the system. You might be able to fake it here or there, but your body absolutely takes over, and you can't, at least from what we know right now, it can't happen. So I look at it, and I have looked at it from the very beginning from the eye of a clinician who's looking.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I'll definitely just leave a little bit of that there. I also saw that Shabazz is in the comments.
Well,
I don't want no smoke.
yeah, I do.
Love Shabazz too. I listen to him, so I'm not doing that, Angie.
No. Hold on. If you said you listen to him, I want you to listen to me. First of all, let me say this. We're having a very intelligent, civilized discussion.
Mm-hmm.
This man, this so-called man, paperboy ass nigga, he comes in and he comes off rip saying clown ass nigga. He comes off rip attacking me because he's trying to build his channel. It is nowhere in the hell I could be a clown ass nigga, and this intelligent woman right here has sat conversating with me for this long, having real substantive conversation. But this man despises me because I'm truly Rob's cousin. I want you to listen to me. He despises me because he was never able to get close to me because of my Detroit intuition and because my cousin warned me about this opportunistic, broke ass, fake ass, perpetrating a fraud ass, clout chasing ass bitch nigga. Now, I'm going to say this right here to you. I don't mention you on my channel, but you come in capping, talking shit. And I'm telling you, there's going to be another arrest within the next maybe 5 or 6 days. And after that arrest is done, after I complete that project, if you want to take cuts, I got you way back at 7 or 8. But if you want to come to the front of the motherfucking line, nigga, then you're going to be made to answer for your involvement in perhaps potential jewelry tampering and obstruction in federal cases, nigga. I'm not capping with you niggas on YouTube. I'm not going back and forth calling names like you just called me a clown ass nigga. Now, let's go further. You said in these comments, and I screenshotted it, I can show you a tape of his niece talking about my cousin. You said I can show you a tape of his niece. She was less than 10 years old. Shut the fuck up. Meaning that my cousin molested his niece before she was 10 years old. My question to you, if you have a goddamn tape showing a fucking 9-year-old saying that R. Kelly molested her, what kind of man would you be to hold a goddamn tape and not take it to law enforcement, bitch?
Okay, hold on.
Miss Angie?
Hold on. No, let me get out. Let me get out. I don't got nothing to do with that.
According to him, According to him, he has a tape of everybody goddamn body. I got a tape on this. I got a tape on that. And you supposed to be a street nigga? I got a tape. Well, I'll show you a tape. But guess what? You ain't got no tape on Levi because Levi didn't fuck with you because Levi's from a city where you'll lose everything playing games with a nigga like Levi.
Mr.
Now,
Levi, I
I'm telling
want to
you,
go ahead and leave. I want
I'm
to go ahead and
telling
leave.
him.
I enjoyed
I'm
it.
telling
Angie.
him.
I enjoyed it. I'll be back another time.
Nigga gonna sit up here and say
Angie, I'm just up
he,
here to
he,
say
he
how I
got a
gotta
tape.
leave in a minute.
He got a
Levi,
tape.
breathe. Take a deep
No,
breath.
I don't like that. I
Breathe.
don't
Why you always
listen.
yelling?
I'm gonna tell you
Breathe.
why I'm up. I wasn't
Just
yelling. I ain't been yelling
breathe.
since I've been on here.
Just
But when I get
breathe.
upset, I say, no, let me say something to you. Here's the problem, miss. This man came on the scene pretending to be fair and objective and balanced. I'm not
I
on
know who
anyone's side.
Shabazz is. You don't have to break it
Okay.
down. It's
But
all good.
all the time he's despised my cousin. Because when my cousin was on, he didn't fuck with him. He has an ex to grind. Most of these niggas do. So he's gonna pretend that I'm not against R. Kelly, trying to get a few numbers on YouTube and a few dollars to buy some goddamn heroin or some goddamn crack. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you talking about, bitch. Fuck you mean, nigga. I'm a serious motherfucking man, boy. And my cousin just got life in prison because of niggas like you, bitch. Playing the 50. Being talking about white folks now, you want to talk about white folks. You want to talk about Jennifer Bonjean because she didn't buy your wares and she didn't allow you to
Angie,
prostitute
who the hell
yourself.
is this that just came up here?
Hoe ass nigga. Bonjean did not take you up
Hold
on
on,
your
Melvin.
offer
Hold
because she
on.
knows you a goddamn whore and a motherfucking prostitute and you'll sell yourself to white attorneys. You'll sell yourself to this one, to that one, but then you pretend you're fair and objective when you ain't nothing but a $5 motherfucking hoe, nigga. Don't play
Oh,
with me. I'm talking to you, nigga, because I swear for God, I will have them motherfucking Golden Eagles pick your ass up within a month, bitch. I'll put your ass in a motherfucking indictment, bitch. Fuck with me. I'm about to get off of here because I don't like these motherfucking niggas who have an ex to grind against my cousin. Now you're going to come on here and say he was sleeping with his 9-year-old niece and he's guilty, but you weren't talking that shit when you was up in his face trying to peddle your goods. Like you turned on Angelo, you turned on Azriel, everybody that came in contact with you, you smiled in their faces. When you got mad with them, you want to talk about I got video and I got tape, but I never fucked with you. You a motherfucking hoe. You a motherfucking whore. You sell your ass, nigga. That's what you are. And I'm the wrong motherfucking nigga to play with. Trust me, bitch. I'm out of here, motherfucker.
oh Lord.
Ouch.
Okay. Hey, them ballers. Thank you, ma'am. If you could type back in the chat again. Thank you, ma'am, for coming up. Thank you. I got your message in the back. Thank you.
Y'all done
Woo.
fucked up the church's money. Ooh, y'all pissed him off.
I don't know what
Why
done
y'all do
happened,
the pastor like that?
baby. I don't know. Honey, when I saw them comments, I've been highlighting comments all day, and I've been keeping up. And when I saw that comment, I just like, oh gosh, if I stop highlighting, it's gonna be noticeable. And just stop
Angie,
it.
I
Stay out
can't
of
do
chat
nothing but
business.
laugh.
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
These people been upset all weekend. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the people.
To save Joycelyn's job, and I already had to turn her club blue real quick, because baby, I was like, baby, there's somebody gonna put a wrench in her damn back. Like, oh, I've been up on it all day. You hear me? I done covered my stuff, getting ready for fuck shit. I don't know how this gonna work out, but I gotta get ready for it.
You said you're ready. Ready.
I gotta
Oh
get
my
ready for my
goodness.
fuck shit. So help me,
I
Jesus.
don't have much to say besides I'm laughing at these supporters. R. Kelly's situation is not funny. At this point, y'all need to be praying for him. If y'all support him, support him. Angie, did you hear the judge tell those people on the other side that they were supporting a pedophile in that recording that's
No.
being played? You
No,
girl.
I hadn't. No, when I fell asleep on Dennis' first recording, when I woke up, I think Dana hadn't hit his ass. And then when I saw he went back live, I was somewhere else. Then I went back to Dennis. It was on members only. I'm like, man, fuck this.
Girl, this shit been
I'm
funny.
behind this because I got my own shit out here in these streets to deal with. People wanna, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I got to dig up some videos of me dressed up like Bruce Leroy and one of them karate motherfucking suits to show that I ain't the motherfucking one on the slick tip, on the
They
direct tip, or the
right.
indirect tip, or that
All that.
bullshit tip. I'm not
All
none
that.
you know. So let me go ahead and give my dedication on out to Debo real quick. I've been playing dedications all day, and then we get right to the fuck shit.
Uh-oh.
You know, we still on what this is. This we in the second shift now. We on second shift. Let me
They
play my
ready to hit that
yeah, let
like
me
button,
play my
y'all.
motherfucking Debo dedication. So I got Larry. I had who earlier? I had Sid Bo and So. I had Larry. This Debo.
Oh, shout out to Devo. Hopefully he's somewhere chilling, getting his mind right. Oh my goodness. Go ahead. I got to come back. I'm about to make a run real quick, but I'm listening in the car.
Okay.
Okay.
Two of my homies that's gone. Gone. Hop in the whip and we gone. Tell them think that we own. Fuck with your bitch and we gone. Heard that they hate that we own. Own. Two of my homies that's gone. Gone. 63 in the pot, pit bull lot. Shoot your ass on the block and get mad lot. If they run up in the spot, then it's bad lot. Ain't nothing up in here but residue and glass box. Yeah, we going hard for my nigga cash. And if you go against the squad, nigga, that's your ass. Since we was some young niggas, we been chasing bags. That's why them haters on the sideline looking mad. It's static, automatic stash, and my mama added. Get your ass slipping, laser tag you to another planet. Acting like 5 ways, been up for like 5 days. In this spaceship, and we peeling on driveways. Catch me in cash world, standing slanted. We astronauts, I swear to God, we ain't never landed. So watch the tone when we talking on these phones. Cause these haters out here plotting to get real niggas. I'm in the whip and we gone. Telling them things that we own. Fucking your bitch and we gone. Heard that they hate that we own. Own. Two of my homies that's gone. Gone. Hop in the whip and we gone. Tell them things that we own. Fuck with your bitch and we gone. Heard that they hate that we own. Own. Two of my homies that's gone. Gone. Young niggas in the hood. On 4-wheelers, you can slide through what's good. We go getters, every nigga with me a boss. Fit no niggas, ski mask, gloves, and blast. Get low, nigga. I'd rather down my feet than the fucking run. Fast flashing cameras around me, makes you some fucking damn. It ain't no hour later, so we out here chasing paper. Raising the button haters like we did some elevators. Rental cars trying to figure out the navigation. Got some homies on the pipeline and they waiting patient. Has gave me the connect and told me feed the nation. If you niggas rolling with that, then what's the demonstration? We gone. Telling them things that we own. Fucking your bitch and we gone. Heard that they hate that we own. Two of my homies that's gone. Gone. We gone. Telling them things that we own. Fucking your bitch and we gone. Heard that they hate that we own. Two of my homies that's gone. Gone.
Shouts out to Debo. What's good with it, Baz? What's good with it?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, Baz. What's going on, sir?
Yo, listen. Y'all funny. This shit is kind of funny to me. Yo, let me first start off by saying, I'm not even going to disrespect Levi because, the case is kind of over and we all just talking about some shit is an after effect. Like on some real shit, I don't care what nobody say. I was always going to ride the case on both sides. I feel like now, I feel like dude is guilty. I feel like he's guilty and he has to pay for his crimes. But I don't think that people should turn their back on him and shit on him. Like, I'm not going to tell nobody to do that. But, yo, if a nigga guilty, he guilty. Like, all of the lying and all of the shit in the world is not going to change that. So to continue to lie and, this is my person. And, like, nobody really gives a fuck. And the reason why I say that is because if there was any credibility to anything that anyone has said, R. Kelly wouldn't be in jail. That brother came on and I'm writing this up and I'm doing this and I'm gonna get this person arrested. Ain't nobody went to jail. You ain't saved your cousin. You ain't fucking went to court and testified for your cousin. All you did was got on YouTube and talked a lot of shit. At the end of the day, that's it. You ain't did a goddamn thing. So how credible can that person be? Now, let me address what I said because he said he screenshotted. I want to give you a better chance than just screenshot, Levi. And I want to address something else, too, if you don't mind, before I go into Levi. I just got wind of the Dana J takes. And I'm going to tell you where I got it from because I just keep it 100. Somebody contacted me through Instagram and told me to check out Sylvia's channel. So Sylvia pulled up some tapes that she got through Dennis Byron from Hip Hop Inquirer. I guess he used the Freedom of Information Act or something called VOIA. And when you're in the media, you can use that. And what that does, correct me if I'm wrong, Angie, is it allows you to get the information, pictures, photos, recordings, or whatever in regards to a case. And the police have to release that because it's freedom of information. Somehow or another, he got that information. Now they have a recorded conversation of Dana telling on somebody, whatever. I'm not getting into that. I didn't get into the Dana J and DJ Tyson beef. I remain neutral. Like I always say, I stand alone. I don't work with Dana J. I don't work with DJ Tyson. I don't work with Sylvia. Shabazz stand on Shabazz 2 feet. I said this before this is happening. If anybody has ever listened to my podcast, you know that. Like I stand alone. I don't fuck with no police. I'm not a police ass nigga. My career was built on I don't fuck with the police, period. I'm not telling you shit. I don't do that. But if people do that, I feel like some people do have a right to do that. If you're a law-abiding citizen and you've committed no crimes, the police work for you. You pay taxes. This is part of where your tax money goes. So you have that right. But if you're on the other side of the street, you can't do that. To me, that's not fair. I don't commit any crimes. I do not sell drugs. I do not do anything illegal. But I've been on that side of the street, and the people that I fuck with are on that side of the street. So I have to abide by that code. I don't fuck with the police. So whatever they saying, Dana J, I seen the Sylvia's comment. Somebody said Shabazz, Levi, this person, that person is ops. I'm not no op. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Be it for the good of R. Kelly or the bad of R. Kelly, because I sincerely feel that is the only way to tell a story. You have to tell it from both sides. I am going to stand on that. So I don't got nothing to do, I don't know if Dana, I don't, I heard the recording, it's the same as with DJ Tyson when, fucking with his kids. I seen what his daughter said, I just don't want to get into that because I'm just not getting in that. Like if I'm gonna fuck with you, I'm gonna fuck with you regardless to whatever. I'm not fucking with no nigga running to the police though. That one I'm not doing. So that kind of excluded, me and Levi from jump because he says I don't like him because that's R. Kelly's cousin and he wouldn't fuck with me. I think I've showed enough of my. Let me tell you something. On some real shit, our first real interaction, I was fucking with somebody named George Daniels when George Daniels had R. Kelly. George Daniels had George's Music Room. All of the people that used to come through Chicago went to George's Music Room because it was a staple point. I own a magazine. So me and George had a relationship because anytime somebody came to town, guess who got called? I did. I have something in print. We're not as strong as we were because magazines are going out of business. The only people that have strong magazines right now is if you're targeting prisons. I'm as strong in the prisons as the Bible is because we can get in the prisons. On the street is something different. So I say this to say, I've been fucking with the R. Kelly clan or someone in that camp for over 20 years. So now, going back to the days, there was a time that killer, Carrie, Kelly was fucking with his brother. They had their fallouts or whatever. But during one of the fallout periods, and this is the time when Wendy Williams was real strong, they had a real strong falling out. R. Kelly was calling the police on Carrie. If Carrie came around, R. Kelly was scared of Carrie. Carrie was a pit bull and R. Kelly was a chihuahua. People don't like when I tell the truth, but that's just the truth. Like Carrie, if he keep it 100, he'll tell you that itself. Carrie got upset with me because he says, well, if you have a tape that says such and such, why you didn't put it out? Let me tell you something. Even in my darkest of days, there are some things I just feel that you shouldn't do. I'm not going to put that on that man's back. It's not about if I have a no, I don't have a tape of child porn of, anybody doing anything or molesting children, because let me tell you something. I would have never turned that into the police. We would have handled that with some street shit. If I would have seen a man fucking with a child, the police would have been looking for me. I wouldn't have been telling no police. I'm not telling the police on that. The niggas I fuck with, they took his head. Like, ain't no man gonna watch no man fuck with no child. So when you say that I should have took it to the police, no, nigga, I would have never took nothing to the police under no circumstances, because we deal with a different type of justice, a different type of people. And because I respected the game, because I fucked with George Daniels, right? There were some things I said I wasn't gonna do. It's just like I got about 10 interviews with LGBTQ niggas, and they are explicit. Yo, I never even told the lawyers. They knew I had those interviews. I didn't show it to them. And these was consenting men. But I just felt like I'm not gonna put that tag on a nigga back. And this is in 2019. I felt like that. So when we go back to 2010 and shit like that, 2009, 2011, when all of that shit was at a height, if you do your homework, Carrie had made it to Wendy Williams over. They had a big blowout, and Carrie was going around talking to everybody and dropping dimes. I was in Chicago. I was the strongest magazine underground in the country, not fucking Chicago, the country. And everybody knew me. I'm a street nigga. I ran with niggas that'll bang your motherfucking head upside the wall, or they was slinging keys. Shabazz didn't do none of that. I've never tried to front and appear. I didn't kill nobody. When I was selling drugs, I was never the one in charge. I was next to the boss. I was more like, that's irrelevant. The point that I'm trying to make is I was never them. I was in that life, but they gave me a pass because I was the nigga that said, I want to do something different. Everybody that I ran with did what they did because that's all they knew. I knew a different way. And niggas in the old school respected me enough to say, he not down with us, but he down with us. So I always kept those codes. So the reason why I'm saying that is when Carrie came to me, because I had that mentality, I said, this is heavy. Carrie gathered up at least 40 people that were family members and close friends. Carrie Killer. Okay, and I'm sure people can take my sound bites the same way Sylvia got the sound bite of Jana J talking to the police. Somebody can take my sound bite and pass it off. I don't have to lie, dog. Like that's not what I got to do. However, we did a 3-hour interview. 3 hours. The star of that 3-hour interview was a little girl. I don't know if it was Carrie's daughter or not, but she didn't have anything happy or good to say. It was disparaging. I am not going to say exactly what she said, but I can tell you this. It was enough for me to say, nah, I'm not doing that one. That was way back then. Because I felt like once you put something on a nigga back, that's enough. You have to remember, Carrie was already coming at him. And Carrie had momentum. He was on Wendy Williams in New York. I think he was on WGCI in Chicago. He had a momentum of media against his brother. This is his biological brother. Not know if he's his cousin or not. This was his brother who was on tour with him. So, when people speak, you got to listen. Because sometimes a drunk man or an angry person will say what they really feel. Carrie was on 10. Back then, Carrie was on 10, 10, 10. But because I knew that, I took into account that, that's still his brother. They still family. And like, son, if you put this out, that's really going to be damaging. I hadn't seen Carrie in years. Carrie was upset with me because I never put those tapes out. I didn't do it because I respected the game. You understand? It wasn't about, because I never said it was child porn. And I'm not going to tell you what Denise said. But Carrie know what I'm saying. And the other 30 people, 35 people who were there, let me tell you something. The nigga had enough power. We were on a block. And I kid you not, they was waiting for me. I pulled up, and it was like a block party. And it was all these people gathered in one little circle. Carrie brought all of those people. So I already knew what Carrie was legit because I knew George. I knew everybody else. I knew everybody that was in the camp, so I knew who was who. But I definitely knew who Killer was. That was his nickname in the streets. So I'm going to respect him and listen to what he had to say. But even with that, there was betrayal because I betrayed Carrie because I didn't push that gun. Now, what has happened since then? Carrie has retracted some of the things that he said back in the days. Okay, so we can say, he came out one time, he goes through stages. One day he's hot against R. Kelly. The next day, he says, I didn't mean to say that, or that didn't happen. The days that I caught him was the days that he wanted to say what he wanted to say. But yo, Carrie will tell you, Shabazz never put that out. I never put that out. It had nothing to do with the police. And even if it was child porn and the little girl said whatever she had that was foul enough, we would have dealt with R. Kelly in the street. I'm not Angelo. You understand? I'm Muslim, but I'm not Angelo. And the niggas I run with, they don't give a fuck. You understand? So if I tell a nigga, even today, right now, yo, son, this nigga fucked his little sister, and his little sister is 11 or some shit like, yo, that nigga gone. I'm not going to put something like that on the person's back. And at the end of the day, I do still realize, yo, that's his brother. Right now, they're mad at each other. Right now, they're mad at each other. It's just like being a boyfriend and girlfriend. Today, she might be every bitch in the book. Next week, she back to, that's my love. I'm in love with her. So when you're angry, if you have wisdom, you understand, like, yo, I'm not gonna pull the plug right now. I'm gonna let the shit calm down, and then I'll say something. I have the interviews, but I'm still not gonna run with that, because like, whoa, that's like, how sometimes you ever have do you know a family, like some family, not your family, and the family is going at each other, and you cool with the family, and you be like, yo, that's too deep for me. I'm not even getting in that one. I'm gonna let them settle that shit out first before I say something. You ever been in a situation like that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened. Levi don't understand that. He be talking all of that slick shit. He from up top. He this, he that. At the end of the day, listen. The way I see shit is like this. You can tell what's what. You don't gotta say it. Like if you see me walking down the street, you already know what it is. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a thug. But you gonna be able to recognize my style and my swag, how I move. You gonna know where I'm from. You gonna tell the way I talk. You gonna understand and see my mannerisms. I don't gotta run around. I'm from New York. I'm from New York. I don't do all of that fuck shit. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Oh, I was raised up top. That's a wannabe ass nigga. You want to be something that you really not. Yo, dog, if you want to defend R. Kelly, defend R. Kelly. I'm not telling nobody not to defend R. Kelly, but be honest, man. If the nigga is wrong, he's wrong. You understand? Like, yo, if my girl was a hoe, she was a hoe. I know the bitch was sucking dick. Yo, and I'm running in the clubs with the bitch, and niggas is like, yo, don't kiss that bitch. She put her dick in my, whatever. But if I'm in love, like, yo, all right, I respect the fact that she was a hoe, but I'ma still love her. I'm going to accept the truth. That is the truth about the girl. I'm not getting ready to be fighting every time I go in the club and a nigga say some foul shit in her defense when I know in my heart, yo, like, damn, 100 niggas done said they done fuck this bitch. All these niggas lying? We done went to 17 clubs, and every time I'm with this bitch, there's a nigga in there running up on me telling me, yo, Baz, I bust that down 2 weeks ago. What I'm gonna do, keep punching niggas in the face? You know what I'm gonna do? If I'm really fucking with Shorty and I feel Shorty, it's my turn now, nigga. What you want me to say to you? You fucked it, but now it's my turn. You understand? That's how you handle it. You don't go about it with, all of this old fuck shit, because at the end of the day, you weak. And here's what makes it even worse. You done went and punched 100 niggas in the mouth because they said they fucked your girl, right? Then you run up on day 101, you find the bitch in the car, in the driveway, sucking a nigga dick. And you done said, I done beat all these niggas' asses, I had all this beef, and this bitch really was sucking dick. You got to know what you're fucking with. And you have to be willing to accept the truth. If you want to deal with her, you deal with her. You don't let nobody talk you out of dealing with her, because, your relationship might be totally different. The bitch might have been loose with all them niggas, but it's something about it that you see. You rock with that, but you be honest. And when a nigga run up on you with the bullshit, so what, nigga? She did that with you, but now she with me, and it's a different ball game. I'm not about to fight you and go through all that, and that's that. Now, if you keep on pressing me about the shit, you're not walking away. Like, because I'm just going to tell you one time, like, dog, okay, you fucked it, you fucked it. Everybody done fucked somebody. I know that. I am not going to fall into the switch and bait and trap. Are you trying to get me upset because you can tell me you fucked my girl? Okay, you did it. That's the same analogy with R. Kelly. If R. Kelly is guilty, Yo, I'm not about to fight every person. These motherfuckers fight with every person. There's somebody that has a flaw. Every person. I'm not saying R. Kelly is guilty of all of the things that he has done or accused of, but I am saying he's guilty of something. And this is what I can say with confidence. According to the court of law, he's guilty. Now, what you want me to do? We're going to create a new law that says, well, he can be found guilty in court, but he can't be found guilty in the streets. It don't work like that. The guilt is on him. And see, Levi, and what they don't understand, karma is a bitch. And I'm going to tell you why karma is a bitch. And I'm not even saying it to wish negative thinking. You can argue with Shabazz. People can point fingers at me, right? I am only a reflection of what is going to really be in his reality in jail. Because there are going to be niggas just like me who think just like me. And Levi will never be heard. Because what is going to happen is they are going to approach R. Kelly. There will be nobody in jail to stand up and say, wait a minute, they lying. Levi would not be able to stand in the jail, in the yard, and say, hold up, everybody lied on my cousin, because niggas would fuck him up. And the reason why is they are going to go with the narrative that has been painted. And based on paperwork in jail, niggas don't go with rumors and innuendo. Niggas want to see your paperwork. If that paperwork says sexual misconduct, Levi's voice doesn't stand a chance. They're going to deal with R. Kelly. That's what's going to happen. So as much as motherfuckers want to get mad and get, at Shabazz, yo, dog, what you better be is glad that I'm giving you the reality of it and telling you exactly how it goes. Jennifer Bonjean can't save R. Kelly. Steve Greenberg can't save R. Kelly. Ain't nobody going to be able to save that because the government has put its official stamp, and that is what niggas are going to run with. So when they also hear all these niggas is trying to defend them, all that does is put karma in the world. So now, as hard as you fight against Shabazz, as hard as you fight against what's been found to be guilty, you making it harder for that man. And people don't realize that. Because there's going to be somebody in the jail, I guarantee you, when he gets transferred, every nigga and their mama is going to get on the phone and say, yo, boo, guess who in here with me? Who? R. Kelly. That's going to be the talk of the town, the talk of the jail. So the people that's on the outside that's listening might tell them, yeah, well, I heard such and such on YouTube, or they're saying this, that, and other. Now they tell the inmate. The inmate go back and tell other inmates. They're going to hold court with R. Kelly, not Levi, not the feds, not Shabazz, not Jennifer Bonjean. So if these niggas as smart as they claim to be, if they have as much insight and wisdom as they claim to be, they would handle this an entirely different way. That's why I know you're not street, dog. You're not what you claim. See, because I've been on the other side, and I know what happens. You've been on the side of telling on niggas. You ain't been on the side of what's going to happen. It's just the truth. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not even taking a shot. Angie, I'm just telling you the truth, shorty. Like, I don't know if you've been to jail, and I don't know if you know how that go, but I'm telling you how it goes.
No, I'm an attorney. No, I almost. I took a ride down there, but thank God.
That's what I'm saying. You don't like, it's a whole different mentality. So I don't understand why niggas don't embrace what Shabazz say and say, like, yo, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to even like me for telling you. But at least use some of that in your thought process and have it in your mind so you can understand. Everybody is going on their emotions and feelings. The nigga just said, yo, hey, I'm getting ready to get this other nigga arrested. You get ready to be on the top of the list. You what? Like, yo, dog, I don't even understand how as a man you are proudly running around talking about I'm putting cases on niggas. And you want to just think about this. Angie, how smart or how valid is it? You want to put a case on Shabazz, on anybody who tells you the truth, based on R. Kelly being found guilty of sexual misconduct and fucking with kids. How does that even sound?
Shabazz, I don't think that's what he said. And a lot of times, it's kind of hard when you're coming back and forth or whatever. It's kind of to articulate what it is your point is or what it is you meaning to say. To me, this is just my opinion. Levi, as far as being one of the supporters, Levi has been probably the fairest assessor of the supporters, and I think, and because he speaks from legal knowledge as how cases should be, he's more likely saying, I can't speak for him, but he's most likely saying he's not guilty because it wasn't proven. Okay, to him, it wasn't proven to him, and we all know in court and even on the jury verdict sheet, you have proven or not proven as the standard. I mean, well, as a guide to the standard, put it like
But
that.
if
So
he's legal, and if he's legal like you say, right? If he's legal like you say, you have to have the legal mentality, and the legal mentality means that the jurors are the representation of the people. So regardless of your personal feelings, you are going to be trusting in the jurors to come up with a verdict, regardless of how you feel. The jurors have spoken. R. Kelly guilty. That's the legal mentality, and I'm not a lawyer.
right, but everybody that's found guilty isn't always guilty, and everybody that's found guilty can be guilty. But if they were proven to be guilty in the correct way, sometimes they go free, or at least get another trial.
And I agree
Probably
with
agree
that,
with
and I
that.
do.
That's the truth.
I agree with that, and I also agree that the government went above and beyond. But the same thing I
Okay.
tried to explain in my podcast, you have to have wisdom knowing what you're dealing with. Jennifer Bonjean didn't possess the worldly knowledge and wisdom to properly defend him, because the extenuating
Oh
circumstances R.
no.
Kelly, here's what I'm telling you, this is my opinion.
Okay.
The
Okay.
the extenuating circumstance of R. Kelly is you were fighting a case that has been building and quietly bubbling for 25 years. You ain't just fighting what came in 2019.
I'm
You
glad
fighting
you said that.
2008.
I'm glad you said that.
But I've
Keep
been
going for
said that.
another reason. Go ahead.
I've been said. I mean, I'm not stupid. I know what's going on. But the reason why I can't even defend that is because when it was in his favor with the loophole, he beat the 2008 charge. Angie, if these crackers is already on my ass, I beat them. As a nigga, you should know, let me get the fuck out the way. I'm laying low. You don't come back again. Come on, Angie.
Yeah, me and Levi had a disagreement, a long-standing disagreement is with regards to the docu-series. He was saying that kicked off the investigation, and I was trying to tell him,
It
no, that
didn't.
only
That's
threw
not true.
money.
And that's
Wait
not
a minute,
true. And
hold
I
on.
don't mean to,
That
Angie.
only threw. Wait a
I
minute, wait a
gotta
minute.
cut you
That
off.
only. Go ahead, go
Angie, I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta cut you off for this. I want to clear something up. That is not true. We knew that was coming. I don't
Okay,
think
all
people
right.
listen to me. And here's what I'm
I'm
gonna tell
glad
you.
you said that.
No,
Okay, I thought you were gonna
yeah,
say something different. Okay, go ahead.
no. We knew what was coming. R. Kelly knew what was coming. Yo, he talked
Mhm.
about my cousin don't fuck with you, and nah. Yo, that's bull. Yo, I put out a show called The Spot. Before we did The Spot, we had another show that we were also gonna do. That was damage control to counter what was about to happen. R. Kelly's chess move was the first get the streets. I had the streets. Yo, he can say whatever he wants to, but let me tell you something. R. Kelly is meticulous and methodical with what he does, in addition to being arrogant and condescending. But when he makes a decision, he runs with that from his gut. If I was what he said, he would have never came to me. I didn't run to them asking for no motherfucking job. I run a magazine. I don't do no R&B motherfucking singers. But the niggas in his camp knew the streets, and they know who had the streets. So that nigga, I promise you, that nigga came to me and said, this is what we're going to do. It was fine with me. Another nigga was an intermediary between the two of us, and he knew as well. The inner circle of R. Kelly knew what was coming. In The Spot, listen to me. He says verbatim, why am I buying a house in Florida? Why am I buying a house in Atlanta? Why do I got this? Why am I doing all this, that, and that? Ain't no police looking for me. They not, contrary to what you believe, they make you believe that. And then he went in to try to break it down and go about the cell
Yes.
phones. You know why he said it? Because everything he said was the exact opposite. The police was on him. They was coming at his ass. He just said that to throw the public off. It was a throw off.
Because why would you even mention that, right?
Exactly.
That's how I was trying to illustrate. When you just we got an open file, a complaint, an inquiry, somebody that came in, you got a couple complaints got to, they maybe call you like, hey, we've got a complaint or whatever.
You know what now?
We want to get your story.
Now that's
And
why
we don't let on that, yeah, this is serious as it might. We just want to get your side of it to maybe try to get some early lives, maybe see what's going on, whatever
Angie,
you, what happens.
Angie,
We're
that's
not
why
going to tip you off for
that
you to go to a country that can't expedite your ass back over here. We're going to be
Angie,
like, okay.
that's why
Yeah.
that's why I fuck with women, because y'all get it quicker, because you got it.
Okay.
And that's what happened. And when I say I got the tapes, you seen the spot. I'm sure a million people go back to the spot and watch it. You got to ask yourself, why is he saying all this if none of this is true? The reason why I was saying it, because everything was true. He was just trying to get ahead of it. So Levi don't know what the fuck he talking about. This is what, and you know, I don't care about if you want to claim him as your cousin, but yo, when niggas say something, know what the fuck you talking about, because I can come back with proof. But you know what he's gonna say? Oh no, there was really nobody looking for him. That's why I said it. Niggas, you crazy. Yo, we had the nigga that just ran for governor in Illinois. Tim, I can't remember the nigga name because my mind is racing, but T.O. Hardiman. He didn't even want to be in that room with him. I asked him to be in that room for a show of power. If you got the man that just ran for governor sitting down talking to you, that is something to spin the public. It was all planned, shorty. I'm the one who did it. Levi don't know shit about that. Look at the show. Like, it's on my timeline. You think the governor wants to sit somewhere, or the nigga that just ran for governor wants to sit in the same room that a nigga that's accused of being a child molester is? He don't want no parts of that kind of nigga. You know why? Because now after he lost governor, he can run for mayor or he can run for alderman. I am definitely not getting involved with that kind of thing. But that was a personal favor from me and the streets. Understand the second word, the streets. That's why he did it. It wasn't for no motherfucking R. Kelly. It was all something that was to get ahead of damage control. So when he says the shit that he says, like, where do you get the basis to say this shit? Because, nigga, I got proof. I'm right there. I know what I'm doing. I know the purpose and the role that I serve. And this is why I'm telling you both sides. Because if nobody really told you, you wouldn't really know. Like, you just going to go with the narrative that they paint. And that is the problem in Black America. There ain't no Shabazz. There ain't nobody with no kind of power. Even though my power could be small as fuck, it's still power in the media. Them crackers can say whatever they want. You say some shit to me that's crazy, I'm going to print something about your ass. I got an answer and a response. That is why they never really liked As Is. Because that's the nigga, yo, we going to say whatever and do whatever, but there's a limitation as to what we going to say. Because, nigga, I got the same power as you do. So you put some bullshit out and play with me if you want to. Watch what I do. The average nigga can't do that. I'm not saying it in a braggadocious way. I just happen to be in media. And I didn't realize I had that power till I had to realize I had that power. That's what we need to focus on doing. Building something where we can return and speak back. YouTube is a part of that, but it's so much dissension and division in YouTube that we can't collectively come together to even have one voice. Because you got niggas like Levi. He's the fucking psychoanalyst. He's the pretty boy. He's the fucking Hennessy drinker one day. He's the fucking storefront preacher the next. Nigga, pick a role and be that. And be it solidly. And at least at one thing, the one thing that separates me from a lot of people, and whether you like it or not, and I don't like to talk like this because it's arrogant. It sounds arrogant, but it's truth. I can back up what I say. If Shabazz say something, if Shabazz tell you he got a tape, don't believe him. But when Shabazz come with the tape, what you got to say? This nigga done said he done put 52 cases on 56 motherfuckers and ain't nobody went to jail. Why the fuck would I listen to him? You got nothing to stand on but a bunch of hot air and talk. That's it. That's how I feel about it. And I'm not trying to be condescending or belittle him, but the truth is the truth. Until you have some, nigga, get somebody arrested for clipping a fingernail. Show me something. Just take a picture of a nigga you call the cops on with some handcuffs on him. Something. You just, every time I turn around, spewing out a bunch of bullshit. You ain't did a goddamn thing. Ain't no way in hell, Angie, if my cousin was fighting for his life and he was sitting in court and I had the knowledge that Levi claims he has, I would be sitting my ass in Detroit drinking on some Hennessy, trying to be a fake-ass reverend, preacher, storefront singer, and my cousin fighting for his life. I would be right there in that court. That nigga is a no-show on everything. Yet, he'll come on YouTube with all this rah-rah and how much of a legal beagle he is. Who the fuck is going to believe that? Like, and that could be your people or whatever. I don't really give a fuck. That ain't got nothing to do with me and your relationship. If you cool with that nigga, that's you and him. I'm not the kind of nigga to be like, well, Angie, you can't talk to him, and I'm not talking to you no more until you stop talking to him. Man, I don't give a fuck about you talking to that nigga, because what you talking to him about, you ain't talking to me about. So I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna tell you what it is, and that's just what it is.
Lord, Shabazz.
Yo, the truth is the truth, Angie. Like, I'm gonna be the nigga.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be the nigga that come to the barbecue and motherfuckers that got secrets or done piss me off gonna hide because they gonna say, Lord, Shabazz getting ready to come in here and tell the truth. Like, you niggas don't want Shabazz, leave him alone. Like, don't bother him. Because if it's like, but in a way you should respect it, because you know, I'm gonna tell you what it is,
of course. Yo. I respect the truth, you know that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm gonna lie to you about, like, for what? Because, yo, you damn, when you black, you damn if you do, damn if you don't. So the way you handle and carry shit is, yo, it's just gonna be what it's gonna be. Win, lose, or draw, nigga, we gonna play the cards out. That's how the game's supposed to go. That's what's wrong in this case. Yo, the case is over. I don't really even got a beef with that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a beef with that nigga. But when you be talking all them lies and all that shit, that's the shit that, you know, somebody just hit me this morning on Instagram about Sylvia. I was like, in my head, like, Shabazz, don't even open up this fucking DM. And I opened it up, and I'm seeing Dana J telling to the police, and they done recorded them. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like, and then I'm reading the comments, Shabazz and Levi and the boat lady or the flower pot, y'all all ops. Wait, hold up. Don't even put me in that ball game, because I done beef with all of them you talking about. And I've always said, I stand alone, dog. Whether I win, whether I lose, I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I've always said that. I'm not saying that now. And I'm not saying I'm taking Dana J's side or not taking Dana J's side. You know, I ain't getting involved with that. If the nigga's a rat, he's a rat. You know what I'm saying? Like, if DJ Tyson did whatever his daughters he did, like, I'm not getting in that. I don't want to get involved in that. But don't bring that shit and lump me up with these motherfuckers, because I'm not with these motherfuckers. And until somebody can come up with some proof, you understand? The way I look at it, Angie, at this point, you need to screen everybody, including myself. If Shabazz say some shit, call me out. Prove it, nigga. You can say that to me. I'm not going to get mad and call you a bitch or disrespect you, because I know I gotta show what I got, or I gotta shut the fuck up. That's what you need to do. Screen these niggas. All that eloquent speaking, all that law talk, all this, that, and other. Prove it, nigga. I don't want to keep hearing you talk, because all I keep doing is hearing you fucking talk. Show me something, then I'll invite you back. But as long as the nigga can keep coming and spinning you and beating you in the head with a bunch of bullshit, that's probably how he treats his women. Levi appears to me the nigga that meet a girl and he gonna tell her, yo, boo, I got a 65,000 square foot mansion, a Rolls Royce, and 2 Bentleys. But he's standing at the bus stop. Because the lie is so extravagant, the girl might go for that shit for a week, 2 weeks. Then she gonna get to the point where, well, nigga, where the 65,000 square feet mansion? Oh, it's under construction. Like, at the end of the day, you should have just came up and told Shorty, yo, look, I like your style. You know, I'm fucked up right now. I'm on the bus. You on the bus, but I'm working to do something. That's the truth. If the bitch gonna give you some play, she gonna give you some play. But if the bitch decide to give you some play because you said you got a 65,000 square feet mansion, and now you got to move on to the next bitch because you ain't getting no pussy. Why? Because, nigga, you was a liar. At the end of the day, tell the bitch what it is. I'm going to tell the bitch what it is.
I like that. Not as respect to Levi. I just like that as far as coming from a man. That is good advice. Just tell you what's the truth.
That's it.
What's that? The truth. Yeah, I love the truth.
Angie, that's it. Hey, yo, at the end of the day, my best advice and my best proof, my company name is As Is. You understand? I put that out for the public, for the world to see. You understand? Wasn't no fake, no shit. And I went through shit in the beginning. I promise you that. But they ain't a nigga that had power or in this industry that turned their back on me because they respected the fact you're not. The nigga came in with the truth, son. I didn't come in under a scandal and this, that, and the other, because I believe it's the truth. And it's going to be what it's going to be either way. Whether you lie and hide or whether you come out and be truthful, your destiny is your destiny either way. These niggas can't understand that. That's why Levi thinks that I hate him, because why would I care if that's your cousin or not, dog? Like, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He gonna say something about, well, like, I done been with this nigga on tour. Yo, this nigga came to me 20 years ago when he was putting out TP2 for He Wanted the Streets. Him and Darryl McDavid. I put that on my show. I put that on my podcast. Like, I got him from 20 years back. Like, dog, what are you talking about? I wanted to be down with this. For what? My lane has always been gangsters, dope boys, and gangbangers my entire career. R. Kelly is not a gangster, he's not a dope boy, and he's not a gangbanger. None of them. So what in the fuck would he be able to serve me a purpose for? For what? If I put R. Kelly on the cover of my magazine, R. Kelly ain't gonna sell for my audience. I have an audience. If you put R. Kelly on the cover of Ebony, then it would sell. But on the corner as is, niggas want to see some gangster shit, some drug dealing shit, some murderous shit. R. Kelly don't fall under that category. He's singing sex songs, 12 play. The niggas that fuck with me, they don't want to hear that shit till they get some pussy. They not trying to have that shit on the corner, but they'll have my magazine on the corner. You understand? So there was no benefit. I'm not saying I am, and let me just say this for the record. Allah blessed me by even to be in that circle and the people I've been around. I am not rejecting the fact that the relationship between me and R. Kelly on some work shit wasn't a blessing, because he still was the greatest R&B singer to grace the stage. That is a blessing. You understand? So I am not minimizing it. But that wasn't my forte. Me getting to him was not going to be end all, end be all. On October 23rd, on Stars, I have a documentary coming up that I did a joint venture with another company. It is going to run for 8 weeks. That documentary is on BMF. Black Mafia Family, Big Meech, my man, my people. That's my lane. Not no R. Kelly. So when you talk about I'm trying to build my channel, I got 1,600 followers. Like, I'm not trying to build. I could build my channel up if I start talking some gangster shit. If I start doing what I do in my magazine, I guarantee I'll build my channel up in a month. The niggas that fuck with me, they don't even want to listen to that, and I hear it in the street all the time. Niggas is like, Shabazz, why you keep talking about R. Kelly? Like, don't nobody want to hear that. I swear to God, niggas say that to me all the time. Yo, nigga, why you not talking about this nigga or that nigga? Niggas want to hear about Al Capone. They want to hear about Big Meech. They want to hear about Frank Nitty. These niggas that I fuck with, they don't give a fuck about no R. Kelly. So why, if I've already built a company based on that, would I reverse and now turn to R. Kelly? I'm not just doing this for YouTube. Yo, I promise you, October 23rd, Stars. Angie, I'm not going to say nothing if it ain't going to be true. You know why? Because I know everybody, their mama is waiting for Shabazz to say some shit that ain't true so they can get right up in my ass, because I talk too much shit. I already know that in my heart. So I'm not going to, if I tell you that, shorty, it's going to happen, because I already know the repercussions if it don't. After that, I got my own company, my own project. I'm not even going to say who I got signed with, but I don't have to use YouTube. I came in telling the truth about the story. I came in supporting Black people. I still support the fact that the man should be treated fairly. But if he's guilty, he's guilty. As simple as that. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm not making no lies for him. Yo, if you love that man, love that man. If you're going to send him commissary, do all that. If you're going to do whatever you're going to do it. But don't hide the fact of dealing with what you're dealing with. People will respect you more. You will advance R. Kelly more. If R. Kelly would have went to the court in the very beginning and said, Your Honor, I have a problem and I wish to get help, he wouldn't be in this situation. Somebody needed to be around him that was honest. Every nigga around R. Kelly was like Levi. They were a legal beagle. They had street knowledge, and they told him, you're fine. You didn't do nothing wrong, or I didn't see it. How long do you think that's going to last, shorty? Like, let's be real. How long is that going to last? You got 1,000 girls coming out the woodwork all across the country saying the same shit. Sooner or later, it's going to hit you. What you should have did from the beginning was say, yo, I have a problem. I need help. There's nothing wrong with having a problem and needing help. The problem with a problem is when you don't try to fix the fucking problem. When he did the show with me, the way he wanted to fix the problem was to basically say that there was no problem. I couldn't tell him, yo, don't do it that way. I let him do it the way he wanted to do it. Guess what? It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work on Gayle King either. So how many people are wrong? Everything he tried, it didn't work. The only thing that he didn't do Well, say I'm wrong and I need help. That's it, Angie. I'm not gonna hold you up all day.
Oh,
So
I'm good, honey. I'm good. What's good with it? What's good with it,
what's
Lord? What's
good
good
with
with
it?
it?
What's
Double
what's
R.
going
What's
on?
double R? Did you hear my dedication? Did you hear the song? I played it for you.
What's going on?
What's
Nothing,
going
just got
on
off
with
work.
it? Oh,
Nothing,
what's
just
going on?
yeah, just got off work. Just got off work. You know what's going on?
Nothing. Doing a recap of what happened in the case. I covered appeals. I
Okay,
covered a whole bunch of stuff. I was getting ready
okay.
to cover the bullshit, the fuckery, but you know how that go. And I'm trying to tell you, boy, they send them one by one. I don't know who dispatching y'all, cause baby, y'all listen here, boy, y'all got half dead that came into the room. She done stretched, the did the little lunges, the turn them left to the right, the karate kicks to get ready to what?
I'm
Get
sorry, I was
down
so
with
close.
it.
I'm sorry,
What's
man.
good with it,
I
lad?
can't. Hey,
Oh, thank you,
I'm gonna
Shabazz.
come back.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come back on here when I get home. I just wanted to run somebody off here right quick. I'm gonna come back on here. I'm driving. I'm
Oh
gonna come back on here
no.
when I get home. I just wanted to run somebody off here real quick. I come back. I'm gonna come back on here when
Oh
I get home.
no. Oh, okay, Larry. Okay, Larry. But yeah, I
Oh,
played that
okay.
song. Played that song. Okay.
I'll be home about 15. All right. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Dembala, what's good with it, honey? What's good with it?
How you doing, Miss Angie? How you doing? I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Can't
All
really
right.
complain.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. How you doing? Oh, I remember you from Skylight
yeah.
Hair.
It
How you
was
doing?
me, you, you and JoJo was going back and forth that
Oh
night.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
how you doing?
I'm not gonna lie. You know me. I'm pro Cavs, whatever the case may be. But it's
Right.
certain things like I'm not gonna lie. Like me and my girl, when we sit down and speak, it's like I was saying to her earlier. I'm like, yo, certain things it do just look a little like damning to where it's like, damn, like you get what I'm saying? As much as you could be for this man, like you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just one of them people like I'm just a true Kels fan. Like I love Kels. But it's like I'm also a person I deal with reality. Like I don't like to speak on situations that I wasn't there for. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't know to the full detail of everything that went on. You get what I'm saying? Like that's
Right.
just how I view and look at life with certain things like that. Cause people could sit there like you get what I'm saying? Like people could sit there and act like they know the case or know his circumstances inside out if you wasn't really there. You get what I'm saying? Like that's just how I view certain things. And that's how I'm gonna continue to look at it. I'm not gonna sit there, Miss Angie, and sit there and speak on what's going on in your house if I never been in your household. You like
Right.
it's just common sense and just logic. And it's like to me, like certain things like with R. Kelly where I feel like I just feel like he should hold like me and Big Vi, I don't know if you heard of him before. I was on his we was
Oh
talking about
yeah, yeah.
accountability. We were talking about accountability yesterday. And I'm like, yo, not for nothing, like there's certain things Kels do have to take accountability for. But I was like, yo, not for nothing. When you have somebody like him who was sitting on a high horse for so long, you're sitting on that high pedestal, nobody telling you no, nobody telling you you wrong. Like it really starts to get into his head, probably that he really feel like, yo, I didn't do nothing wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
even though like we know like and then like even when piggybacking off what Shabazz said earlier, like when he said something real, I'm like, yo, not for nothing ain't nobody like unless R. Kelly goes to a facility because I said before I've been in the feds like where they case I know how it works. Unless he goes into a facility where like it's a bunch of people that's in for them crimes, you get what I'm saying? People are not gonna take his situation lightly. People are gonna look at you very sideways because not for nothing, I got two daughters, Miss Angie, and I do it. Once the first time I hear some weird shit with kids or whatever the case may be, it just make you cringe and you look and it's like ill, like it's just a disgust that it brings. We all, as you said earlier, We look at people guilty up until they prove themselves innocent, and it's really true in life. Because not for nothing, we all do it, and we all got to sometimes be honest. Because it's like, yo, people will be like, oh, how you could sit there, oh, you condemn everybody else, but you still stand for R. Kelly. Sometimes that's where the biasness do kick in, because like we as fans, we don't want to believe that. You get what I'm saying? Like it just really like it's like I grew up so much on this man. I love his music. Like you damn near feel like you know him, and then it's like it just to come like to know that if it is orally true that dang you really out here kids like you talking about a man that you got money. He's a handsome dude. It's not like he's R. Kelly's ugly. You got everything. Like what you want to mess with kids, like it's just not registering to me, and it's not making no sense. Like that's just how I'm viewing it. But we would like it's certain things I said we would never really know unless we was fully there.
Right. Right. You're right. You're right. We'll never really know. That's why,
It's
I
like
don't get into judging people and stuff. Go ahead.
not like you know what I'm saying. Like a lot of things is just speculation, but it's like certain things like it might certain things it got to be a somewhat of a truth there. Like you get what I'm saying? It's like but then also, I don't really like to use that terminology because I said you get the right people in the neighborhood to put something on your name, the whole hood will run with it, and it really won't be true, Miss Angie. We've seen that numerous amount of times
Right.
that it happened
Right.
to people where you go out there, put the snitching jacket on him or the child molester jacket on him, and the man really wasn't out here doing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a
Right.
lot of those things do play into effect. Like it's all sometimes it's all on who's backing it, who's pushing the narrative out. Because we know it just like in life, everybody got dick riders. And it's like, yo, once a person say something, people just gonna run with it. It's just human nature, it's just us as human beings. So it's just like, but I just pray for the man. I just hope the man I just hope the situation just gets better for him. And that's all you can sit there and pray for. It's like everybody sitting here, oh, now I see a lot of people doing this, pointing the finger at Jennifer Bonjean and all this, or
Right.
whatever the case maybe. When she got on the case 10 months ago, whatever the case maybe, I didn't hear none of this news. Everybody was chanting, oh, Jennifer Bonjean, this, yeah, she gonna do that. Everybody was so ecstatic and hyped for her. Now, because things don't go in your favor or it didn't go the way you want, now
Mm-hmm.
she's this and that and that. You get what I'm saying? Like, people don't understand. When you're going up against the federal government, that's not an easy task to win. I'm sorry, like
Right.
it's not. That's not that is the state has to prosecute you off of evidence, and then the feds can just prosecute you all over hearsay. As we clearly see in R. Kelly's situation, there's no DNA, there's no forensics, there's not. It's just a bunch of hearsay. You get what I'm saying? And the feds know that. Like we know, Miss Angie, I know you deal with law, what a case may be. I asked you last time how you felt on who you thought was going to get off. And I remember you said it. You said, I remember you saying it specifically. You said, I feel, you said June had 100% chance. You said Daryl McDavid had an 80 to 90. So you felt like Kel's got a 50 to 60% chance. And you kind of was right when everything really played out in effect. Kel's he didn't win all his, he didn't win all the charges that he really would want to have win. I see like people celebrating, oh yeah, he obstructed justice or whatever the case may be. All right, like yeah, he won some things, but we would have really hoped he won the other charges rather than that. You get what I'm saying? Because
Right.
like the child pornography, that don't look good. Obstructing justice, all right, whatever the case may be. Because I like it's just like the law could be backwards sometimes. Because not for nothing, I didn't see numerous amount of times people go trial to a murder. They beat the murder, but found guilty for the gun. I still, to this day, it don't make no sense to me. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, you beat the
Right.
murder, but you're found guilty for the gun. It's like, how can that make sense? But we seen it, like, where I'm from in New York, I've seen that plenty of times. It happens time after time. But, hey, like, as I said, I'm just hoping for the man, like, he, like, make it through the situation as as unscathed as possible. But it's like the charges that he going in there for ain't no good charges, and it's like that shit is not a cute look in the system, and it's like also right now, God forbid they send him to a penitentiary, because his points is even though he's old, because everybody know in the federal system they go off of points on how they break it down and everything. You gotta sit there and look at it. They're gonna use both convictions and also his state cases if he do gets convicted. They're gonna use all those as points, and then his point system probably is gonna be really high. That it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me they send that man to a penitentiary. And it's like you get what I'm saying. That's not like he should be in a low or camp somewhere. The man damn near 60 years old, but we already know the system could be stacked different against black folks because we've seen plenty of times white people go damn near 70, 80 years. They wind up getting caught up later down the line for whatever they do. Then they're already 80 years old, and they finish the rest of their life out in a camp. Everybody knowing that if you in the feds, that's where you want to be. You want to be in a low security in a camp. But it's like it ain't gonna look good for Kels if they send him to a penitentiary.
Oh wow. I mean, now over here, what our rate of accuracy is pretty high. Ain't nobody been higher than but the prosecutors. So, but yeah, so we pretty much give a good a good assessment of how stuff is gonna turn out. It's been pretty good. Well, it's actually before and then after we do the whole thing. Before, then so our success rate with that is pretty high. So I can't take credit off of myself because it's those people that you see feed me the questions, the statements, or whatever, and then I just go ahead and go off what I know and just pull whatever documents. As you see other people do, same
No,
thing.
I
Yeah,
understand.
but yeah. So, but yeah, because I just knew, I mean, of course, not of course, but I felt that just by what the standards that was given to convict, that yeah, they proved that. But then I'm thinking, you have the jury who was made up of 12 humans,
Mm-hmm.
and all that, reasonable doubt. Hell, that's a big old swing factor. That's nothing to play with. So you have
Facts.
to leave, especially in an area where all your counts, you should make sure they tied up. They real tight. So you
Mm-hmm.
can't let an ounce of reasonable doubt get in there and just let it overtake beyond reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? You can't let it do that. And then I knew and then when I was evaluating what the little bits and pieces that we were saying, David was saying from the stands, I was like, he finna tear this up, huh? He finna tear this up. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So yeah.
Like I'm not gonna lie though, but when you really look at Daryl McDavid, he fought for his client. Yeah,
Yeah.
that man went there and back for his client, and then and like a lot of like sometimes like me what I said, Miss Angie. If I knew R. Kelly, this is my personally what I said to Big Vi. I said what I would have told him to not to do. I would have said, save your money. It don't make no sense spending all this money. I've seen people do it in the feds. Go out, spend damn near $1 million, and you know what they all say after? I should have just stuck with a public defender. Cause not for nothing, you know how the federal system is set up. Your point system is your point system at the end of the day. If your minimum could be whatever, once you fall into a certain category on how many arrests it goes, your point system. The judge can't exceed it, and the judge can't. He can go under it. He can, but he cannot. He can't exceed it, Miss Angie. And then everybody always say it, like the biggest regret in the federal system is spending all this money on a lawyer. Like it really never makes no sense. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
like because you gotta sit there and think about it. These public defenders, their money is funded from the government, so they got the means to go hire a lot of private. You got what I'm saying? A case like R. Kelly, there's a lot of people out there that would take a case like in pro bono and fight to the death of it. Because you know why? That could be a case that could really make and break somebody's career. You gotta sit there and look at it from that perspective. Like, you got what I'm saying? Whether you feel the man guilty or not, but there's people out there that will go say, all right, whatever if you feel he done it, but the law is law, I have to represent him, whatever the case may be. There's people out there that will fight just to make a name off of his case. Because it's like, not for nothing, we already, like, everybody in the public already looking guilty. Like, I'm sorry, like, if you walk on the street and ask out 100 people, do you think R. Kelly's gonna get off? You're probably gonna find out of 100, probably 10, 9 maybe. Like, and I think that's still even pushing them. It's like a high number. I feel like I'm pushing it with that number, saying 9, 10 people. You might, out of 100 people, might find 3 people that's gonna say he probably would beat it. And that's people probably that don't really know how the federal government works. But I would have told him personally, yo, save your money. Like, it don't make no sense spending all this money on attorneys and stuff like that. And like, I would have told him, if what you would have did now, go hire your own private investigators on the outside. Anything like outside of like a lawyer, I would say, just to build and stack your evidence, like to make your case strong for your pro bono or your public defender. And that's what I'd have said. What I felt like he should have invested his money in.
Right. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. You have to weigh your options. Now, in his case, he got a bargain, right? Because Jennifer Bonjean is a defense attorney. She does, constitutional rights, all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She's an appellate. She specializes in so many areas, and she have at least I know one successful appeal under her belt. And appeals are hard to even get heard, and it's even harder to get a granted. So
That's so true.
I feel like he struck the jackpot with her. I believe that he listens to her. They have probably the best relationship out of all of them, of all the attorneys he's had over the past few years. So I mean, I think that was a good. I hate that she's getting bashed, especially by people that support her, and it just shows you that you really can't. She knows better to get all into a back and forth a tongue wrestle match with people who have no legal knowledge. They just operating out of emotions, and then you got some people with some degrees and shit that maybe feel like they can go back and forth. But honey, that ain't gonna work out, because when she opened that legal goddamn law book on your ass, you ain't gonna know nothing what she talking about. You're gonna be sitting there looking
Facts.
crazy. Because like I explained earlier, a lot of what this stuff, you got to be it's just a lot of stuff you need in order to develop a legal instinct. When to really, really, really persuade your client not to get on that goddamn stand. When to ask to go pursue this line of questioning. When to go here, when to go there. You got to pay attention to everything. And it's just that type of stuff only comes with being in the game. But you got to be in the game. You got to qualify to get in the game, then to be in the game in some capacity to develop that. And and that's just something that we can't we can't. These people is calling for half dead. Y'all, I got a picture of half dead too. So but
Nah,
yes.
but now you definitely right though, Miss Angie. Like, I'm not ever taking nothing from where the case may be, like her skills or where the case may be. Like, one thing I'm gonna say, like, that lady did good. Like, you gotta sit there, like, people want to knock her, as I said, because it didn't turn out in their favor. You gotta sit there and think about it. Like, all right, the lady had 8 to 10 months in the case. You gotta sit there and play that into a factor and give her credit where it's due. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, and as you said, people don't understand appeals. Those are not easy things to, like. You get what I'm saying? Like, to just, and as a lady, I've been seeing she been on a little roll with these appeals. Like she
Yeah.
like if you look on her page, she been getting guys off as of lately. So that might could be her specialty, or where she probably feel like, oh, that is she probably felt like yeah, they might have won this one. She probably really feel like on the strong on the back end, like, don't worry, Kelly, like we gonna get it back when you get what I'm saying? That's she probably really feel about that strongly. And then like her from what's been from her record so far showing, she been successful at it, like so far. Like so you can't take nothing from her. And it's I'm one of people like I was for her. Like I'm still for her. Like I feel like out of all of them, like yeah, like I feel like he respects her the most, and she actually respects him. Like it's not it's a certain, you got to say, you see the certain like characteristics and how they treat each other, and it's like the only thing, as you said, like she shouldn't be going back and forth with people on social media. That's the only little thing she shouldn't be doing, because like you sitting here arguing with people, as you said, as Angie, like when you really sit down and start getting into law and breaking down the law, they ain't gonna know what she's saying. Like they really ain't. Like it's just like when you really meet a jailhouse lawyer that knows that law book inside out. Like he gon' he gonna take you somewhere that you never been. You gonna be like, damn, like I ain't know the law was like this. Like you get what I'm saying? It'd be a lot of loopholes.
Right. You're right. You are exactly right. So yeah, but I mean, it's all good. It's all good. We'll see what happens. Just people just need to realize that she is going to. They have to take certain things as small wins. Last time he got convicted of all 9. Now he got convicted of only charged with 13. Got convicted of 6. And you got still some ways to go with this case, still another phase we're in with the first case, still got the state case to go. Who knows who's going to be on that case? So I mean, it'll be good if her and Greenberg work on that case together. I don't know, I mean, to me that would be good, but I don't know what their working dynamic will be or what have you. So but yeah, but I'm glad you came over, because I'm gonna play. I got to play I play another dedication song, and I got to show these people who Half Dead is, and then Half Dead can be up, and you can stick around with Half Dead if you want to. I don't know if you ever met Half Dead.
Now go ahead, Miss Angie. I'm here. I'm chilling.
Okay.
Do your thing. I'm
Okay,
sticking
you
around.
chilling, Okay, well, y'all and all y'all don't get scared of Half Dead. Whoever haven't met Half Dead, I'm sorry she ain't been around in a minute, but it is what it is. People been calling for Half Dead, so I'm gonna have to give it to you. So this next song, it goes out to JoJo, because this is one of his favorite songs. So let's see. Let me clean it up. Then I'll show you who the real Half Dead is. Y'all gonna think it's funny.
And I want to show you how you all look like beautiful stars tonight. They say we can't live it like this for the rest of our lives. But we gon' be living like this for the rest of tonight. And you know they gon' be making this shit for the rest of our lives. So live fast, live fast, die young, live fast, die young, live fast. Living fast, now it's all in your rags. Hard-headed with my top peeling back, tinted glass on my 57. Nigga with an attitude, me young and radical, methods are mathematical. Love my convertible, marinate on the avenue. Mommy, that's $7 million, I'm living la vida that we do. Die young, but fuck me, we flew first class. Turn you to a rich bitch by your first glance. Up in this bitch and we lit like a screen. Every time we hit the charts, niggas shoot up like a fiend. Stunting like we printing money with machines. But you see me wearing Vacheron Constantine. Like Mike, my spikes, they all white. 24 karat gold, 80 carats worth of ice. Ice insured, fuck life insurance. I'm here for the moment and put a bullet on there. Got the club rocking like a fucking boat. I'm the pirate on the ship. All you mates got the dope. The party over here, everybody over here. You know the word trouble fast. Everybody know we here. All the bottles over here, even spread it over there. All the models over here, but they swallow everywhere. Yeah, she came to party like it's 1999. If she died on my dick, she would live through my ride. Like this for the rest of our lives. We gon' be living like this for the rest of tonight. And you know they gon' be making this shit for the rest of our lives. So this fast, yeah. All my young ladies are driving Miss Daisy, driving me crazy. Rock the beat, baby. Hop about the she heat up the pavement. I don't give a baby. Be crazy. I'm back for unpopular demand. Lisi's still popping in Japan, shopping in Milan, hopping out the van, screams from the fan. Jeezy always knew he'd be on top again. And we about to hit Jacob and Jola, so I could be like Slick Rick and roll ya. Dr. Martin Louis the King, Junior. And I'ma never let the dream turn to Kroger's. My outfit's so disrespectful. You can go ahead and sneeze if my presence bless you. I mean, we walked in this bitch so stylish. Niggas done mistook me for my stylist. And I know it's superficial and they say it's just clothes. But we shopping in that motherfucker and they just clothes. So go ahead and just pose. When she walked up out the dressing room, the store just froze. And I know they try and get their cool back. And them ghetto bitches hollering how you do that. So they could never say we never lived it. And if I see Biggie tonight, I love heavy hitting. Like this for the rest of our lives. But we gon' be living like this for the rest of tonight. And you know they gon' be making this shit for the rest of our lives. So live fast and die young. Live fast and die young. Live fast and die young. Rich bitch pawns, my leather long enough to keep a thick bitch warm. When I ask is enormous, abs abnormal, and tans in the morning on sands in California. Seems like we getting money for the wrong things. Look around, Maseratis for the whole team. Look at Haiti children dying round the clock, nigga. I sent 100 grand, but that's a decent watch, nigga. I'm getting better cause it would at least a drop, nigga. I'ma get my money right, just watch, nigga. She had a miscarriage, I couldn't cry though. Cause you and I know she was only my side hoe. I gotta catch a damn mean shot. Trying to pull my fucking knees out the freeze up. See the links and you just spit Jesus. I'm hot till the day freezes. Dirty radical, Memphis and mathematical. I multiply my money through different avenues. Shook many the wars, shook never before. For my mother I applaud, Miss Afine Shakur. Ice insured, fuck life insurance. 3 bad bitches, so drunk and current. Still, you know the dope won't stop. If I die, they bury me in a dope ass watch. We living like this for the rest of our lives. But we gon' be living like this for the rest of tonight. And you know we gon' be making this shit for the rest of our lives. So live fast and die young. Live fast and die young. Live fast and die young.
Yeah, so what's good with it? What's good with it? So now we get to the fuckery. Yes, you might want to close your ears. Lord have mercy. You know, Mr. Blessed. Lord, I hope you ain't. I don't want to mess up your Holy Spirits and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So you might not be used to this. And she ain't been around in a minute, but people been calling for her. So let's get to the damn fuckery, right? I'm gonna get to the big fuckery of the fuckery, but we're gonna get to the big fuckery. Yeah, shout out to JoJo. That's his song. Yeah, so listen. So I was listening the other day. A whole bunch of shit. I was listening to the other. Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, everybody.
What's good with it, lady? What's good with it?
How you doing? How
Um,
you doing?
all right. Man, I was looking at the Tim Norman case,
Uh-huh.
and
What's up?
okay, I watching I remember this episode when he went back to the scene of the crime. How stupid can he be?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, how stupid. And he went back to the scene of the crime. How stupid can you be?
Yeah, that was wild. That was wild. God, baby. They don't send everybody up here to stop half dead, but go ahead.
Oh, don't. Oh, you brought half dead back.
Yeah, baby, they send them one by one, like, please, please, no, no. God damn. I can't even get out. Oh, Lord. Oh, that's funny. That is like, I know people like, God damn.
They-
Oh,
hey,
man.
Angie, you did your own comedy show, man.
Girl, they sent everybody. Girl, you used to be the first one to hit the link. Here you come. But they just sent everybody up here. Like, please, Jesus, we want to have some rest the rest of this week. Oh, Lord. That was funny as hell. Yes, honey. Yes. Yeah, but I remember that episode, though. I remember that episode. Yeah, that was crazy. I couldn't believe it when he was named in that indictment. I was like, Tim Norman. I watched Sweetie Pies. I didn't catch it when it first started, but I had to go back and watch the episode. So I saw all the episodes to the last. And I was so goddamn tired of that. What that girl name he had that baby from Little Timmy. Little Timmy looked like that grandmama to me. But what that girl, Janine. Oh my
Janine.
God, that goddamn lady got on my nerve. Every time she cried by Tim, and Tim, and then they got to hold the baby from Tim because Tim don't want to be bothered. God, I can't stand women that do that. If he don't want to be bothered with you, that's you he don't want to be bothered with. That ain't got nothing to do with the kid. Like, stop that. Like, that is so stupid to me. That is so ghetto mindsetish. To me, it's just crazy. Yeah, that girl got on my damn nerves, honey. But yes. But yeah, I remember that.
I mean, I was trying. I just get up here and see if you remember that. I wasn't trying to be rude or nothing like that.
Oh no, you ain't being rude, girl. I pop everybody up. Ain't no problem. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I was getting ready to talk about some of these pressing issues that apparently has everybody's attention but mine. So I will get to talk about the fuckery, and I'll lead up to the fuckery of the fuckery. Yeah, so listen, y'all. So the other day, of course, my favorite nemesis, enemy, whatever the fuck you want to call, up there acting, it was again trying to take some ridiculous ass shots. I don't understand about this. Since she didn't call my name, I won't call her name, but I'll be very descriptive. So when I get into who I'm talking about, the people I'm talking about, y'all gonna know exactly who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about. And if NM got something to say, they can go right ahead and motherfucking say it. Because that's the part I like to get to. The saying and the doing and all of that. What is it that you're going to do about what I done said? Give me blow, blah, blow, what you going to do about it? Because at this point, I want you to do something about it. So I can continue to go off on your motherfucking ass. Yes, and again, remember at the top, I told y'all to get, since the people got to counting my motherfuckers and all this type of stuff, whatever, which is fine with me. I told y'all the rest of the shit to count. Motherfuckers, fuck you, kiss my ass, go to hell, and all that other stuff. I don't say all them other things, okay? I don't do all that, but that's enough. So anyway, I seen this motherfucker over there talking about how men think that women with big butts and whatever be so fine. In other words, how men find other women attractive but her motherfucking ass. Well, all she had to do is look in the mirror and will answer that motherfucking question. or answer that question when she was fat her. It didn't help then. It ain't gonna help now. Now you're over there trying to motherfucking start. You just got the culture and all kind of bullshit motherfucking backwards. You got people. Oh yeah, Child them bells done left. Child when he half dead and came out. Everybody done scattered. But listen, it ain't no big deal or whatever. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have cracks and crevices that must wash and be cleaned and all that motherfucking bullshit. Are you serious? Like with a problem, whatever, huh? So I don't know, but she's always take some motherfucking shots or whatever, and I have no idea. But I tell you what, and she wanted to talk about people that have weight on them, most likely to, have health problems and dying shit. Now this coming from a dumb motherfucker that couldn't buy education, and they give you one free, pretty much, that you could put on later and pay later, or work for the government and have them pay it off. Did you do that? If you work for them, huh? Did you apply for that? But anyway, so this comes from a motherfucker that smokes motherfucking cigarettes. Worry about every motherfucking body and every goddamn thing. Which worration kill your ass faster, give your ass a heart attack, stress you the fuck out, stress out where you're pulling all on your face and making all them sounds and squinching up and shit. You're half motherfucking blind with them motherfucking thick ass motherfucking glasses that'll make Stevie Wonder and goddamn Ray Charles see from the motherfucking grave. And you smoke them motherfucking cigarettes that's gonna shut your motherfucking lungs down. You can't, the lunges and shit you was doing, bitch, and trying to talk, you couldn't even breathe through the motherfucker. And you're gonna get mad and throw cha-cha on the butt. JoJo like them big old fat women. My shit must be on to her. Because I'm down. So I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. And again, whatever somebody likes is in the eye of the beholder. But apparently nobody's beholding your motherfucking ass because that man is locked up in your head. That's why you went after Secret Sister husband. Talk about that. That's only husband number one. Keep fucking around. We get on husband number two. Your bitch ass. And then them motherfucking same goddamn cancer sticks, motherfucking. That's why you think they call them cancer sticks. We're gonna see your motherfucking ass on one of them more fucked up ass commercials and shit. Or we ain't know cigarettes do all that to your motherfucking body. Rip out your bottom half of your goddamn mouth and shit. You got black lips and shit. Hell, your Bible got asbestos and shit. When that motherfucking nasty ass habit. And it's only nasty. Now, if you smoke cigarettes, some people that you can't even tell they smoke cigarettes. They clean it up or whatever, then do all the sanitation or whatever they have to do. And some kind of way figure out a healthy way to motherfucking smoke the motherfuckers. Not your motherfucking dumb ass. You can't even find a motherfucking way to goddamn read and do arithmetic. Your dumb motherfucking ass. Mad at the motherfucking world because you are the last chosen or chosen at all. It's not a motherfucking fault. Bitch, eat a burger. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So ugly ass still ain't gonna work. Yeah, you liable to drop motherfucking dead with cancer, goddamn lung disease, fucking heart attack, all that goddamn bullshit. Are you fucking serious? Can't even go back and forth without sitting down and breathing hard and shit. You gonna be on with COPD, goddamn whatever that motherfucking other shit, emphysema. That's your bitch. That's your future, motherfucker. Black lung disease. Yeah, you keep fucking around. The insurance people ain't gonna. You better keep that motherfucking job and hope them goddamn benefits are portable. Cause ain't nobody gonna cover your motherfucking goddamn dark lung motherfucking ass. Ain't nobody got time for that bullshit. Always talking about some shit. And the quickest thing gonna kill your motherfucking ass is trying to gather up that little bitty hair. That's the quickest thing that's gonna lay your motherfucking ass out on the goddamn ground. Trying to gather a ponytail. Yeah, that's gonna right there. That'll shit. I want to do a tutorial on that motherfucking shit. Hell, that'll be something to show people with afflictions like yours how to live and live a productive life. Motherfucking how you chew shit. Them old goddamn ragged ass motherfucking uh fucking color crayon beige goddamn fucking colored ass teeth and shit. Goddamn crunchy munchy motherfucking mouth. How the fuck you do that? How the fuck you scrub them motherfuckers and get them all together at one? Do you have to take extra time and shit with each one and get on the side and shit and all of that and turn them to the side and then face them back to the front? How the fuck you clean them motherfuckers? The hell is going on? He's talking about some goddamn batter. Talk about your own motherfucking shit. Like somebody has some goddamn issues. Are you fucking stupid? Hell yeah. Worried about me and Jojo. That's the motherfucking shit gonna put you in the motherfucking ground. Your dumb ass. But I guarantee you, every time you pull your motherfucker, try to pull your hand a ponytail, your ass shed about 1 pound. You're down now. Motherfucker, the hair in the lube in the back ain't even up in the whole thing at the same time. Get one of them motherfuckers, get all that black Dollar General gel and all of that shit and smack it on your motherfucking head. Tell you how you achieve it. This is for motherfuckers that went from a short style and growing it out back to a long style. Get all that Dollar General gel. If you can't afford, apparently you can't afford to go out your kitchen to do hair, get your hair done. Get that Dollar General gel. Get you, start with a small scrunchie. Or they even got some rubber bands. Get some rubber bands. I don't think you're ready for a scrunchie yet. And you definitely wasn't ready for that clip holder. So get you a little motherfucking rubber band and put that gel and gel that back up. Get one of them good brushes. And if you got one of them dryers, sit your ass up under there. Then put the ponytail thing on there, the rubber band. Spray it with some finishing so you can cover all them white flakes that's gonna be in your head from that dry and that gel and bring your ass out to work. That ponytail will stay cemented on your motherfucking head for a good 7 days. And you don't have to worry about it no motherfucking more. Shit. My goddamn nerves. Well, he's talking about some motherfucking shit. Hell. Motherfucker, a bitch over there, makeup or nothing will work. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Not the play makeup, not the real makeup, whatever. Just be sitting there smiling at camera, putting all them ugly ass pictures of, like what? You don't shut that motherfucker and stop taking them goddamn pictures and shit. The fuck y'all get all these magical goddamn mirrors from? Are they on sale? Hell, tell you, girl, go on. You got it. You the shit, girl. Go ahead on. Motherfucking braces won't work for you. Nothing. Weave won't fit in your head. Just motherfucking. Shit. Motherfucking goddamn. Know what you was a motherfucking sideshow. You a motherfucking sideshow. I'm gonna get into the sideshow. But you a motherfucking sideshow. Damn near a freak show. All that motherfucking shit going on. All them hefty motherfuckers in your goddamn, in your fucking review. The fuck you talk about them? Huh? Huh? Get your ass up. Taking shots with little ugly ass. Damn, on with these motherfuckers. Anyway, enough about that. So let's get into this situation with. Which one would we want to go first? Got two. It's all kind of tied into one, but I'll give you the latest and we'll go back to the next one. So apparently, I don't know if y'all witnessed, but there's been an eruption between Dana and JoJo. All right. So apparently there is a video that was done on somebody's channel. Well, I can say the name because they already said the name. If the name's been said, I'm gonna say the names. If not, then I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna play the same bitch ass games they play right here because you know I'll get down to it. But okay. So anyway, so I guess in a rant that Dana was having, and please keep in mind, I'm not taking no sides or nothing like that, because both of the sides in question, a lot of people say, I don't lie. Well, we can confirm that that's a lie, okay? And I can confirm because both sides done lied on my ass, okay? And tell me you didn't, because I'll run them down to you. Tell me they're in your fucking face. I've already done it. Behind the scenes and online. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? Get to that part. Anyway, so Dana says that during this particular live that Randall is telling JoJo and them, I think I'm pretty sure he said Randall, but that to get this video, go over to me, get this video from me, and then saying like, she'll give it to you or whatever, or whatever the conversation was. I don't know the conversation because apparently the video is on private. Okay. So this big disruption went on. JoJo went over to Dana's, clicked the link. They got kind of to it a little bit. Then JoJo went off to a party. Then he went live after the party, got into it with, started going off on Dana, whatever. And then Dana came back and started going off on JoJo, whatever. And they just said a whole bunch of, crazy ass shit to each other. All right. Some people say the video does not exist or didn't happen. Other people are saying it does. All right. Now, me, not picking no side. I'm not choosing who's wrong or who's right, whatever. All I do is follow the evidence, and I follow, I study people's patterns. I might not, I don't catch, and I'll prove it to you later on when I get to the next fucking story. But I'll prove it to you that I don't follow this shit out here. I don't follow everybody. I might be sub to you, but I might look at a title, and if it ain't about what I want to listen about, like, I don't even click on the motherfucker. I don't know what been happening or whatever. But so there was some kind of back and forth whether this did happen, this didn't exist, whatever. But this and the third. People saying they got proof of it. People said there is no proof. All right. So yesterday, I got this from somebody. I'm not going to tell you who I got it from, and make sure, scan it again to make sure that I covered everything, because this is actually a back and forth about this particular video that people are saying don't exist. And, the Lord moves in mysterious ways. Because the person, hold on, when it comes up, I'll take me off the screen. I don't know if y'all can see it. Do I need to take me out? Y'all can see that. All right. So the person sent this to me. And they said, Angie, you may want to mark that live private. Rand and JoJo talking about chopping and screwing it to falsify certain things in that live. Now, see, this is on 5/16/2021. This is definitely a text message that I received. I had to go through a couple phones till I found the text message. But this is actually a text message that I received. And that's me responding. When did they say that? And I said, it hasn't been uploaded to YouTube yet. So now I know exactly what video that was supposed to have been, that they were talking about. They're talking about that long ass live. Nobody knew what happened to the video. I didn't know at that time that they didn't remember. They didn't retain long ass 18-hour lives. So I'm just waiting for it to be uploaded. People kept telling, it's still processing. No, it was never coming because they don't retain none of that. And that was before I had gotten up with a separate Facebook and a Twitter where I could have also streamed it on there, but probably still didn't been there to this day. But it only gave me the first 4 hours of it. Then I said, it said, late at night, them motherfuckers are plotting, Angie. And then she said, last. I said, what? I got that ass. And let me see. And that right there was the video. Okay. That's the video that they're talking about. That was with this alleged plot. Yeah. So, now, not picking no sides or whatever. That's just, it is what it is, right? I mean, now, here's the thing. I would like it to be released. I just want to hear what context it was said and what was said, what context was said and whatever. That's all it is. It's not to go in or whatever, because, you know, that's been a whole year and something. You know what I'm saying? It's been a whole year and something. And let me tell you something. I don't know where a lot of people get this misconception. It's just because you have book sense, in which I really don't. I just have my specification sense and a little book sense. Just because you have book sense, you don't have life experiences that gives you contribute to your common sense. You don't have just common sense. You don't have the ability from right from wrong. You don't know what looks right, what looks wrong. You don't know how to I don't know why people don't think that. And I'm okay with people looking out for me, this, that, and the third. Yes, please do, by all means. I'm not saying I'm out here and I can, I spot, But I'm nowhere near stupid.
Hey, Miss Angie.
Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing.
No, it just seems like we as a people can't keep a certain amount of decorum around here.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like everybody's going nuts.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm gonna my sort of ex-boyfriend wants to see me again this week or next week. So that's about that goes. But I just feel bad for two guys that had it all. It's now going down the drain.
Right.
I'm talking about Tim Norman and R. Kelly.
Right.
Yeah. It just seems that we can't leave the streets alone. I mean, not we can bring our family, but certain people you shouldn't have on your team. You don't want to have them on your team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to make good business sense. I mean, it's nothing personal. It's just business. You know?
Right. You're right.
Yeah. So if you're going to have people that you could trust to guide your career, have good people, and don't get yourself in trouble in clubs and stuff like that. I don't care if you're a football player or a politician. Well, the politicians got dirt on themselves too, so they're not all got clean hands in it anyway.
Right.
I'm not a star. I don't have that certain something that people look for. And Tim Norman and R. Kelly had the world on a string, and now their names are mud now.
Right.
What record I like R. Kelly's music, but me personally, what record company would take him now?
I don't know. It might have to be independent.
Might as well. Everybody goes independent
is.
these days. There was a lot of independent bands back in the 90s, They never went to corporate. But who would take him in there now with his name?
Right. Yeah, you
Yeah,
know. Yeah, but in 30 years, he probably can do independent.
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. I just want to say peaches to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know what? It just seems like, Aaron Hernandez, a prime example of that. He went to nightclubs and stuff, and one nightclub, one guy spilled water on him or drink on him. He got mad, and he killed his friend that he knew, and now he killed himself. You know,
Oh, wow.
Aaron Hernandez. You should read the whole book about him.
All right, right. Yeah, I really paid attention to that.
Yeah, he was
I,
trouble. He was trouble from the get go, from college
yeah,
on. But with that football team, I forgot who had him as a captain. Yeah,
right,
yeah. It's just
right,
that
right,
people act different on camera than they do off camera. They could be like that on camera, but when they off camera, they come very different kind of different people.
right.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah. I'm 56, so what do I know?
Yes, ma'am. You know a lot.
Yeah, but it's just that it seems people don't have no sense of decency or honor these days. I think honor flew out the window. It's just like it's every person for themselves now, and two people that had it all are now just, I don't know what came of Tim. What Tim made him put out a $450,000 life insurance policy on his own nephew and pay some stripper lady friend of his $5,000 to see where his location was. You
Right,
know, did Miss Robbie know that Tim was going to do this? And Andre told Miss Robbie that he was scared of his uncle. She told him. I
oh,
mean,
she
Andre
did.
told her that he was afraid of him, but nobody listened.
Right,
And
right.
he's dead. And now
Mm-hmm.
Tim is going to spend the next, I don't know how many years in federal prison. I
Right,
know this Tim, he better keep his nose clean, his butt clean, any parts of his body clean. Not get into not look nobody sideways in the chow line, because they don't like you when they make fun. What they look at you cross-eyed in the chow line.
right,
You know, they don't care what who you are. If it's on their bed, their turf, and their equipment, you better keep your nose clean. Because
right,
they're gonna find you sooner or later. You may be in protective custody now, but once you're on your own, you're on your own.
right, right,
You're just a number now.
right. You're right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I say peaches to you. Everybody saw the
Okay,
queen,
Peaches.
huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, stop by my show sometime if you like.
Yes, ma'am. I
Yes.
sure will. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Just
All
call me
right.
Tanya. I don't want to be that old.
You're not that old. That's okay. Yes. I just call everybody, ma'am. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thank you.
All righty.
Yeah, peaches.
Okay, Peaches. So, child. So, anyway. So, I'll just simply say, I want to see the context. I want to see who says what. I want to see who says what. What was said, why it was said, how it was said. But that particular transaction corresponds with that video, that long ass live. So now I know what live was supposed to be ascertained for whatever reason. It's some shady motherfuckers around here. They do all kinds of bullshit. That they only highlight when shit get done to them, whatever. Nobody tells the whole story why the shit happens. Like who started whatever. Why I got like that. Who doxed who? Who did what? Who's crying about what? What happened to you? Not what almost happened to you. What did somebody do to you? I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. And I wish a motherfucker would get upset about any motherfucking thing I say. And start some shit. I motherfucking mean that. I don't give a fuck who you are, who you rock with, whatever. I ain't fooled by no. Let me tell you, don't never think I'm motherfucking fooled by a group of motherfuckers that I done had problems with, or got problem with me, or as a coward bitch ass motherfucker secretly smiling up in your motherfucking face and shit. The fuck? Just cause you do that and you dumber than me, do you think I forget what done happened? No, motherfucker. I just figure you don't want it with me right now. So don't ever let that motherfucking shit fool you. Because I'm not a bitch that keeping no motherfucking secret. I trust and believe. If I'm not telling you about how I feel, I done told somebody else. And I stand on it. Ask anybody. I don't give a fuck. They'll tell you how I feel about your motherfucking ass. And you can call me with it. I don't want plenty of you motherfuckers out offline say, hey, we can meet this place and that place. And we can see what's really happening. The fuck? You heard me, my daughter's story. We'll travel to beat ass. Not a problem. I don't give a fuck. So I don't hear that bullshit. Don't come out the side of the mouth and all that with the slick, whatever. No. I'll never be fooled by that bullshit. Because I know how you motherfuckers get down. And I like you motherfuckers the victim. A victim of who? A victim of your own bullshit. If when you do some shit to somebody fire off on your motherfucking ass. The way you get fired off on ain't my motherfucking fault. Leave people the fuck alone. And they probably will leave you alone. Because I don't give a fuck. I can run all you motherfuckers in. They'll give me a medal. The back of motherfucking truck up to this motherfucking sector. Haul you motherfuckers in, starting with number 1 docs and motherfuckers. So I wish to say something. I don't play the motherfucking video. I don't want no narration. I don't want no PR control. I don't want no explanation. I don't need none of that. I can figure it out. I can figure out step 1, 2, and 3. What it was, what to do, and where to go. Huh? That shit. The fuck you gonna do? Fuck you think this is? That don't work like that. I ain't fooled by shit. Hell. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Nothing ain't gonna work. I don't give a fuck. Ain't nothing finna stop half dead for getting off what the fuck she got to say. But all this motherfucking shit. Because it has already taken. I'm gonna tell you something with some of you motherfuckers. It has already taken. I'm gonna tell you how many people and how many things they have taken. It have taken baby Jesus in the manger. It have taken Jesus somewhere playing in Jerusalem or whatever's going on. Jesus on the cross. His father. Everybody at the Last Supper. It has taken the pilgrims from the Thanksgiving thing. It has taken all the people from the Boston Tea Party. Have taken the people that rung the bell over there and July the 4th. It took the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines. It have taken the ghosts from Christmas past. It has taken the ghosts from Christmas future. Everything for me not to go off on you motherfuckers. For a whole bunch of shit. But I'm the one that's the shit starter. I'm the one to keep going. I'm the one that no. Tell the whole motherfucking story. Stories. When y'all here with that bullshit. When you're out there here trying to make me the victim or the victimizer. Tell how we get here. I do it. I take my weight. I like you punk motherfuckers. I take my weight and tell you. Tell you exactly what I'm going to do. If I want to or whatever. And I'm not going to tell you nothing I can't do. It'll be up to if I want to. If you mean that motherfucking much. Or do I think more that you got a motherfucking household to provide for? So fuck you. I mean fuck you. I mean fuck everybody I'm finna talk about in one way or the other. I'm talking about put in your ass, fart and light it up and let your ass explode, then tie your ass to a fucking boat and run it across a motherfucking ocean to put out that motherfucking ass fire. Do that. How about that? Silly ass shit. Got no motherfucking time for no stupid motherfucking bullshit. Oh, look, motherfucking, half of you motherfuckers look like motherfuckers that crawl up on people. Motherfuckers. My goddamn nerves with stupid shit. I don't get down like that. I really motherfucking don't. Tell me what the fuck is going on. Don't give me no bullshit. Give it to me straight motherfucking up. Have time for that goddamn shit. I deal with motherfucking facts, not goddamn fiction. So what the fuck I have to say, motherfucker, sometimes it's gonna hurt because it's capital. I don't give a fuck. What you mean by this bullshit? I'm not taking no sides. But I'm not taking no explanations either. Unlock the video. Ain't no, no bullshit. Play these damn games. Ain't shit funny. And half you motherfuckers on a motherfucking mental health pass, substance abusers around this motherfucker are just no good just because that's a part of your motherfucking DNA. You got picked bad choices as a part of your motherfucking character. I don't give a fuck what it is. What you should know is you need to, as y'all do, circle up with motherfuckers like you motherfuckers. To run the fuck on and play with you motherfuckers and play all the motherfucking games and come at people like that. But I don't give a fuck. But I don't want to hear that shit. I don't hear shit about nothing. Because it ain't going to work. And just because I entertain what you motherfucking say, don't think for a minute I believe a word you motherfucking say. If I don't see it, I probably ain't going to believe it till I see it. Got to materialize. Anybody that really knows me know that. Want to hear that motherfucking bullshit? All this stupid ass shit you motherfuckers got goddamn going. Simple as fucking hell. And wonder, and then try to make me the motherfucking the bad guy. The fuck I'm the bad guy. All the time. I don't be saying shit about you motherfuckers. I say respond to you motherfuckers about some fuck shit. Or if you make comments on commentary, that's what the fuck is supposed to be made on. But just make sure you get it right and you report that shit accurate as it comes. Not add your bullshit to it. That's when the shit gets, disingenuous. I don't hear that shit. I don't hear none of that. So, yeah. So I just want to go ahead and get that part of the motherfucking shit out the goddamn way about this eruption, And my thing is, y'all keep extra people out of that shit. Dana and both JoJo, get the extra people out of that shit. I heard what Vi was saying. Excuse me, shout out to him. Being a young cat with a good goddamn, with more sense than most of these motherfuckers. You ain't got to bring no extra peoples in it. None of that. I'm talking both Dana and JoJo, whatever. Of course, you got to say, because it was, I guess, about me. And then you, of course, about the people. But the extra motherfuckers ain't got shit to do with it. Their name shouldn't even be brought up. Because people around here, we already in a culture where these people feel the pressure to pick and choose. I don't know why. I don't know why a verbal ass whipping scares so many people. How the fuck does that happen? I wouldn't get word until they show up at the door. But a verbal ass whipping shouldn't scare no goddamn body. Not at all. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, so, enough about that shit right there. Because that's just easy to motherfucking solve. I can solve it myself. Just unlock the video. I listen. I know what I'm listening for. I know JoJo ain't never asked me for no video. He ain't never asked me for nothing. But I'll see. But so that was actually a real transaction that happened. So I guess there is a video with that shit going on. Hey, it is what it is. So listen. So, and now my most serious fuck shit. I'll leave that to the last. So anyway, so something else happened. I didn't know this had happened. So I don't know if y'all remember when JoJo was on the Wolf's channel, right? The last time he was on the Wolf channel. And all that shit went on. So apparently he had went over to, I think Tori Love had went live, and Tori Love snatches her shit down. So this is what I had to do with her ass. I had to hurry up and sub to her ass so I can get the notifications. And when she does go in, hold on. Sorry about that. And just to recap that video thing. And the reason why I'm inclining on believing what there is some video is because one, I don't think there's gonna be very hard for somebody to plot way back in 5/16/2021 to talk about it in September of 2022, and I'm in the chain with that particular text. That is me responding. I went and found the phone where that came from. All I gotta do is unlock the video. That's it. Play it. Anyway. Back to the story. So then so again, I told you I have to write. I don't fuck around on Tory Love. So I went and subbed to her because she snatches her shit down apparently fast. So I called, some of her, stuff, but she be on way late, and I really don't be checking for her like that. So anyway, so apparently, I guess after Tori went live, and then after JoJo got into it with Tori on Pap's channel, I guess. Then he went over to Cha-Cha channel. I didn't even know she had a channel either. And I didn't see the video, so I don't know what happened or whatever. I just went to the last video that the lady put up, and it's somebody. It was tied to somebody, some weirder beast or whatever. So I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? So I was at work and I was clicking on it. Child. Apparently, Tori Love and Cha-Cha and I got into it. I think her Cha-Cha says because she let JoJo come on her panel, whatever, and Cha-Cha actually played what Crazy Tori was saying about, you open your panel up for myth and all of that, whatever. And I was like, huh? It was a bunch of shit. They calling each other names and shit like that. Then Niecy Mo is in it, some kind of way in it too. Cha-Cha went off on Niecy Mo, whatever. It evolved into they be telling each other pastor. What is this shit? Telling each other pastors about what the fuck is going on. I'm talking about these are some telling motherfuckers. They call them pastors. Every motherfucking body. The rent man. The okay. I mean, if it's a crime, please call the law man. But the rent man, the preacher man, every goddamn body, every man is on deck. I'm like, what is going on? I'm laughing my ass off. So I'm like, well, shit. Look like to me, JoJo gonna have a whole motherfucking indictment for him by himself, causing all this commotion between motherfuckers from the age range of motherfucking 40 to, I'm gonna stand it to 55. You'll see why I say that. I don't know how old, but I mean, I'm not 55, but some goddamn definitely, I don't know what the indictment's gonna be about. Honey, oh my God, they arguing and fussing and calling the pastors and all kinds of shit. I didn't even know they had broke off. I'm like, what? But listen, I'm the rowdy and I'm the bad one and shit like that. I ain't calling nobody motherfucking pastor. You can bet you believe that. I'll cuss your ass out, as though the rest of them are too. I don't give a damn. They are claiming holy. They claiming Muslim. They claiming whatever else, whatever. They cussing your ass out. I ain't claiming none of that. But it's always people that, be involved in some type of religious belief. They always want to talk about your ass when they're doing the same thing. I sees none of that, okay? I'll cuss your ass out. And what you gonna do? So anyway, so I don't like all type of people like that. When I was saved for 2 years, I ain't do none of that. I was never a hypocrite. As far as, oh, you're doing that, because one, I done did it. And two, what makes you think that I won't do it again? And you know what? I'm trying to tell you, maybe my walk with Christ or whatever it is, my holiness or whatever wasn't cemented, good enough. Because do you know what broke my thing, and I just thought it was lost forever, and I didn't even think about no repent or nothing. You know how I am, or if you don't by now. Do you know that I was on them people's job and somebody called on that phone and called me a nigger? And I don't talk about nobody's mama. I don't know what happened to me. And I was supposed to have been offering up under the spirit of the Holy Ghost. But I called that man, that white man, and he was from Texas. I called that white man everything under the sun. Talked about his mama and everybody. And I was waiting for the people to come and tap me on my shoulder and tell me, when you at the real jobs, you leave and we'll send your shit by FedEx. We'll pack your desk up. I thought that's what they was gonna do. Because baby, and you tell me that night, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I went to the gas station, got me a lottery ticket and a wine cooler, and went to my cousin's house and sat down. It happened on a Friday. I'll never forget it. Just that quick. The devil came in and ruined 2 years. I wasn't super saved. I wasn't running all over the church and falling out at the touch of a hand and stuff and collecting cloth prayer cloths and water that somebody prayed over and stuff like that. I wasn't doing all of that. I wasn't saging up there was saging, that's recent. I wasn't doing all of that. But I was going to people church just more than just on Sunday. I was cracking those Bibles up open. I was listening to the church stations when I'm in my car. Yes, I was on it for 2 years strong. That man called me a nigga, and just like that, I'm trying to tell you, I don't play them games. I don't play them games, baby. I don't play them games, baby. So yeah. So all of this, I know all of this side action was going on. I'm like, well, what is going on with all this? It was, honey, I was cracking up. I just got through half. I got through the half of it. I ain't listened to a whole bunch of stuff, but oh my gosh, honey, that was crazy. And you know what I said? Notice the one person they ain't got to argue with nobody. That ain't been arguing with nobody. Isn't arguing with nobody. Imagine that. For what? Because see, here's the thing, right? Oh, yeah, it got nasty. I guess Tori must be said, oh, you're going after them, man, you gotta do this and whatever. All kinds of stuff. It got crazy. And everybody, they talk. It's good talk, whatever. But my thing is, I'll show you whatever I'll show you, and I won't show you what I won't show you. I tell you what I tell you. I won't tell, and I'll share. Also, sometimes I'll overshare. I don't care. It don't matter. Because a lot of time it be part of what I'm talking about, whatever, and it it was supposed to be what this channel was supposed to be about outside of R. Kelly anyway. But everybody talk about they pulling a man, ability to keep a man, got him falling out, whatever. But yet, only one has demonstrated that ability. So I don't hear none of that shit. Are you serious? What? The people talk a bunch of bullshit, but that's fine. But it's like all this side attraction and stuff like that. And then there's a reason why when you go to a restaurant, they start you off with the main course. When you go to Popeyes, you ask for 2 pieces of chicken. Then they ask you for the sides. It's a reason why when you build something, you start with a foundation. Then you build the shit around it. It's a reason why you start at the top. It's a reason why you start with number 1. Number 2 is always an option. Read the street signs so you won't get lost. Anyway, so I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy. They done broke out to all this bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm just laughing like, what is going on? Ain't no way in the hell. I wouldn't been arguing with that motherfucking wolf like that. But she making it be about a nigga, not me. I'm just making you look stupid. And sometimes you can just look stupid and not say nothing. Make a motherfucker look stupid. Like, for real, though? Is it that serious? I don't think so. Yeah, but read the motherfucking street signs so you won't get lost. You won't get it confused. It might, shit, it could be somebody done turned the motherfucking sign and shit. Hell. See, I'm never worried about being on no recording again, no email, no text, none of that. I'm never worried because I'm never surprised at where the betrayal is going to come. Huh? Are you crazy? Don't you see these movies where the kids kill the parents and the parents kill the kids? That's about as close as you're going to get. Worry about that. If I said the shit, then I said it. If I did the shit, then I did it. Just get to the part of what are you going to do and say in response. All that other shit, I'm not really checking for that. It's too much. So anyway, more to the side chick and the, well, I ain't so side chick, but side chicks and clean up women conventions, because they taking place all over the place. Well, let me tell you something. So the other night, I was listening to JoJo's channel. Now this is right here. This is crazy. And I heard somebody's give a perspective of women that it almost made me vomit. You know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, where am I? Where am I? What teaches it? What is going on? Is these your teachers, and one, are you qualified to teach it? Well, sort of, to sum it up, it's like you aren't supposed to be out here arguing with your man, this, that, and the third. Some kind of way that's a cardinal sin. You some kind of way you're supposed to be a doormat. Let them just walk the fuck right over you. Do whatever you want to do. That's okay. I just lay here and just take it. And whenever you get finished walking all over me, doing what the fuck you want to do, baby, I be here. Huh? Fuck that. My parents, my family, nobody I know would be proud of me of that motherfucking kind of living. Let me tell you something. That girl, with the little girl that I saved from a fire, her mom and I was real tight, right? We gang together, right? And this girl that we was hanging with, her husband, they were not together, but he had a girlfriend. So happened he was in the service. And I was out of my marriage from the guy I was in service with, but I still had access and stuff like that, right? So we would still be around service people. That's just how it goes. So she was, let me see, I'm gonna bring it together because I ain't really want to go into the story. But anyway, we were in the pool, and I'll never get, this guy gave me what they call it. It was liquor and beer mixed together, whatever that's called. And all I know, I took a swig of it and I was gone. Like, I was like, this is crazy. Some kind of ball. So the girl Shonda, she was in the pool with us, and her husband and the girl, they was in like the barracks, right? So the girl comes down and tells Shonda that, because the husband had custody of the daughter, said, if you want to see your daughter, you got to go through me. And blah, blah, blah. But that's what the girl told Shonda about her own daughter. I'm half drunk. Well, all I can do is try to straighten my head. I'm like, huh? And the girl mama who I was talking to was was right there by her. When I tell you, when that girl walked off, Shonda goes to crying. Honey, Regina slapped the shit out of Shonda. Bitch, start shaking her. Don't you ever let nobody talk to you like that about your daughter. And just, was going off. So right there, they knew it was a problem. We looked up. We said, we're going to come up there and beat y'all motherfucking ass. Men included. We jumped out that goddamn pool. They took off. And we was wet. Jumping in the car. They was running down to get in the car. We running to the motherfucking parking spot. We take off behind them. High speed chase. Yeah. Like, are you crazy? Like, what is going on? And she wasn't even ganging with us. She just used to hang out with us. Like, that's crazy. Ain't no way in the hell I'm going to sit up there and let nobody fuck with me. And you don't get, I just be surprised. Yes, anything you like, anything you say, yes, okay, whatever. I never had a problem getting them. I never had a problem keeping them, and I had never had a problem getting rid of them. So the fuck I'm gonna change my methods now? Huh? Got them problems? Now, what the fuck are you talking about? It was pathetic. It was, but you know what? I'm a very, I can't say very good judge of character no more, but I'm a decent judge of character, right? And I call a person out how they are. I was like, that's what I thought. Never heard no shit like that. And so, anyway, so over there now, I get a sense of it. It's almost like a 65-70% of an I Hate Angie channel. I'm going to take shots at her. I'm going to be slick at the tongue or whatever. I ain't going to call her name. And when she hit that link, I'm definitely going to say shit to the next live. Because she might hit and come back. But I'm just going to, I'm going to say that shit. Only motherfucker that's going back and forth is usually the one that called me, call me out or call for me, which is the gracious host. This ain't starting no shit. We cool or whatever. This ain't starting no shit, but I'm just telling you how it is. I tell the whole story. Now, half of it, I ain't trying to clean it up. I ain't trying to make nobody look good. I ain't trying to make nobody look bad. It's just what it is and what happened. So, I get the sense that they trying to paint me as a motherfucking shit starter, whatever. I don't even go over there. And then when I go, it's usually because I am called by some bullshit. And I'm not responding to bullshit all the time. But sometimes the person that you're calling ain't always Angie. Sometimes you calling half dead. All right, what the fuck is it? So, especially if you lying or you ain't telling us the whole truth, and there's gonna be a problem. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, so I got the sense that they trying to make me the bad guy over there, and all this, and the third, right? So anyway, so there's one particular lady. I hate to spend a bunch of time on it because I'm gonna spend time on this because I want everybody to motherfucking know. I don't play no games. That link is up there. If anybody got an exception, take exception to what I say, you can click this motherfucker. Anybody want to email me, call me, catch me wherever you see me at, you can address me. Just make sure when I respond, you ain't putting a motherfucking wrench in my back. Then I got to come click this motherfucker. So, anyway. So I get a sense, right, So anyway, that last time I was over there, I go because I hear JoJo saying this, that, and the third. And then we got to the point that where you butt hurt and things ain't going your way. So that could be put out. That could mean a whole bunch of things. So just to get it straight, like, what do you mean by that? And so if anybody heard what happened, you know what happened. Ain't shit I want my way. If that's what you're saying, like I'm chasing no nigga. That's not it. Ain't nobody, chasing nobody, but that's definitely not it. Please believe that ain't it. Are you crazy? So anyway, so anyway, I went over there to straighten that out. Anybody heard the exchange? You heard the exchange. Ain't no use to me to come in to go into that. And like I said, it's been taking the force of 10,000 tons of cement brick not to go in on a particular person. Persons, but really a person. I ain't really stunned about the other shit because that's just side attraction. But so this lady, I don't know what's her deal, but what I did do, rightfully, because I can, I would think anybody would do it. That night, JoJo was driving inebriated. I felt that it was wrong. I don't like drunk driving. I don't like nobody drink and drive, less known drunk driving. I'm not no hypocrite. I have done it before in the 90s. Oh, nope, I lied. In the early 200s. Or 2000s, I did. No, I just thought about it. That's how my daughter learned how to drive. Never mind, it's a long story. But yep, I did that. And so actually, I guess I didn't drunk drive, but shit, she was definitely too young to be driving, and I'm over in the passenger side, fucked up. But anyway, so okay, it's always. So I said, so I goes and I said, I was like, well, this lady like encouraging bad behavior and all of that type of shit. I'm like, I called out. Because I ain't gonna talk behind your back. I'm telling you. You see somebody, and that's to me showing caring. Karen ain't just always siding with somebody because you cool with them, but that ain't what I do. I don't give a fuck if my friends wrong, if my family wrong, whatever. I'm gonna tell you wrong. I ain't gonna let somebody kick your ass, but you wrong. And I want friends like that, people like that in my life, because you can tell me I'm right, and then that I can be sitting in somebody's jail cell dead or done kill somebody, whatever. So now I'm not gonna do that. Ain't no weak bitch in my veins. Ain't no weak bitches around me. I don't do that. Male or female. You got to get the fuck on. So I did that, right? And shit, that was it. I mean, that was just what it was. I called it how I saw it. And then so fast forward to the other night. So this lady comes on, the person I called out, and says, and she's a mod over here, so I'm being descriptive. A couple of times she's come in and said, Code Red channel, whatever. Now anybody knows Code Red, that's JoJo's. That's JoJo's symbolization over there, right? But it started over here before he even had that channel. And I was saying, because we call us Club Blue, I said, well, you could be Club Red. He thought I said Code Red, so he went with Code Red. And then Code Red was Bird over here. So this lady comes in and sometimes type that in the chat, whatever. I ignored it because I done already figured out that this is a stirring pot type of person. That's stirred pot, whatever. Passive aggressive type bullshit. I don't know if you're off or on. I'm not sure. The people said they heard you talk, they thought you was a little off. I ain't never felt that way. You know, sometimes intellectual speak can be mistaken from, you know, being a little off. And sometimes it is rooted in being a little off. You'd be too intellectual, they don't run you crazy. So, you know, that's okay. Now, I don't know if you want my attention or not. I keep saying. And so sometimes she try to rope Red Bunny into it. Red Bunny, correct. Okay, not a problem. So, fast forward to after I done left JoJo's channel, whatever. So the next time JoJo goes live, the lady comes up there, you know, again with that passive aggressive shit. Is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? Meaning, like when I had done left from over there, you know, I done went off, come over here, and then finish going off. Then, now she's so passive aggressive, whatever. But, it was a part in between that. So let me tell you about when they had a real side chick cleanup woman convention. So the JoJo on the live, and the ladies same panels on live. So this lady that comes up with sometimes she's 6 or so, I don't know who the fuck this lady is. She came up there. She always messed with JoJo. She said JoJo put one time she came up and said JoJo put the money in the pocket. JoJo, you know who I am. Whatever. So the lady hit the link that time. And her and JoJo gets into it. So she gets into it. So the lady I'm talking about, that's Mars over here, whatever, her and the lady 6 goes back and forth. She just jumps into it and wouldn't shut up. I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? This is a whole side attraction tonight, baby. This is good. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And so after a while, the girl that came up with the 6 told me, will you just shut up, baby? Hold on. So I come up here to talk to JoJo. I'm hollering. I'm like, yes, baby. Like, God damn. The fuck is you? Shit, I mean, are you on retainer? God damn, can we hire you? Damn. What the fuck? Do you check them in at the desk too? Like, what the hell is going on? Do you secure the parking lot? Do you secure families? Like, what the fuck? Like, come on now. I hollered. It was a whole shit going on. That was funny as hell. You know, so anyway, so then she comes up. So I go back to what the part. So after I done left. So that happened before me. And then my part when I went over there. And then she goes, is it safe? Is it safe? Oh, is it safe? Like some damsel in distress or something. But here's the thing. If you worry about if it's safe, if you don't think virtual world is safe, the fuck you run into the link for? Run into the fire. Why you stirring up the pot on the fire in the chest? Why you doing that? You're right about if it's safe. Shit. I mean, why don't you continue to cook motherfucking meals and make lunch and shit, and you don't have to worry about if it's safe? Because it'll be safe. Why don't you take your ass out there and go and in the back of your motherfucking yard, pull up all, I'm pretty sure it sounds like you probably, but okay, I don't know if I'm older than her or she's older than me. But by the way she give out that slave mentality and sound like a slave, I'm thinking she's older than me. I am. So why don't you go outside, pick out all the wheat, all the shit to grow your bread and shit, because I know that's what y'all do, the homegrown, home plant-based, seed-based, whatever the fuck it is y'all do. Why don't you come in the house, lay that the fuck out, make all the lunch and stir all the pots of lentil soup and all that bullshit and tofu, whatever the fuck it is y'all be making. Pick all the sandal spurs out your fucking fingers and shit, or slaving back there all motherfucking day. Soak your hands in Epsom salt and motherfucking bullshit and wrap them up in Band-Aids and shit and get ready to prepare lunch tomorrow and start all motherfucking back over. So you have to worry about if it's safe. The fuck? All that, I see that shit coming. Anyway, then she gets up there telling me, yeah, I heard you counted 300 and something motherfuckers. Well, let me tell you, on you today, lady. Hold on. On you today, lady. We gonna get rid of the mother, so we can take that off. We gonna leave the fuck, and we gonna add you. How about that? Cause you like to play games, and I'm not a bitch that play games. I ain't never played sport in my life. I was a cheerleader all my life. I never played a sport. How about that? How about that? Count that in. We're gonna spend a whole row of fuck on you. Because I don't play them kind of motherfucking games. Now let me tell you something. I saw what y'all was saying in that chat about this dude that was up here, dumb belt, right? He said he had a woman. Not every time that I say, hey, you better check the chat. They're coming for you. They want you. They want you. They own you. What's good with it? How tall are you? This, that, and the third, whatever. I get that information up front. Now, I ain't going to say that ain't got that. You know, of course, it falls on the man's behavior. I ain't blaming nobody about that. But I'm trying to tell you what kind of bitch I am. For somebody to talk about my character and all this, and the third, I'm trying to tell you, that's a no good bitch that would do that. Yeah, I said it. Say something. Here or there. When I would hit that mother, I would tear this motherfucker up trying to hit that motherfucking link. Picking somebody to fuck with. And so, you know, I don't do all that type of shit. Of course, you check the man with not the one. I get that. That's always what it is. But I'm just trying to tell you how I am. The times I done been a wingman, I didn't even know I was a wingman with one of my boys and shit. I turned around, Andrew, if such a call, tell me I was with you. Like when they hang up the phone, I'm like, oh my gosh. I don't like be putting shit like that. That's not what I motherfucking do. I ain't no mess ass bitch like that. And I'm definitely ain't gonna be no old mess ass bitch because I was never a young messy ass bitch. I stay out of people's shit. I keep it low and I duck with my head leaned to the side and I'm fucking back up. I don't do no shit like that. Call it how I see it. I ain't making this up. This is what happened. You got to take it from me. Go back and watch the shit. Tell me I'm lying. So then she goes up and says, oh, you counted 365 motherfuckers. Is it safe? Is it safe? Oh, because, like she's so motherfucking scared. Scared of what? I done told y'all several motherfucking times. Watch the motherfucking subliminals. Watch that motherfucking shape and keep my motherfucking likeness out your motherfucking mouth. Unless you're going to put a name to it. Or be very descriptive as I'm doing now. So you know I'm talking about your motherfucking ass. Got to wonder, I guess. This all right? No. I'm gonna tell you what kind of motherfucker I am. If you ever wonder what I done said about your ass behind the scenes, call him and ask him. He got my permission to tell you. Call me, I tell you. Give a fuck. The fuck you gonna do? Get to that part. I'm pretty sure the shit you'll tell me, I can tell you something worse. Give a fuck. God damn it. Anyway, so, you know, all that old funny motherfucking business and shit like that, I don't get down like that. I ain't never been hot. I ain't never been no fast bitch. I ain't been no loose motherfucker. None of that. Contrary to popular belief, men may like that for a time or whatever, you know, to get their rocks off, but they was not the kind of people they retain. I've been retained more than I would like. Still trying to be retained by a few. All depends. Live with my ass like that. I'll make it easy. I don't sit up here, and you'll never, and nobody can never sit up here and say that I done laid out a motherfucker what I do for a man, made a whole motherfucking song about it. I'll cook, I'll clean, I'll wash, I'll do this here, I'll go down on you, I'll do this, I'll lick your ass, I do everything. You do whatever you like. I do that. You ain't never heard me say no shit like that. And I ain't never ran behind a motherfucker. And I ain't never flirted with a motherfucker. It's been this way. Why start? I'm talking about online. I told you about the 3 I did, and I told you, and one was at work, and the 2 times I was drunk. One I'm married, the other one, one I'm married, one I had the child from, and the other one was the perfect man. So as far as I see it, I'm good when I do the picking. Or the flirting first. So don't play them motherfucking games. Read them motherfucking street signs before your ass get lost. And find somebody else to fuck with. Keep your motherfucking bullshit on the fucking message and not on me. If you're that motherfucking scared, hell, I don't know what to tell you to do. Go over there and check out the motherfucking people that's playing Nintendo 64 or whatever. I don't know. Give a shit about that. I ain't got to do none of that shit you motherfuckers do. For what? About no dude? And what kills me, people, just because they don't like you, they have a problem with, they always pick up the problem from you. They don't never see what started. They don't know what transpired behind the scenes. If you get the right story. I don't know if you get the right story. It could be apparent everybody been told something different. That's for you motherfuckers to figure out. I'm never gonna be confused. Because I'm gonna tell you how many chips I'm gonna put on what somebody tell me. No. So watch that bullshit. I said what I said and I left it alone. I ain't treating nobody no motherfucking differently. But all them motherfucking shots and shit and all that bullshit, not this one. Because I'm accessible. Every property my family owns, my name is on it somewhere. That I own, my name is on it. So I am hard to find. Probably got some shit in your. I had to set up all kind of motherfucking places and shit. The goddamn get licensed in your motherfucking state or your city. So now don't play with me. I ain't with that bullshit. You gonna look motherfucking stupid. That's never gonna be my job. What you want me to do? Y'all sad, honey. When I tell you they give the worst motherfucking goddamn female advice, and see they give it from a cleanup woman and side chick position. So that's never gonna be nothing sustainable. Nothing sustainable. Hence the reason why they're probably single. I almost passed the fuck out. If my grown ass child was in there listening to that bullshit, I'd have Hurry up and turn the motherfucking station. Like, what? I don't give a fuck. You can call me a hellraiser. You can call me whatever. But if you think somebody's gonna come at me in the wrong way with a bunch of bullshit and some lies, and I know the motherfucking truth, and they know the truth too, huh? I would get with your ass. That's including my motherfucking child. And she don't. Okay, you know what I do. Hold on, I ain't got to sit here and tell this motherfucking shit by my goddamn self. Hold on. Sick of bullshit. See if the child answers his goddamn phone. Hey.
Yeah.
You sleep?
No.
Hey, I got a question. Okay, I'm on live. I got a question. Now listen. I just want you to verify this. Do I cut slack like when you wrong? Do I tell you wrong?
Yes.
And will I fight you as a grown up?
Yes.
So if I don't cut you no slack, do I cut anybody else slack?
No.
Okay. Just all right. So just to keep it funky. All right. Bye.
No.
Yeah. I don't play that shit. So I ain't gonna cut that one no motherfucking slack. Who I love and will give anything to and lay down my life for, I ain't gonna cut a motherfucker. What? Show up at your goddamn house like motherfucking pest control. Who called back motherfucking rats? What? Play with me? God damn. Show ass on some motherfucking what with that shit. I don't give a fuck what you do. Just keep me the fuck. Cut that. Because I don't want to keep responding and shit. Because people then they say some slick shit. Then when you respond, oh shit, oh I'm this, I'm that, classing my motherfucking ass. Trash is you setting it out. Advertisement or whatever. Huh? Where they do that at? And all these goddamn people that's part of religions and stuff, that's what they teaching. Well, let me write the name of that religion down, that church down, so I won't go there. How many churches and stuff y'all know of and religious places with all the pastors, all the head of this one, I have all the holes in the church. I never forget, I had to cuss out this saved lady. You know, I goes off on the job too. And you heard me, my friend Nina talking on the call. She said, "Child, you sure? Yes, you showed out. Maybe I don't know that thing that was uploaded. Child, you showed out on the people job. Yes, I do. But listen, so it's one girl. She, be in and out with Christ and stuff. You never know when she's in or out. So I goes off, and she always talking about, don't let the devil use you and all this old stuff. You know how that stuff they be saying to you. Don't let the devil use you. Don't let right. But yet, when it came income tax time, she asked somebody to file their income tax and to put on one of them fictitious kids and shit. Like, well, why you letting the devil use you for income tax? Huh? That's why I can't do it. I can't do it. I have zero respect. I was doing that. Everybody taking all them, saying all them shots and taking all that, saying all that bullshit. When I click that motherfucking link, ain't nobody got nothing to say. How you do this now? That'll be the prime time to get me. No, I don't give a fuck. Blessed you, Virgo. Oh Lord, that I know you crazy. I already know you crazy. Ooh. I know you crazy as hell. I'm just trying to see what time it is. Stop all that shit. Yeah, like they want you to respond to them. And come, I ain't come out there and chasing no goddamn body. What the fuck in my motherfucking position? Why would I come back and what? Do that? That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. I don't do no shit like that. Anyway. So, yeah. So hopefully I done addressed and put the fuckery to bed. Lord, and move on with your life. Do whatever you do. Just keep that shit to a motherfucking zero. Because I have zero tolerance for shit like that. No smart ass shit. When it's time to activate your motherfucking superpowers and shit, when I done hit the motherfucking link, ain't nobody got nothing to say. Huh? Type some fuck shit in the chat then. Say something. I'm so boy. Woo! I'm so glad that I was raised a certain way, that I was around the people that I've been around and continue to be around, and know the people I do. That ultimately gave me the ability to pick the right choices, make the right choices most of the time. Because as you can see, I got a problem with fuck shit, unnecessary shit, weak bitches, positional ass motherfuckers, two through whatever, simple minded bullshit, tied hoes, super niggas, hot face bitches, hot face niggas, wolves and shit, sewer monkeys, all the people that was flying around smoking the cigarettes from the whiz, motherfucker that floats around on magic carpets. I have a zero tolerance left for all of that. And where they do that at? My nerves bad. I can't do none of that. Keep me away from that shit. I'm allergic to it. I mean, I would literally break out in something. Oh, thank you, blessed. No, I just know Virgo men are crazy. I just know that. You must have heard them stories. Y'all know that. Yeah, shame. You know, I go by. I try to do right by others. And listen, hypocrisy and being a hypocrite, two different things. We all have our hypocritical moments, right? But to be called a hypocrite, that's a person that sustains that shit. Just like people lie and there's liars. Being a liar means you sustain that shit. Being a weak bitch means that you sustain that shit. There's a difference between having weakness and just being a weak bitch. Like, what is going on? Yes, Courtney, they crazy. Yeah. I got extensive yeah. Yeah, so, man, I'm about to be with all that. I really don't be with all that. So how long I done had you? Okay, so I ain't gonna go over 8.5. We done covered so much today. Oh my gosh, I thank y'all. Well, we started out like 12 something. Y'all done hung on in there with me and stuff. I sure enough appreciate it. We done put a cap on the Kel stuff. I hope we abolish the foolishness. I hope me and Levi's finally agree. Not agree to disagree. Not I'm wrong and he right. Not I'm an idealist and and he's an autonomous. None of that. We gonna have, you said I must say I am off the chain, but in a good way. Oh, I know it. So I hope I spoke to everybody that came in. Let me see him go through the chat. Child, y'all scared. Hey, Chanel Lewis. Who else came in? But yeah, we got to do better. Hey, Queen, everybody, and then for people, and you got people now. I'm supposed to be the bad one. I'm supposed to be keeping shit going, this, that, and the third, right? But yeah, you got people. I'm seeing in the chats and stuff. That chat in the, about 7%. I hate Andrew secretly, outwardly, or indirectly or directly. Channel people stirring up shit, keeping the shit going between Dan and Joe, whatever. At a point, I'm just texting them, hey, you didn't let this, okay. I mean, enough. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But I'm the one that keeps shit going. I try to come up with solutions. I try to solve motherfucking shit or whatever. Now you got some people that, if another party don't want to, have no resolution, that I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I'm not that type of person that keeps shit going and going and going and going and going and going. For what? That means you kind of off. Ain't nothing about that makes sense. Let the shit go at some point. Like, where am I? So, anyway. And I want somebody to threaten come talking about beating my ass. I just thought about that because I heard that the other day. Are you, please? Shit. Oh, because I want to punch some of y'all in the face anyway. And I think about it. But I'm sitting up there like, I'm the bad, but just stirring and keeping it going. Yeah. Man, you don't never know what can pop off. We've seen a lot of shit that pop off this YouTube shit that shouldn't even gotten that. Like, what in the fuck? You have people that have been turned off by bullshit, whatever, and just left. And then here's the thing. Some people are just who they are. There ain't no shit you can do about it. They're going to go tomorrow and the next day, whatever, going to do the same shit they've been doing. That's who they are. That's who they conditioned to be. If you conditioned to being back shit, piss poor morally, you just fucked up individual, that's what you're going to do. You don't want change. You want betterment. You don't want none of that, whatever. You're going to still be hypocrite. You're going to still talk about somebody else. You're going to still try to, be, with the subliminals, the shots where you still going to think it's funny. This is somebody beat your motherfucking ass. Beat all the motherfucking alcohol, liquor, wine, with cigarettes, weed and shit out your motherfucking ass. Then you be down there with the cops. Trying to fill out a report. Fuck them reports. I can't do all that. That's what I'm saying. I can't take all this. That's what I'm saying. Just get to the point where you're serious enough to do. If you feel that strongly about me, you're serious enough to do something about it. Then say something then. And I'll know that you're serious. You seriously got a problem. And I can maybe help figure it out at some point. I don't give a damn. We have to set up a date in February. Shit. I don't give a damn. Under this, find somebody else to fuck with and talk about. Especially I ain't talking about your motherfucking ass. I have no reason to. Again, notice I'm the only one in arguing, shooting, fighting, and fussing, and cussing, and screaming, and going to bat for all that on no goddamn JoJo. You motherfuckers might as well get motherfucking picket signs and put JoJo the Ryan on both motherfucking sides and march up and down motherfucking YouTube. I'm just gonna sit back and be like, oh boy, this is a large display of affection. Shit, what's going on with this? Yeah, like what? Shit. I mean, just a whole bunch of hot face child. I'm like, what? Huh? I'm just, huh? What? When this happened? Who? What's going on? Oh, okay. They ain't about to do all that, baby. So anyway, read the motherfucking street lines signs so you don't get motherfucking lost. And also watch the and when it comes to me, watch the motherfucking street lights. One says green, one says yellow, one says red. Green is for what? Go. Yellow's for what? Caution, yield. And red is for stop. Watch the motherfuckers too. So with that, I'm playing my goddamn theme song, and so I can get the hell on up out of here, y'all, because I done held y'all ass with the bullshit shit ski forever. I hope everybody enjoyed their dedications, whatever. I think I got everybody in. But remember, I am not picking no sides to this bullshit. What the hell happened to my thing? I'm not picking no sides to this bullshit. What's going on? But hey, there ain't nothing nobody can tell me. I'll figure it out myself. So I'm not taking no one side, no story from no other. Anybody that knows me well. I don't do that because I know these people would tell you a story to fit their narrative so you could believe what you want to believe, to pull you to one side to the other. I don't do sides. I really don't. I don't do sides at all. And sides and teams and shit right there is that's the shit that got most of the people where we are. And I don't need all that. I'm good on that aspect. I have my own motherfucking back, front, side, and then whatever I promise you, whatever I can't handle, I guarantee you, I can find somebody that can. With no question asked.
Hold on. Louisiana shit. Murder on the beat. Something y'all to cut up to you. Yeah.
Hey, this is my theme song, y'all. Y'all know it. Y'all know the words.
Everybody get your motherfucking roll on. I know shorty and she doesn't want no slow song. Had a man last year, life goes on. Haven't let the thing loose, girl, it's so long. You been inside, know you like to lay low. I've been peeping what you bringing to the table. Working hard, girl, everything paid for. First, last phone bill, car, no cable. With your phone out, gotta hit them angles. With your phone out, stepping like you Fable. And you sure know, but it's alright. And you sure know, but it's alright. It's a short life, yeah. That's a real one in your reflection. Without a follow, without a mention. You really piping up on these niggas. You gotta be nice for what to these niggas? I understand. You got 100 bands. You got a baby Benz. You got some bad friends.
Hey!
You was even bad then. You ain't stressing off no lover in the past 10.
You already had them. Hey.
Finish round 5. Post talk down, you don't see them outside. Yeah, they don't really be the same offline. You know dog days, you know hard times. Doing overtime for the last month. Saturday, call the girls, get them gassed up. Gotta hit the club, gotta make that ass jump.
Gotta
hit the club like you hit the
fucking angles. Hey.
Snapping like you Fable. And you showing off, but it's alright. And you showing off, but it's alright. It's a short life. Jesus. Yeah.
Hey, hey.
That's the break.
Hey. Hey. Piping up on these niggas. You gotta be nice to what to these niggas. Hey. Angles. Good song. Well, let me play my other theme song. These are my theme songs since they came out, child. These are my theme songs since they came out. Honey, I'm gonna play my other one. Yes, honey. Woo, that's my song. Dre said you gotta be nice to what? To what? What are you talking about? Nice for what? What?
Only I have the pink print for.
Think of my other song. Yes.
Nevertheless, you took the beat.
Yes. Hey, hey, hey. Hey.
Hey yo, look like I'm going for a swim. Dunked on him, now I'm swinging off the rim. Bitch ain't coming off the bench, while I'm coming off the court fully drenched. Ain't got some hater rain, get your thirst quenched. Style on him in this bird belly trench. These birds copy every word, every inch. But gang got the hammer and the wrench. I put in that, put a milli up the lot. I'm not just trying to be friends like I forgot. Show off my diamonds like you signed by the rock. Ain't pushing out his baby's telly by the rock.
And yo, I been on. Bitch, you been con. Bitch, they been on. Fendi Prince on. I mean, I been on. X-Men been on. He keep on that Nicky like the Prince on. I been on. Bitch, you been con. Bitch, they been on. Fendi Prince on. Hey, yo, I been on. Laura been crop. PlayStation League. Drop the Benz on.
I'm kidding. They painted me out to be the bad guy. Well, it's the last time you're gonna see a black guy do the rap game like me. Huh? I went and cut the chopsticks. Put it in my bun just to pop shit. I'm always in the top shit. Box seats, bitch, fuck the gossip. How many of them people did it with finesse? Now everybody like she really is the best. You played checkers, couldn't beat me playing chess. Now I'm about to turn around and beat my chest. This is King Kong, yes, this King Kong. This is King Kong, this is King Kong. Chinese ink on, Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz, name go ding dong. This is King Kong, yes, I'm King Kong.
This is King Kong.
Yes, Miss King Kong, you're in my kingdom with my Tim's on.
How many championships?
Right, 6 rings on. They need rappers like me. They need rappers like me. So they can get on their fucking keyboards and make me the bad guy, Chung-Lee.
Hey.
Hey, yo, I been on. Bitch, you been con. Bitch, they been on. Fendi Prince on. I mean, I been on. X-Men been on. He keep on that Nicky like the Prince on. I been on. Bitch, you been con. Bitch, they been on. Fendi Prince on. Hey, yo, I been on. Laura been crop. PlayStation League. Drop the Benz off.
To that Wi-Fi. Hey, see this girl empowerment songs, baby. Hey, yo, I've been on.
Yes, this King Kong. Bitch is King Kong. This is King Kong. Chinese ink on. Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz. Name no Ding Dong. Bitch is King Kong. Yes, I'm King Kong. This is King Kong. Yes, Miss King Kong. In my kingdom with my Tim's on. How many championships?
Yes, honey, we get on up out of here. It's been a long one. But a good one. Yes, I enjoyed y'all. We had a good time, honey. Yes, we are out. See y'all on the next one. Peace.